Meeting will come to order and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Kemble. Here. King. Here. Palm. Here. Fair. Here. Rummel. Here. Skidmore. Here. Verveer. Here. Wood. Here. Zellers. Here. Ahrens. Here. Balde. Here. Vidar Seeloff. Here. Carter. Present. Cheeks. Here. Clear. Here. DeMarb. Here. Eskridge. Here. Gruber. Here. Hall. Here. Harrington McKinney. Here. Mayor, we have quorum.
Quorum present. The council's in session. Alderman Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening. I move our customary suspension of the rules to start this evening's meeting. So formally, I move to suspend rules 2.04 for order of business, 2.05 for introduction of business, 2.24 for ordinances, and 2.25 for resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is a second. On suspension, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. We have the honor and privilege tonight of one of our regular poetry readings, so I'd like to introduce the man who doesn't need any introduction, Madison's Poet Laureate, Oscar Morales, for introduction of our guest poet this evening.
Well, thanks a lot. I'm just finishing up my first year as Poet Laureate. It's been an amazing journey, and I've enjoyed this past weekend I was reading at the Aldo Leopold for his book, and it was just amazing just to listen to the stories. I didn't realize, I think when I was in high school when I read his book, I wasn't paying attention, but the words were very powerful, and I think it's just a reminder of how precious our environment is. And speaking of our local environment, I have a fellow agency director who also shares a love for poetry, and I want to bring up Paul Terranova, who works at the LaCere Teen Center, and I've had a chance to work with some of the young people there in the summer, and he just does some amazing work. So, Paul Terranova.
Thanks, Oscar, and thanks, everyone. Appreciate you having me. So I wrote this poem. Oscar invited me a couple of months ago, and couldn't quite figure out what to read at a Common Council meeting. Didn't really feel like most of my poetry fit, and so put this one together. It's called A Benediction for the Madison Common Council. As it is a benediction, I don't know if you all clap after poetry, but this one you don't need to, right? That was kind of a hedge. And it's in two parts. They aren't long, don't worry. We poets really appreciate reading at public meetings and classes and any place where people are compelled to show up. So this is in two parts, and the first part has two sections. It intersperses some lines by me, and then longer or a few line quotes from the introduction to Walt Whitman's Leaves of Grass. Those all start with the same line, and it should be obvious when you hear it. So, a benediction for the Madison Common Council. 1. What kind of time is this for poetry? What kind of time is this for poetry, all the people quivering with rage? This is what you shall do. Love the earth and sun and the animals. The lattice of frosted branches arching over my street catches me but can't hold me. I will see the tracks of our neighbor rabbit. I will see the hawk surging down the off-ramp. I will see a child of God ravaged in the median, in the sleet, and keep driving. This is what you shall do. Despise riches, give alms to everyone that asks. The little girl was so quiet in her pink coat, asking why and please. Her mother just as quiet and unsmiling. This is what you shall do. Stand up for the stupid and the crazy. Devote your income and labor to others. Hate tyrants. argue not concerning God. The Swedish photographer was arrested. When a Syrian boy said, "Take me with you," he said, "Yes." This is what you shall do. Have patience and indulgence toward the people. Take off your hat to nothing known or unknown or to any man or number of men. Go freely with powerful, uneducated persons and with the mothers of families. I come to speak to you, see titles and transactions, but will I feel these trees that lived, the stones under my feet, older than all of this? This is what you shall do. Re-examine all you have been told at school or church or in any book. Dismiss whatever insults your own soul, and your very flesh shall be a great poem. I would like to make a motion that you each put on your nameplate a picture of yourself as a toddler and see what happens. This is no time to be reasonable. This is no time to be reasonable. 2, benediction. May we love relentlessly. May we be relentless in our loving and love as relentlessly at the gnarled fence post of a man leaning in the street as the baby screaming blinding light into our ears. May we never relent from loving even in the face of pleas to be reasonable, to hurry up, to quiet down. May we hurry up only to love loudly and unreasonably the woman scowling over her cigarette, the spider rappelling from the ceiling, our own hands in the dishwater. May we relentlessly love these and all the other footprints of God. Thanks.
Thank you. Alderman Verveer, item number 2.
Thank you, Mayor, and a big thank you on behalf of the entire council for the inspirational message, Paul. We appreciate it very much. I think we can all find pictures of us as toddlers, perhaps for the next meeting even. Mayor, I'd like to yield to my colleague Alderperson Carter for a motion on agenda item number 2.
Alderman Carter.
I move that we adopt item number 2, 41753.
Second.
Motion to second.
And Alderperson Carter will read the honoring resolution, Mayor.
Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our country in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have played and continue to play a critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of life in our country by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside the home, and whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the United States by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force, and whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions, and whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change moment, and whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the I've been talking all day. Emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in literature, teaching, and study of American history. And whereas the National Women's History Month 2017 theme is honoring trailblazing women in labor and business, honoring women who have successfully changed the role of women in both business and the paid labor force. And whereas facing stark inequalities in the workplace, lower wages, poor working conditions, and limited opportunities, they fought to make the workplace a less hostile environment for women, and as labor and business leaders and innovators, they defined the social mores of their time by demonstrating women's ability to create organizations and establish their own businesses that paved the way for better working conditions and wages for themselves and other women. And now there be it resolved that the mayor and the Madison Common Council designate March 2017 as Women History Month in the City of Madison.
Thank you. Can I get a second on that?
Yes.
Sure there is, thank you. Okay, discussion? Are we going to present it to anyone, or we're keeping it for ourselves? We're keeping it for ourselves. Okay, further discussion? Seeing none on the question, which is adoption. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. That takes us to item number 3, a recognition of William T. Vandenbroek. Alderman Verveer, we have a motion.
I move adoption.
Is there a second? There is. And Bill, you want to come on up here? Whereas William T. Vandenbroek, commonly known as Bill, began his distinguished career with the City of Madison as the parts manager for what was then known as motor equipment. Although many think that Bill has been around forever, he actually began his employment with the city on October 22nd, 1979. And whereas Bill earned the distinction of Certified Equipment Manager by the Association of Equipment Management Professionals, where he was an instructor and a board member, and whereas Bill was also a member of TMC, the Technology Maintenance Council, an advisory group to the transportation industry for equipment specifications and maintenance practices. And whereas Bill utilized his knowledge to lead the motor equipment division to implement computerized systems for asset management, preventative maintenance, billing, automated fuel recording, and the renaming of motor equipment to fleet services, recognizing the scope of the task at hand. And whereas Bill has also served as Public Works and Transportation Team Leader since 2011, whereas Bill completed training with FEMA's Emergency Management Institute and the National Incident Management System as a member of the city's emergency operations team, Bill served countless hours over the years when the cities faced a calamity. And whereas Bill has been a dedicated public servant for over 37 years, faithfully carrying out his duties in the best of times and the worst of times, and has demonstrated a passion to do the right thing, treating people with dignity and respect. His institutional knowledge, wisdom, and sense of humor will be missed by those who have worked with him. And whereas Bill's been a terrific contributor to the city and has earned the right to retire, focusing his passion on spending time with his family and his hobbies that include cooking, fishing, and hunting. Now therefore be it resolved that the mayor and Common Council do hereby thank and extend a sincere appreciation to William T. Vandenbroek for his decades of dedicated service with the fleet service, and wish him the best of luck upon his retirement.
You know, when you've been around forever, they dig out some photos from God knows what. I think it was a bowling trophy, and it may have been the last time I wore a tie in the office. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the support over the years, for the mayor taking a chance on me in 1991 and anointing me the superintendent. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve the city of Madison. This recognition doesn't come without recognition to a lot of people. The council, the mayor, my wife.
He told us this was going to happen.
I did. I warned you. My daughter Sarah, who's here, my other daughter Erin, who could not join us, my son-in-law Travis, and some of you may know I have a picture once in a while of a little guy I know named Will, my grandson. But I want to thank you all for the support over the years, and for my staff who's here tonight, thank you very much, and for all the support that I've gotten from the Public Works team. Again, thank you.
Did you want to speak on the motion, Alderman Verveer?
Thank you. I know, Mayor, that I'm sure you want to say a few words about our friend, but thanks for letting me go first. So I feel like an especially old dinosaur tonight because, as Bill, I think, knows, because I've mentioned this to him more than one occasion, Bill is now departing as the one and only division or department head that was in office when I was first elected to this august body 22 years ago. So it's the end of an era for me. The next old person on the list is our traffic engineer, David Dreyer, who was appointed a couple years after I was first elected. So I've obviously known Bill an awful long time, and I have thought the world of you, Bill, all these many, many years that I've had the privilege of knowing you. As my colleagues well know, and as certainly I think Bill appreciates immensely, his position was not one where he had to interact with us alders very frequently. I would say very seldom, very rarely generally over his long, illustrious career of almost 4 decades of city service. Unlike, others, for example, I had a conversation today with the building inspection director, and I often think that most of George's job is just responding to alders' referrals of building inspection cases and dealing with alders on a daily basis. Bill has had the liberty of not having to deal with the 20 of us very frequently, except perhaps really at budget time at the Board of Estimates, and frankly, half the time we have such confidence in the operation that Bill runs, and I'll always call it motor equipment, but has run motor equipment. I know it's now called Fleet Services and has been for a long, long time. Oftentimes, Bill sits through long Board of Estimates budget meetings, and it's his turn to come to the table, and we can't even think of a question for him. Sometimes some of us think of, what's going on with fuel prices or something like that. But it's not because we don't care and because we don't appreciate the tremendous hard work that you and your staff do day in and day out, Bill. And then when our friend Larry Nelson left us physically from City Hall, as you all know, Bill was promoted as our Public Works and Transportation team leader. And I then saw Bill in more meetings and got more involved in a lot of other things for those 6 years or so that he's had that added responsibility of being the coordinator and go-to person for his many, many colleagues in Public Works and Transportation in the management team in Comp Group 21. And I know that he's provided tremendous leadership in that role because I've heard it on many occasions. So, Bill, it goes without saying that you will be extremely missed by all of us, especially your colleagues that see you day in and day out at First Street. I certainly hope you come back for the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting of the new Fleet Services facility. Maybe there'll even be a naming opportunity someday, like our friend Larry Nelson got. I know how the mayor feels about naming opportunities, but in any, at least for himself. But anyway, it just goes without saying that on behalf of the entire council, we thank you for your almost 4 decades of city service to our community, and wish you well on your well-deserved retirement. Congratulations, Bill, and I do have a card signed by all 20 of us that I'd like to present to you as well.
Mike, it's a second copy. Thank you, Alderman Verveer. And Bill, there's a second copy of the proclamation of the resolution there. So you got one that you can get grease on and one that the family can preserve. There's a lot more that could have gone into that resolution. Bill played a very important role in changing the way we procured vehicles and the standards by which we did it. There was a time where we would be looking at the size of the engine, things of that sort, rather than looking at the quality of the vehicle. And it not only impacted the operation in motor equipment at the time, but it also led to the rest of the city in terms of purchasing, changing the way we did things. The other thing is that Bill supervised the agency by listening to and talking to the folks who used that equipment. He wasn't always able to find exactly what they wanted in the marketplace, but he certainly did a great job in responding to the people who did the work and giving feedback and then making improvements in terms of performance. It's more than just squad cars, it's the pickup trucks, it's that huge green vacuum cleaner that we send out to work on the sewers and all of those other real special pieces of equipment. He also contributed, as you know, on the window ledge in my office. We have replications of part of the city fleet. Bill's made his contributions to those as well. Not as important a fleet as the real one, but I appreciate it. In any case, it's just been great working with you, hearing stories about your family, the success of your daughters, and how you look forward to spending time with them and the future of your retirement with your family. So our best to you, and I know that the rest of the management team, the Public Works team, the planning team, and all the rest of them are going to miss your contributions. It's more than just your department. So congratulations to all of you. Thank you. Further discussion? Mr. City Attorney?
I don't usually get to say anything on these matters, but in Bill's case, I have to. I'm starting to move up that ladder of longevity, and both on my behalf and on behalf of a lot of the other managers. Bill was the guy we really looked up to as somebody who was a model for the way you want to run your department, and we're going to miss him. So congratulations, Bill, and thanks for all your work.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none on the question, which is adoption, all those in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. So, we've said it repeatedly. We've had your last Public Works team meeting, we've had your last management team meeting, and now your last City Council meeting, though you're welcome back. And you can stay for very, very invigorating discussions later this evening. No? Alderman Rivera is about to call on you.
I'm ready, Mayor. I don't believe we have any petitions or communications to be accepted at this point. I don't know of any early public comment. Is that correct? No early public comment. And that takes us right to the presentation of the consent agenda. I know we have many visitors with us this evening. We welcome all of you. So let me explain what our consent agenda is for those that aren't familiar with our process here. So at this time, I will be moving a consent agenda, which is recommended action for each item listed on our agenda, except the following types of items, and then I'll get to the specifics in a moment. So we will not be having as part of this consent agenda any items that we have registrants wishing to speak, items which require an extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent, or items which members of the council have separated out for discussion, debate purposes. So specifically on this evening's agenda, I move that the recommended action for each item on our agenda with the following separations and notes. First of all, agenda items 4 through 14 are public hearing items and will be separated from this motion. The following 2 items are extra majority items where votes will be recorded as unanimous unless otherwise stated. They are agenda item number 15. One of the mayor's committee appointments is a resident of another community, I believe Monona. So we will assume as part of this motion that a 2/3 vote was cast to confirm Josephine Oema Miller for her reappointment to the Sister City Collaboration Committee. And for agenda item number 67, a budget amendment, a resolution amending the water utilities adopted 2017 capital budget to transfer $709,000 from the 2017 pump station improvements program to the 2017 water utility facility improvements program. Furthermore, for agenda item number 65, the motion will be to, for agenda item number 65, a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a permanent limited easement for public bus shelter purposes from AL Land Acquisitions Limited Liability Corporation located at 4325 Nakoma Road. The recommendation will be adoption, as is the recommendation from the Plan Commission meeting last night. For agenda item number 70, we're premature in listing this on the agenda tonight, so under the ordinance for agenda item number 70 is the report regarding board, committee, commission, ad hoc committee, and subcommittee members who have not filed the required statement of interest form. This motion will include re-referral of that report to our next meeting of March 21st. The following 2 items additionally will be excluded from this motion. They are agenda item number 34, a resolution authorizing the city to execute an agreement with BKM Group Limited Liability Corporation to conduct food and beverage concession sales, alcoholic and non-alcoholic, and selling supporting merchandise at Old Brick Park for the years 2017 to 2023. And further, we are separating agenda item number 63, a resolution approving the Connect Madison Economic Development Strategy as a city's economic development plan, and to direct city staff and economic development committee to move forward with implementation. That's separated because the division is going to present us with a summary of the report prior to our discussion and consideration of it later this evening. So with that said, Mr. Mayor, the motion would include all items save for public hearing items 4 through 14 and items 3 and 63.
Thank you. You said 3 and 63.
I'm sorry, 34 and 63.
Thank you.
So public
Why don't
hearing
you
items
repeat- why
4
don't you
through...
repeat it again?
Right, separation, of course, on the public hearing items, which are on agenda items 4 through 14, and then further separation on 2 resolutions, items 34 and 63.
Okay, is there a second? Discussion? Seeing Alderman Aarons?
Item 5 and 34 relate to the same topic, so can we,
I'll be
We will
getting to that
consolidate
momentarily
them.
after this
We
motion.
will consolidate them. Alderman, on the agenda then, the vote, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, declare public hearing open on number 4, a new license for Infamous, doing business as Visions, 3554 East Washington Avenue, the recommendation to place on file without prejudice. There are no registrations, and so we will declare the hearing closed. At this time, what do you want to do with item 4? Let's do 4 and then go to 5. Alderman Revere?
Thank you. I move to adopt the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee, which is to place on file without prejudice the license application, agenda item number 4.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion is second. Discussion? Seeing none, all is in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 5.
And as it relates to agenda item 5, I move to place upon the table agenda item number 5 at this time.
Motion is to place 5 on the table. There is a second on tabling.
If I could just briefly explain for everyone, our intention will be after the conclusion of all the public hearing items, then I will make a motion to suspend the rules to combine items 5 and 34 and allow each speaker 8 minutes combined on those items.
Thank
So we
you.
will get to that in due course.
On tabling, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. 3 ayes, none opposed, motion carries. That takes us to item number 6, a public hearing on Top Shelf Hospitality doing business as the Hail Mary Sports Grill. The hearing is open. The recommendation is council's to deny because of the health, safety, and welfare of the community. There are no registrations, and declare the hearing closed. Declare a hearing open on item 7 for North Central Management doing business as AC Hotel. The recommendation of council is to grant. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Item 8, declare a hearing open on Enovino Downtown Madison. Recommendation of council is to grant. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Could we take up the recommendations on items 6 through 8, balance of the ALRC report? Alderman Revere?
Thank you. I move to adopt the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee and its recommendations for agenda item number 6. It is to deny the application as contrary to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Grant items 7 and 8.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Declare a hearing open on item 9. No. Are we at 9? Yeah.
Yes.
At item 9, OM Jack Madison Wings. Recommendation of council is to grant. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Declare a hearing open on item 10. No Madison, doing business as Nomad World Pub. The recommendation to council is to grant with conditions. There are no registrations. The hearing's closed. Item 11, declare a hearing open on Martha's Cocina. Recommendation of council is to grant. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Declare a hearing open on item 11, Hamilton Canteen. The recommendation of council is to grant. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Declare a hearing open on item 13, 2505 Kennedy LLC. The recommendation of council is to grant. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Declare a hearing open on 14, Palmyra Mediterranean Grill. Recommendations to grant with conditions. There are no registrations. Declare the hearing closed. Alderman Verveer?
Thank you. I move to adopt the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee, though with separations at this point for agenda items 9 and 13. So I would move to specifically grant with conditions agenda item number 10, grant agenda items number 11, 12, and grant agenda item number 14 with conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second? There is. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Item 9, Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. I move to recess the public hearing and refer to the next common council meeting as per the email from the city clerk to the council today regarding the application still being incomplete.
Is there a second? There is. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderman Revere, number 13.
Thank you. I'll yield to the Alder of the District Alderperson Bedar for the motion on item 13.
Thank you. So the motion on item 13 is to grant with the condition voluntarily agreed to by the applicant that the establishment close by 9 p.m.
Second.
And just to clarify, that was actually the motion at ALRC that passed. It just doesn't appear on our agenda, so I wanted to make sure it's there for the record.
Very good, thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none. On the motion to adopt, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderman Revere.
Thank you. I move to remove agenda item number 5 from the table.
Is there a second? Motion and a second. Alderwoman Eskridge.
Thank you, Mayor. I intend to recuse myself on both items 5 and 34 due to a conflict of interest.
Thank you. On the question before us is the motion by Alderman Revere. There is a second discussion. Alderman Cheeks.
As I've noted in the past, including at the last Board of Estimates meeting, I just want to disclose that regarding items 5 and 34, I serve on a nonprofit board with one of the investors. Neither of us have any financial ties to that nonprofit, and there's no conflict of interest, but I want to be transparent that we both serve, that I serve in a capacity on a nonprofit civic engagement board.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none on the question, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderman Revere, how would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to suspend the rules to combine agenda items number 5 and 34 for purposes of public testimony, which would then allow each speaker a total of 8 minutes to speak on these two combined related items, again, items 5 and 34.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion on suspension. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. At this point, it would be appropriate to have a motion before us. Alderman Revere?
To start the conversation, then, I would move to adopt the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee to grant with conditions agenda item number 5, and to adopt agenda item number 34, the recommendation of the Board of Park Commissioners and Board of Estimates.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion and a second. The items before us, we have a number of speakers. What I'll do is I'll be calling about 3 people at a time. We have both microphones available, and if you could, if you're the next couple of speakers, could you come forward and be prepared to follow whoever is the previous speaker?
Mr. Mayor, if I might interject
yes.
at this point, I believe that we have over 25 or so speakers for these two items, just for everyone's information. And perhaps it would be in order to hear from the applicants to start out the public testimony, which is the normal procedure at ALRC meetings.
Yes, that would be in order.
So I don't know how they wish to proceed, who wants to go first.
Could the applicants who do the presentation come on up? Are you going to want to use the computer for your notes or to project up here?
You speaking separately or combined?
We'll do just one combined.
You just want 8 minutes? Okay.
Well, if we can.
For a total of 16 minutes between the two speakers, just so that everyone is understanding
Yes.
of that, and assuming there's no objection.
Could you both, as you proceed, first of all, I got to, oops. Hang on, I'll get it. Did I get it? Thank you. How are we doing?
Counting down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the other two on. It says 48, 47 here, 46, 44, 42.
It's up there.
You want to try anytime you want? Go ahead.
Okay. So yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, members of this body, for considering our proposals tonight. My name is Mike Baer. I'm one of the co-owners of BKM Group LLC, the applicant for these items 5 and 34 this evening, and my colleague Travis.
Good evening, Travis Mueller.
Travis Mueller is one of our co-owners, also an attorney on our team. So I'd like to just walk quickly through a couple of slides to introduce the idea and quickly orient you to what it is we're proposing. So go ahead to the first slide. Beer gardens have been around for a long time. They were started by breweries in the 19th century in Munich. Patrons brought their own food. This was something that sort of came about organically because of the need to have cold storage underground. Those sort of became an activity all into themselves. It didn't take long before people showed up outside. Tradition has been alive in Wisconsin for decades. We at the Memorial Union Terrace have been enjoying ourselves since 1933. According to our research, that's the oldest beer garden in America with outdoor service like this. So we certainly know how to do this in Madison. Milwaukee County opened Esterbrook Park Beer Garden in 2012. They've opened 4 more beer gardens since then. They are, wonderful places, safe, responsible consumption, and they've been a success for the county, generated a tremendous amount of revenue for the county as well. So our proposal is to replicate that success in Milwaukee. At Olbrich Park, our proposed operating hours are listed on the right side there. We want to operate seasonally. Weather permitting, obviously, it's outdoor seasonal operation. Last call will be at 9 p.m. with service ending at 9:30 p.m. and then closing at 10 p.m., which is consistent with the closing of Olbrich Park. The staffing, 3 of us owners are local, available to manage and staff respond to any concerns that come up. We will hire a operating manager who will be, we've got some great candidates in the pipeline, will be extremely experienced, know how to do this, and ensure that we're doing things on the up and up, ensuring compliance with the contract, with all of the conditions of the license placed on us by ALRC, our Responsible Alcohol Consumption Action Plan, and our security plan, which we submitted to you before this meeting. All of our staff will be 21 or older and served safe, trained and certified on food, alcohol, and complaint resolution, and we'll have a licensed operator by law on site at all times, or an associate manager. These proposed rules are part of our Responsible Alcohol Consumption Action Plan, which is a requirement by the Parks Commission for any alcohol service in parks. They'll be posted at the beer garden. Number 1, showing respect for our neighbors for Lake Monona and Olbrich Park. Outside alcohol being prohibited in the park by ordinance, and all alcohol must stay in the beer garden. Another one to point to is unaccompanied minors not allowed in the beer garden. But the space will be open to all park users when we are not operating during operating hours. So we want to point to the number of changes that we've made, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, but there's been a significant amount of input from neighbors, from members of the ALRC, from Board of Estimates, from the Parks Commission, from staff, City Attorney's Office, and from, as I said, I think at the beginning, members of the public, that we wanted to be responsive to, first of all, our name now being the Beer Garden at Olbrich Park. We've added an exclusive use provision. We've taken the level of amplified music down to only a PA1 level, only on Friday and Saturday. That's a condition placed on us by ALRC from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And we'll also have an sort of impermeable demarcation around the outside of ropes connected by objects to ensure that our premises is being respected. And a capacity of 240 people, we had originally proposed 300 people. So we've gotten smaller, fewer hours, and ensured that we've got a premises that is acceptable and well marketed. A couple other things, we added a 20-foot buffer between our premises and the riprap on the lakeshore to ensure that people can access the shore for swimming, fishing, whatever, or just simply passing through along the shoreline. We will follow the park's winterization schedule for our seasonal open and close. The building isn't heated, so we need water. So obviously a seasonal operation. And we'll talk about the fees in a second. Go ahead. This precise map is part of the use agreement, was surveyed by the park surveyor, and ensures that there is that's 20-foot buffer between the lake and between the riprap and our premises, and sort of shows that there's a space to the, call that northeast, where we plan to have some yard games or something available to entertain folks that isn't just sitting at the tables in the seating area. And back one second. Another point here is that the restrooms are not part of our licensed premises. They'll still be open and accessible by members of the public as long as you are not carrying any alcohol into the bathroom. So those will be open, accessible, and they have doors on both sides, so they're extremely accessible. They'll also be ADA compliant. Go ahead. So just wanted to take a bird's eye view of the park and the size of the park and what we're looking at for the beer garden itself. And the distance to the nearest residence, 670 feet across a 4-lane road. A 4-lane road that has 4 bus lines, a very accessible site by bicycle. 120 parking spots at this building and 369 throughout the park, so certainly plenty of parking and very accessible location. And this tiny orange footprint is the beer garden, is our premises, the outer line, taking up 0.2% of the acreage of this park. It's a big park with a mile of shoreline, and we're taking up only a fraction of that with that buffer between the riprap and the premises. This is what the site looks like now. Well, in the summer when things are a little bit warmer and greener. It's grass, clover now. The building is certainly in need of some tender loving care, which we will provide. There's a list of improvements at the end of the use agreement. But it's a wonderful place with a lot of potential. We hope we can turn it into something great and an asset for the city. Go ahead. So we also just wanted to quickly show some pictures of what we're talking about. As this is sort of a new concept for the city. This is Esterbrook Park in Milwaukee, which was their first one, operated by a private vendor that contracts with the county. Been very successful, popular spot. Go through these sort of quickly. Humboldt Park in Milwaukee is a slightly more open air feeling than Esterbrook. Picnic tables, essentially in the woods with horseshoes and yard games. The Hop Garden in Paoli is very much a sort of bring your own chair, bring your own everything, but buy their beer. Great little spot. Philadelphia has been doing traveling beer gardens for a couple of years. And one thing to notice here is their outer boundary, you can see it better on the left picture, is demarcated by a rope attached to barrels, which will be sort of similar to what what the condition that's been placed on us by ALRC will look like. And this is Hoffman Estates, Illinois, at their Village Green Park. That's a Chicago suburb where they've put together a sort of smaller but certainly attractive beer garden there. And then just for fun, our sister city, Freiburg, Germany, they've got a number of beer gardens, but this one is in a park, has a amphitheater attached to the back of it along with the boat launch. So we didn't know about this until about 3-4 weeks ago. And just sort of interesting, fun to show. So, want to also point to the revenue benefit to the city, $234,150 over the 7 years. 62,000 of that being in capital improvements that we will, leave behind if we're out of business for some reason, in addition to the vending permit use fee. And we will also assume the utilities cost of the site and clean and stock the restrooms along with the intended co-occupant of Rutabaga Paddle Sports at this building. So those are the slides, and I have a couple of other things that I'd like to talk through quickly. First being the amount of public engagement that we've done with this project. Tonight is our 16th meeting on this proposal, 16th public meeting, the 14th at which we've presented or answered questions. And we're certainly thankful to the Board of Park Commissioners, the Board of Estimates, and the Alcohol License Review Committee. We were at their meeting 3 times. Alder Revere has been also at the Board of Estimates along with Alder Aaron, so thank you both for being with us for so much more of this time. It's certainly been a thorough vetting of this proposal, and we thank them for the recommendation to you to pass this evening. So you're certainly also going to hear after us from those who oppose this plan. And we'll be happy to respond to their concerns and your questions after the public testimony. We want to make clear that we have addressed many concerns expressed to us by members of the public, city staff, members of this body, members of the Parks Commission, Board of Estimates, Alcohol License Review Committee. We've made significant adjustments to the plan. Now, the opponents may not find those adjustments to be satisfactory, but they are meaningful. And we have made concessions and compromise. I think, as you all know, as policymakers, there's certainly virtue in compromise, and we've tried to accommodate. And I'd also like to direct your attention to the supporters. This proposal has gotten a lot of positive support, which we're thankful for. One of the adjacent neighborhood associations doesn't have a position. The other 2, and those are Lake Edge and Sassy, endorse the proposal, and we thank them for their support. And I can't tell you how many young families, people of all ages are excited about this proposal. And we think this would be a tremendous positive for the city. It generates revenue, will bring positive activity back to a public space that has great potential and is underutilized today. Our operation will be safe. We'll be guided by the use agreement before you this evening, which contains our responsible alcohol consumption action plan, as well as a security plan. And there's the 14 conditions placed by ALRC on our license. So heavily regulated, a lot of paperwork going with this operation. And as I said earlier, we've modeled this proposal on the success of Milwaukee County. The idea, we think, is ripe for replication here. Those beer gardens are destinations for multi-generational and diverse patrons. They're safe. Their level of incident reports have gone from a significant amount of vandalism and break-ins and drug use and crime down to next to nothing because there's positive activity at those facilities. So everyone will be welcome at the park, at the beer garden at Olbrich Park. It is a park which is open to anyone, and we want to preserve that the best we can. You won't need to make a purchase to sit at one of the tables. You can bring your own food or have it delivered to you. This space being open to everybody and maintaining the feeling of a park is important to us. We want this to be for everybody. And I certainly will get tremendous joy out of watching a couple there on a date or a family tossing a football, office team relaxing after meeting a tough deadline, or a softball team bonding after a tough game across the street. But really, it's about a group of strangers from diverse backgrounds striking up a conversation about shared struggles at one of these shared tables, and all sort of while enjoying one of the most beautiful places in our city. That's what we're looking for, and we hope that has been clear throughout this process, that we're looking for a community gathering place. We'll make it safe, responsible, and successful, and we ask that you please vote yes. And thank you for your time.
Okay, would you like to proceed with the rest of the registrants, and we'll do all questions at the end? So we normally proceed, and I'm getting acknowledgement. Very good. Thank you. These are all duplicates. All right, what I'm going to do, clerk sorted these out in regards to support, oppose, and neither support nor oppose. So I will proceed now to alternate as long as we've got alternating views. And as I indicated before, please feel free, whichever microphone is closest to you. The other thing I want to mention, which is shared to me by the city attorney, we've got a number of issues here that have been raised in communications, and one of them has to deal with challenges in regards to any ethics issues involving Alderwoman Eskridge. And I simply want to caution everyone that this matter has been taken up by the Ethics Committee, and that it is not a subject of the hearing. It is not a subject appropriate for discussion or debate, particularly since it's only before the Ethics Committee that Alderwoman Eskridge can provide her views, and she cannot do it in this setting. So I simply want to caution people in that regard. So the first three people that we'll have speaking are Tom Wagner opposing, Tom DeShant supporting, and Carl Lansness neither opposed or supporting. So starting with, did I say Tom? I meant Tim Wagner, Tom DeShant, Tim and Tom, and Carl.
Right off the bat, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Common Council. Mike Barrett, a couple of the ALRC meetings, especially at the December meeting, said that they could be closed one scheduled night a week. I am opposed to this project first and foremost, but Mike Barrett said in December that they could be closed one scheduled night per week. I asked that they be closed one scheduled night per week. Mike Barrett said that having music, not having music will not be a problem for them. So I asked that absolutely no amplified music at all for any reason. Mike Bear said at the last ALRC meeting that they can survive on a maximum capacity of 175. I asked that the maximum capacity be limited to 175. I have a little problem with the time that this bar is going to close and the fact that the park closes at the same time. I want to know how people are going to get to their car and be out of the park at 10 when the bar doesn't close till 10. I asked that the bar last service at 9, the bar closes at 9:30. That way people have sufficient time to get out of the park, along with BCAM's own employees, which it seems like they don't seem to care that their own employees are out of the park by the time that the park closes. I've lived next to Obrecht Park for 30 years. I dealt with the issues with the alcohol abuse that went on there, and the fact with the safety concerns that went on. People stopped going to the park because of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about the cost of what it's going to cost to actually put this in. 2 weeks ago, at the LRC meeting, City of Madison was told or said that they would pay for half the cost of the electrical upgrade, which is $17,500. That BCAM would pay the other $17,500. And that the City of Madison would pay for the upgrade, reconstruction of the bathrooms in the beach house. At a December Public Parks Commission meeting, Mike Bear said it would cost $48,000 to rehabilitate the building, bathrooms and electrical. If that's the case, that means that would have been $35,000 for the electrical, $13,000 for the bathrooms, $48,000. The city basically is on the hook now for $30,500. As of right now, 5 city employees are gonna have to be used to put in this crushed stone pad because that Parks Department wants that. 5 city employees working 2 weeks, a little over $11,000 in wages. $4,300 for 240 yards of crushed stone. $400 for silt sock. Total $33,400. I've got a really hard time having a city employee putting in basically an infrastructure for a private business. I worked for the City of Madison for 34 years. I never worked for a private employee while I worked for the city. Why is a city employee having to work for a private business? If they want that gravel pad so bad, let them put it in, let them pay for it. This is a misuse of city employees. It's an abuse of power. Thank you for your time.
Tom DeShant, followed by Carl Lansness, followed by Ed Woolsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I did some research tonight. First of all, I'm here in support. And I'm glad Mike Bear brought up the fact that the Memorial Union Terrace has been with us since 1933, almost 90 years of experience. But I was curious, what is the experience? Has that been a problem or not? What's our what's our track record with beer gardens? So I spoke to 2 people who had direct experience, administrative experience, including the last director of the Memorial Union for the last 2 decades. And he said, in fact, yes, there were 3 items that caused problems over the 20 years. They were specifically underage drinking, monitoring carefully, so the whole ID thing and monitoring. Transients who have been drinking outside and walked in, because as you know, the Memorial Union is not fenced or cordoned off in any way. And certain bands, only certain bands, highly amplified, brought in from the outside that brought other people from the outside who are not typical Memorial Union users. Those over 20 years were the 3 issues. Now, with those 3 issues, I would remind you that the capacity of the terrace is normally about 800, bouncing up to 1,000 for those big events. Beer is sold by the pitcher. It's limited to 20 ounces in the restrictions that ALRC has put on this. They serve late until midnight, typically on the weekends. This is cut off at 9:30. And it's a much younger crowd, a student crowd, much different than typically what you see at a beer garden. And they do have large amplified events. There is no large amplified. The special events have been cut out, and the amplifications have been cut out on the weekends to the lowest level and very limited. So bottom line, I think the 14 conditions put on this license by the ALRC have clearly addressed the concerns of the neighborhood, and I think meet the conditions of public health, safety, and welfare concerns. I think this is way different than Union, and with the long 2-decade experience, the Union has really very, very limited issues. And specifically, I asked about how about campus police calls. Almost nothing. People roam, the campus police have roamed through, and only when there was a great big amplified event was anyone actually stationed there. So our Madison experience with a beer garden concept has actually been very even, if you will, and very well contained. So that just brings me to my final point. I don't want to take 8 minutes. But the issue of public decision making. Some of you know I sit on one of the public commissions, urban design, and I know what it feels like to sit there and try to balance the kind of very organized opposition of a fierce few against either the unexpressed or widely, but unexpressed support of the many. I represent, I hope, the many, or the rest of us tonight. And in that regard, I would remind you that Old Brick Park is a citywide resource. It is not Orton Park. It's not a tiny neighborhood park surrounded immediately by homes. The nearest homes are 2 football fields away. There has been substantial community input on this. 6 months, 14 meetings, lots and lots of public hearings. I've sat through many of them. I am encouraged that people have gotten out there and fought for what they believe, but I'm very disappointed that they have not acknowledged all the compromises, all the adjustments, both on the part of the applicant and on the part of ALRC. There's really been a lot of compromise on this issue, all reflecting the health, safety, and welfare issues that alcohol licensing is supposed to address. So finally, I would just say, again, from wearing a kind of a city perspective hat, I would hate to see the innovation of the Parks Department specifically curtailed or stopped in its tracks before they've been allowed to try a new and innovative placemaking concept that brings along with it new and innovative sources of revenue that can offset future taxes. Both of those, I think, are extremely important. I don't want to see us hamstrung, and I would just remind you, in Milwaukee, those 4 permanent gardens and 2 roving gardens last year brought in $1 million of revenue to the Milwaukee County Parks Department, to the Parks Department. That's only their 5th year of operation, and they've grown over the time. So these are things that need to be looked at. I'm just asking you to say yes before preemptively saying no. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Lansness, Ed Woolsey, is it Woolsey? And Jessica Slind.
Well, you've heard from me quite a bit lately, both by email and by testifying on this and other issues of conflict that break my heart. We can't find a better way to resolve our conflicts than some of the adversarial means that have ripped apart some of our people, places. And as I've told you before, when I brought my giraffes, there are other ways to solve some of these. They don't have to be compromises. They can be win-win, but they require surrender of our precious ego, pride, and intellect. And I used to try to solve things with my head. 2 elite universities, including here, thought I was pretty smart. But all it did was teach me how to compete with my ego intellect and not how to resolve at a heart level, at a soul level, as I wrote you this weekend. It's the only thing that gives me hope for dealing with this and some of the other police citizen issues that this park is going to trigger. And as you may also know, some of you, this park is very dear to me for many reasons, past and present. This was my childhood park and beach back in the 50s and 60s, when Old Brick Beach was a vibrant social center. The waters were pretty clean. And when I came back after 30 years away out in high-tech yuppiedom out west, swimming in this beach told me why it's underutilized. I mean, the pea soup that caused me to itch for days is the real reason. Chris Rickert talked about that as a big issue why this and other beaches are underutilized. And that's motivated me to be part of several groups, including Friends of Starkweather Creek, Eastside Planning Council, and an advisory council for the nearby Goodman Community Center, working with nature and youth and people in win-win ways that we can heal our environment while we heal ourselves in magical ways. And this was what healed me from severe depression that brought me back here to my roots 12 years ago. Broken, lost, and it was wandering out of my childhood home near the Madison Kip, another issue, and wandering through this Old Brick Park area, the Old Brick Gardens, connecting with the land in new ways, and with the lake and the beach that brought me back to life, and dreaming about what could be, win-win ways that we could work with each other instead of against each other. And it's brought me into some miraculous contacts with people and place and our youth, especially the Goodman Community Center youth, that have healed me, uplifted me, inspired me, that we can take this broken area, which is heavily abused. That beach and watershed are heavily abused. I mean, that's all filled near Old Brick. The shoreline is very unnatural. And one of the solutions that I'd like to pursue, and I've proposed to City Parks and Parks Commission and some other stakeholders, is some novel ways, even beyond what some of the current collaborations between Clean Lakes Alliance and so on are doing, with some other urban environments are working with some ways of simulating restoration and cleansing of water through something called floating islands or natural beaches and so on, that could be not only beautiful, but naturally cleansing and restore the water quality and the vibrancy that could bring this beach and park back to life or new life. And with collaboration of very diverse people, instead of gentrifying the haves and the have-nots that some of the neighbors have brought up as an issue of this. And I empathize with many of the issues brought up by the neighbors, and the detailed petition is heavily thought out. But there are many alternate ways, and some other alternate ways using co-created community art, getting our feet in the soil, creating things together. I've seen communities connect polarized enemies when they get out of their heads, into their hearts, and create beauty and art together. Because one of the big issues I'm concerned with here is now that there are wounds and loss of trust, no matter what vote you resolved tonight, the losers won't go away. Just like in our other political realms. The 49% who lose the vote spend most of their time trying to sabotage the so-called winners, and in the end, we all lose, dearly. And I've suffered that kind of loss, and I'm no longer willing to do that. And one more example that gives me hope is an indigenous society that created a way of decision-making, peacemaking, that was so effective hundreds of years before white man came to this country that the writers of our Constitution consulted with these people, commonly known as the Iroquois Confederacy, they like to be called the Haudenosaunee. They had a way of reaching consensus and equity of genders and races and people that were way beyond our American Constitution. Our founders left those key parts out. And yet we are in a city that was named after the key author of this Constitution, with all of our streets, all the signage. I believe this city is uniquely poised to experiment in a new way. This proposal, this park opens up a new way. And I suggest that we reopen the master planning process for not only the Old Park region, but the entire Starkweather watershed, which is a brilliant laboratory for healing, repairing in win-win ways. And I'm fully, fully committed to this myself, and I have many others that are willing to work with us, for us, if we can find a way to get into our hearts.
Thank you. Next registrant is Ed Woolsey, followed by Jessica Slind, followed by Patrick Suckup.
Need the screen?
This may take a moment.
Thank you. Come on.
Why don't we have, okay.
Okay, well, let me just talk first of all. And I'll get to this.
Well, just hang on a second here. I had turned off the projector beam, and it takes a while of cooling off before it can go back on.
I don't need the projector for at least 3 minutes, if that's okay.
I can't tell you how long it's going to take. I think it
Okay.
would be preferable
To have somebody else talk
have
first?
somebody else go,
That's fine.
and then we'll come back when the light's up. So why don't we go right to Jessica?
Hi.
And then Jessica will be followed by Patrick, and hopefully by that time, I can turn the projector back on.
Hi, I'm Jessica Slind, and I live in the Eastmoreland neighborhood. I'm a mom of 2 little kids. The Olbrich Park is in our stroller range, so we go there quite a bit. This is a lovely spot, and we love it, but it's also a very large park, and that's part of why I'm in support of this. I think there's plenty of room for all different types of park users. I don't think this park is used to its full potential. There's plenty of times when we're the only people there, which I can't necessarily complain because then my kids can go crazy, but I think the park should be enjoyed by a wide variety of people in our area. And I think that this project could draw new people to the park to come and hang out and really make use of the view. But I think it will also enhance the visit of regular park goers. I know for myself, I've really enjoyed the family-friendly terrace with my kids and meeting up with friends. And I'm so excited at the prospect of having something similar in my own backyard in stroller distance. Lots of other neighborhoods I've envied because they have lots of cafes and establishments that are in walking distance. And I think this would really be an opportunity for our neighborhood to have something that's enviable. So I strongly hope that you will support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ed, I think it's on.
Yeah, now, I just hope that what's up there and what I have on my screen are 2 different things, but that's,
This is not what you have on your screen?
I just have the one on the left. So I'm not sure what the,
You gotta switch monitors.
what?
You gotta switch which one is your primary monitor.
Swap displays.
Well, I don't have anything like that on my screen. Let me see.
Okay. You have to swap out for it down.
Oh, okay. At any rate, 2 parts. I want to talk about a couple things that have been talked about in Parks Commission, is that the Parks Commission is quite happy to compare this project with what's happened at Reese Stevens Field and also at Olbrich Park, and that's like comparing apples to alligators. Olbrich Park is a wide open facility, whereas Reese Stevens and Warner Park are walled facilities with very guarded egress and ingress facilities. If somebody acts up inside those facilities, it's easy enough to simply kick them out. If you kick somebody out of Olbrich Park, that's another issue altogether. Now, also in terms of activities, Parks seems to be very happy to say that what they've done to Reese Stevens Field and also to Warner Park is to bring in new activities, and those kind of new activities, including the drinking alcohol, they think would be in addition to Olbrich Park. Now, it turns out that though they're not new activities at all, Reese Stevens Field has had alcohol for over 30 years, starting with the Madison Muskies. The Madison Muskies brought alcohol to Warner Park as well. They've had relatively little problems there because, again, it's a walled community. Other activities which occurred to those 2 places and also occur at Olbrich Park include sporting events. In terms of Reese Stevens, the park commissioner, head of the park commissioner, seemed to be unaware that there were 40 years of high school football games, track games, high school baseball, in other events which occurred at Breeze Stevens. And many years, that same sort of activity has also occurred at Warner Park. And if there's anything for organizing control of activity, it's got to be high school students. So comparing that to Olbrich Park is very different. Olbrich Park is an open park. It has a proposed facility for a beer garden, which is a little bit more than a half acre in size. It has a boundary of 720 feet, and being able to control that strikes me as a very difficult proposition. Now, from what I understand earlier tonight, BKM has agreed to abide by what the Alcohol License and Review Board specified as restrictions on use, which involves having a perimeter of some sort of barrier, which is every 4 feet or every 6 feet, with ropes connecting those barriers all the way around the facility. Now, I walked that. It's now a measured facility out there, so at least we know exactly what the land looks like. I walked around that. It takes 2.5 minutes to walk completely around that facility. Now, I'm an old person. I'm 70 years old, but I would still walk faster than the college students who I have to keep up with every day down on campus. And so maybe I walked around that a little bit more quickly than others, but it's a long, long perimeter. Now I want to get into the size of this, because I think one of the things that people don't have a very good perspective of is what is a half an acre. Half an acre is a lot of distance. If we look at the map on the left here, this is Olbrich Park. It's essentially two sections. The one on the north side of Atwood Avenue is a little bit more than 32 acres, most of which is all predetermined activities. The softball diamonds are fenced off. The botanical garden is fenced off. There are parking lots. There's relatively little free open space there, except for between softball diamonds 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, which is used often for warming up in softball. There has been some used soccer there in the past. People will try to fly a kite there on occasion. Frisbee goes on. On the other side of the lake, it's 29 acres, of which, of basically open space, it's 32 total of, including parking lots and the like. Other than the beach house, the tennis courts, the volleyball, the parking lots, the basketball court, that side is all open space. It's the largest single open space in the city of Madison. It allows for all sorts of activities. You can play soccer. They can line that out if you want. You could throw frisbee. You can play frisbee football. You can put up volleyball net any place, including where it already exists. You could have picnics. Kids can run around. There's a lot of things that can be done there. Now, if we put in a beer garden, and this is a 2-scale beer from the plan on the right, which is the beer garden. On the left is a picture of a superimposed on the park of where the present one is supposed to be. That is to actual scale. Where the trees are on the diagram on the right is where the trees are in the diagram on the left. The boathouse is the same location. Everything is identical. Now, BKM says that that's 0.2% of the park. Well, that's 2% of the park, including the other side of the avenue as well. On this side of the park, it's actually about 2% of the park. Now, if you want to get another idea of how big a half an acre is, this is the band playing on Camp Randall Stadium. A half an acre is from the goal line to the 45-yard line, from one sideline to the other. Now, the band is taking up most of the field, and the band at the UW is 224 people. That's how many people perform. If you move all the people from the top of the football field to the bottom of the football field to join their companions here, that would be 224 people. The beer garden is supposed to hold 240 people. We're told by the fire department that, or at least reported that the fire department said that this facility could hold 800 people, and it would meet the fire department controls. If that's the case, I'd like to see you try to put 800 people in there, whereas if you move those other 112 people from the top down to the bottom, it's already crowded. Another way of looking at a half an acre is that 8 tennis courts constitute a half an acre of land. This is a big, big, big facility. I don't know any tavern in Madison that runs under a tavern law as opposed to under a restaurant law, which is that big. Secondly, if you take that same blue footprint that I gave you, and then let's just spread it across the field. Look at how, that's just 3 of those examples. This whole park, actually this side of the park, because this is only looking at part of the central part of the south of Atwood Avenue, would hold 18 of those just in this little center part here, including the one which is already down there. But look at how much room that takes. Enormous facilities. And with that, I just want to have one more slide. This is the small tree which is at the, in the park, which will all be encompassed by the beer garden. This is a memorial tree. And I'm wondering what Ben's family would think of this when they go down to Olbrich Park to look at their memorial tree and find out it's in a tavern and not in an open park. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For listening to me.
Thank you. The next registrant is Patrick Suckup, followed by Bill Oldolfrin, followed by Kathy Suckup.
It's, there's an O and a U in there. It's Suck Up, not Suck Up. Unless that's what you want me to do tonight. I'd like to first point out that the previous speaker was not comparing apples to apples when he was in reference to the University Beer Garden and the Olbrich Park Garden. The terrains are completely different. But let me get started on this. I've lived in East Moreland for more than 50 years. There are 7 taverns in our area. And I am a beer drinker. So I'm not opposed to drinking beer, but I am opposed to the idea of a tavern in our park and believe this outdoor tavern will scar the image of Oak Ridge Park forever. This tavern will become a detriment to the park and our community. Our parks were never designed for or should accept this type of project. One thing that especially bothers me is the fact there will be drunks that after their total beer consumption at the garden will be roaming among all the other park users, including youngsters and teenagers. When people are under the influence of alcohol, they can and do lose control, causing a large number of problems that in the end will cost the city and taxpayers dearly. As alders, you are elected by your constituents to represent them by making correct decisions that benefit all. We expect you to weigh all the facts, good and bad, without prejudice and without personal opinion. All the citizens in this city are counting on this and expect it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bill, followed by Kathy Suckup, and followed by Catherine Mal. I can't tell if it's a W at the end or is it Malchow? Anyway.
Hello, Madison Outers. My name's Bill Adolphson. I'm currently a resident in the East Moreland neighborhood. My wife and I, we moved to East Moreland 8 years ago. I've been living in the neighborhood, and I'm here to kind of support the beer garden. My wife and I, really one of the reasons we moved to the East Moreland neighborhood was Olbrich Park. It's really a gem kind of the neighborhood. It's this huge park. It's got a wonderful view of the Capitol. My wife and I love running through the park frequently. We like to run through the park, kind of through Atwood and back to the neighborhood. Our children, we have a 5-year-old and a 1.5-year-old. We're looking forward to this spring, our 5-year-old playing kindergarten soccer in the park. And I don't think any of these activities and ways we like to enjoy the park are going to be negatively impacted by the beer garden. And I think, in fact, our use of the park is going to be enriched because we're looking forward to bringing our children to the beer garden, having them play, and having mom and dad get a beer. And so, yeah, I'd just like to kind of voice my support for the beer garden. Thanks.
Thank you. Kathy is next, followed by Catherine, and then Susan Landsberg.
Okay. Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Kathy Suka, and I am a resident of Eastmoreland. I am also president of Eastmoreland Community Association, and I'm here to voice my opposition to the Old Brick Beer Garden proposal. I've heard from many Eastmoreland residents. Those who are for the beer garden are excited about the opportunity to get together with others and have a beer down at the park by the lake. They're happy that the bathrooms will be open longer. They're looking forward to bringing their kids and picnicking by the lake. I do believe that a place for neighbors and visitors to enjoy Old Brick Park is a good idea too. I've heard from many residents who oppose the beer garden. They're very concerned about the impacts on the neighborhood. They wonder who will make sure safety concerns are addressed. They wonder who will, if the beer garden is successful, where will the extra cars go? Who will clear the park at night? They have a lot of questions, and I don't have the answers to give them. I'm concerned that there is a problem in the beer garden. If there is a problem in the beer garden or in the park, there won't be anyone who can respond. There are not enough police resources to take care of non-emergency calls during the time, the BKM's open time. There are only 3 park rangers per shift who cover all of the 300-plus parks in Madison. The beer garden staff can't do anything about a problem situation unless it's taking place inside the beer garden premise. It doesn't seem responsible to intentionally add, alcohol to the park if there aren't enough safety resources in place to support the new safety issues. I'm asking that you deny this alcohol license. BKM has not shown that they are ready to run one of the largest bars in Madison, especially one with outdoors or walls. If you decide they deserve an alcohol license, please keep all of the attached conditions. I believe that the conditions are a step toward addressing, well, some of the neighborhood concerns. This project has divided the Eastmoreland neighborhood. Neighbors are arguing with each other. I've been the ECA president for over 30 years, and this is by far the most controversial project or issue that has happened in the neighborhood. I believe that if the Parks Department wanted to do something to bring people together at Old Brick Park, it should have started by contacting the neighborhood associations. The neighbors who enjoy the park the most would have helped to shape the project. They know the park well and have great ideas. We could have worked together and followed the placemaking philosophy. Instead of creating a community, this project has divided it. I don't understand why Parks accepted a proposal for an alcohol-specific business since the RFP said that the business that were involved could not include alcohol sales. Please vote against this project. I do not believe that it's the best way to bring communities together. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, you're Susan?
Right here, Catherine Melko. Mhm.
Catherine, and then
Hi, I'm speaking in support for the Olbrich Beer Garden. As someone that had lived in Milwaukee for several years, I was able to enjoy the Milwaukee Beer Gardens. So I was really excited to hear about the Olbrich proposal. I now live in the Atwood neighborhood. I went to undergrad and law school here, and the UW Madison Terrace is probably one of my favorite places on earth. As I was discussing this beer garden idea, though, with people that hadn't gone to school here, I was surprised to learn that they were happy and excited about this idea for a different reason. As someone who's gone to school here, I've always considered the terrace as like Madison's spot on the water, but in speaking with people that didn't go to school here, I learned that not everyone felt that way, that maybe that the terrace is UW Madison alumni spot. And the reason why people were excited about this beer garden idea is because it could be Madison as a community spot on the water. In Milwaukee, I enjoyed the beer garden with my parents. I would take them there when they were visiting, and I would go there for happy hour with friends. And I'm hoping that you guys approve this so that I can do the same thing here. Thank you.
thank you. Susan Landsberg, who will be followed by Dave Wallner.
Hi, I am opposed to the addition of the beer garden at Olbrich. I live right across the street and have for 32 years. This is a park that has had huge alcohol problems in the past, and I am not looking forward to having them brought back. When alcohol was allowed in the park, I had drunks on my porch when I came home sometimes. It's really not a good idea to bring alcohol back to a park that has huge problems in the past. I don't think that it's going to be able to be contained to just some people drinking 1 and 2 beers and then going home. There's always people that have problems that are gonna abuse it. Olbrich is a community park. During the nice weather, the parking is already full with all the sports club. It comes and goes really fast. You have a lot of soccer, you have ultimate frisbee, you have foosball, tennis, basketball. It's really a heavily used parking lot already. And then if you add on 240 people in their cars, where is everybody going to park? It's probably going to cut the sports people from coming because there's already too much other stuff there. Not all adults like to have their children in such close proximity as drinking as some of them here today. And Madison already is known as a drinking haven. I don't think the Parks Department needs to add to the alcohol problem. It's not the city's responsibility to teach our kids whether social drinking is good or bad. We just shouldn't have drinking in the park. Another main consideration is the level of noise that's going to be generated by this addition of the bar. We already have a lot of noise coming from the Tiki Bar at the Madison East Side Club, and they have live music and they have DJs. Then we have the basketball courts who have boom boxes, and then we have the tennis courts, not the tennis, the volleyball, who they play music. And then now you want to add more music onto the top. It's just like, it's going to make it even really hard to be outside without all this noise. But the main difference is that the other noises, they come and go as the people do. But this is a bar that wants to be there 7 days a week. That's every single night. That's really, for living across the street, that's really an imposition. So please deny this license as it's contrary to health and safety of the community to add to alcohol back. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Wallner, the President of the Madison Board of Park Commissioners, to be followed by Jan Edner.
Thank you, Michael. Let's see if I can. I want to start off with some thank yous to several people tonight, and especially the folks from the park staff. Eric Knapp, I think, is here. Charlie Romines has also worked on this project for over a year. And especially to Claire Oleksiak, who's in the back of the room. She's done fantastic work on this. She's one of the newer members of the Parks Commission, so if you haven't met her, maybe you can do so tonight. And I also want to thank alders who have been in support of this already. My friends Mark Clear and Samba Baldan, were members of the Parks Commission. Those of you on the BOE who supported it, and the ALRC, I really appreciate your support. It's been a long process. I will take some ownership for this, for better or for worse. This idea, about 2 years ago, I had friends who spent a lot of time in Milwaukee, and they said, why doesn't Madison have a beer garden? That'd be for adults, neighborhoods, kids, separate from the Union Terrace. I love the Union, I go there a lot. And so I brought the idea forward to staff, and we chatted about it a little bit. I think the first meeting that we held with the police department, city staff, Roger Allen, I think, was there. Alders, neighbors from the Olin Turville neighborhood, Friends of Olin Turville were there. We thought about putting it over there, as you may know, and staff said, isn't going to work. The shelter is used so extensively, weddings, special events, the big beer event it's later in the summer. And they came up with the idea of putting it over at Olbrich using this old and kind of dilapidated shelter. And the RFP was sent out in, I believe, in May. Reactions came back, or responses came back in probably late August or September. And along with the rutabaga idea, Parks Commission will look at that contract tomorrow night, and hopefully it'll be back to you within the next month. And I felt, as did the Parks Commission and city staff, that this was a dynamite combination, a really good combination of activities for people, many of whom don't have access to the lakes. They can use rutabagas facilities, paddle boats, kayaks, etc., and come to this park as they do in Milwaukee, as they do. I've been to the Milwaukee parks many times, and that's partly what triggered this idea. I've been to Europe. I've seen beer gardens in other countries. My wife and I are out in Vancouver about a year ago on vacation. We bicycled all over Vancouver. They have restaurants and kind of similar beer gardens in that beautiful city, all surrounded by ocean property, gorgeous park system. And so as we talked, it was like, why don't we try this? It's a pilot program. If it doesn't work, we have the authority to make changes. If BKM does not come up to our standards, they'll have chances to improve their work. And I look at it as a pilot program. If it works, great. If it doesn't, we'll move on. Let's see, what else was I thinking of? One other issue has been this issue of process. I served on this body in Liddell's seat for 10 years. I know how much this city loves process and transparency and serious discussion. I know you guys know it because you're here till midnight on many nights, as I've been in the last couple months. And I think to argue that there hasn't been transparency in this project and there hasn't been sufficient discussion is just not true. We have, as I think Mr. Knapp will tell you, he says that this project in his time in city government is the most vetted project he's ever seen. I would probably put it in my top 3 in my 35 years of working in city government, whether it's on the Parks Commission, Library Board, or the City Council. We have really looked at this issue. As Mike Baer has told you, as I believe as Mr. Schant was one of the previous speakers, we have been over backwards. I have pushed BKM and the park staff to make changes that would work for the neighborhood. And the list is extensive. I was at that long LRC meeting, and they've agreed to them. One of my concerns, is that we put so many restrictions on them. I don't want this to fail if you guys approve it. And I'm hopeful that you will support it. One other thing, I look at these young men, I thought about it tonight before I came to the meeting. I looked in the mirror and said, boy, am I getting old and gray. And I've been gray for 20 years probably, but this city needs new leadership. As I look around the room, a lot of us aren't going to be leaders in this city for much longer. We're going to pass the torch on to these guys, other young leaders like are on this council already. We've got to get ready for that and to tell them that this is not appropriate, you're going to screw this up, you're in it for the bucks. I don't believe that. These guys deserve a chance to do this, and we'll check it. We'll be out there. I'll be there on a regular basis. I love good beer. My wife loves good pretzels and mustard. I'll be there a lot to watch this operation, and I promise staff that, and I promise these guys that too. They need to run a good ship, but I'm wholeheartedly convinced it's going to be a great thing for this city. And I understand the opposition. I've heard the arguments meeting after meeting after meeting. I've met with people for half an hour after meetings as we walked out the door at midnight to talk about their concerns, and I don't disparage those at all. They're very legitimate. But I think we can make this work. And I think in a year or two, the folks who have been opposed to it, many of them, will say, yeah, this is a pretty good deal. You can bet they'll be checking with us and with you folks and the LRC and the Parks Commission staff to make sure it works and it doesn't damage their neighborhood. So again, I thank you for your time and all your support so far. I promised at least one or two of you, as I've talked to you in the last few weeks, I'd answer questions if anybody's got questions. So, Mr. Aaron's, you got a question?
You might recall former Alderperson Wallner that we take all questions at the end of
At
the
the end,
testimony.
okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I hope you can support what we're doing.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Jan Ettner, to be followed by Mel Barnes.
Thank you so much. I'm Jan Ettner, and I live at 3528 Atwood, and I oppose the beer garden. And I stand here representing many citizens who cannot be here this evening, but they've expressed to me their puzzlement as to how this project, a beer garden, could be allowed on public land for private gain in a highly utilized park on very valuable lakeshore in Olbrook Park, which has an alcohol ban. At the ALRC meeting, changes were made and conditions attached to the liquor license that really could improve and will improve the project. And it is important to retain these conditions to assure that the health and safety of all. Mr. Skidmore was concerned about the porous boundaries, which would allow people to come and go willy-nilly. And with no walls, there's no door to close. The staff has a huge responsibility to patrol all 760 feet of the perimeter. So condition number 12, the premise boundary really improves this somewhat. Then it's already been addressed as far as the amplification of sound, which was condition number 2. BMK has said that they're going to be directing the amplified sound towards the lake, but I believe, as some of you know, the westerly winds come off that lake and will direct the sound right back into the neighborhood. Good idea, though. Then I'd like to address having music reduced to just the weekends from 4 to 8 was also a very good condition, but perhaps it would be wise to extend that one more hour to 9 o'clock to give everybody the idea, okay, you've got one more hour before closing time. And with the last serving at 9:30 of a 20-ounce beer, the patrons are really going to have to chug a lug to consume the beer, allow the staff to clear the tables, clean the trash, wash the dishes, shoo everybody out so that they can close at 10 o'clock. Condition number 6, with the one person, one beer point of sale was really a good condition, and that was added by Alder Aaron's suggestion. And we really appreciate that. He said that this will limit the sale of alcohol to those who've had too much to drink. So this increases the safety for all. Now, really, the lack of policing is something that concerns me and was brought to us by Captain Snyder, I think at our last meeting. we were all warned at that time that the staffing of the MPD is very, very thin during the hours that the beer garden is open. And calls to the MPD are triaged, which means that complaint calls about noise or an out-of-control person or litter or minors that are drinking will not be answered. Any unruly patrons in that tavern or in a regular tavern can be, thrown out. But there is no out in this park. It really proves a real problem. So what avenue, with the fact that there will be little or no policing, what avenue does a citizen have then to address these situations? And then I wonder too, how many of the Common Council have been out to look at the footprint? You saw it on the map. It's another thing to walk in the park. It really is. I see somebody nodding. You've been there. Thank you very, very much. I think that's really important, to go out and see what you're being asked to vote on. The footprint is large. This is not small potatoes at all. And by approving the beer garden, a precedent is set. Our precious green space can be gobbled up by private concerns. And once the gravel pad is down, it will stay. Think about it. Do you want this precedent? For the reasons that I stated, I urge you to vote no, because we can do better. If you cannot vote against it, then you have the list of conditions that are attached to the beer license, and I would urge that you would retain all of them. I'll speak then secondly to the BMK user agreement that was approved by the Parks Department. It was made with little community input, and getting information from the developers and the city was like pulling hen's teeth. And I cite repeated requests for information that were met with delayed answers or no answers. There was no survey of the present heavy use of the park, with little or no consideration for how a tavern or a business would impact the present users. There was no parking survey during the busiest season of the year, which is spring, summer, and fall, with all the athletic events and families enjoying the park. And the neighborhood streets are going to be impacted by this, and so all those who are crossing busy Atwood Avenue will be impacted. And this is important. There was no real estate value put on the 310 feet or 350 feet of prime Lake Monona lakeshore to properly give the city its due from the developer. So the taxpayers are going to be the losers. And the area and the footprint has been increased without a proper increase in the user fee for that piece of prime property. Changes in the agreement shifted paying for the bathrooms from BMK to the taxpayer, and I think we've talked about the electrical upgrade. And there are no provisions, as far as I know, in the agreement for the city to receive increased revenue if the developer increases their revenue. And no funds, as far as I know, from the project will go back either to Olbrich Park or to the Eastmoreland community, in which will be most affected. I really, really wish we could start over with increased communication, increased transparency, and with a scaled-down version of a beer garden. Public parks often host weekend celebrations, but not a business that is there for 6 months. And I ask you to vote no on this precedent-setting application. Once a road is built, it stays there. Doesn't go away. And once a large pad is put down to accommodate 240 persons, it will likely not go away. You can be courageous and vote no. And we can rethink this project, and we can do better for all the citizens of Madison. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mel Barnes, to be followed by Samantha Link.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'll try to be brief because I know we've heard a lot about this at this and other meetings. My name is Mel Barnes. I've lived in Madison for over 10 years, and I'm speaking in support of this project. I think that it's a really exciting use of the space and a great private and public partnership that I think could really be a great model for the city going forward. I think we have the opportunity to learn some lessons from the successes and challenges of projects like this. that will allow us to do a lot of other really awesome projects in Madison in the coming years. And I really see this as an awesome chance to start looking at new possibilities for the future of the city. And I know two of the owners, Mike Baer and Eric Kesting, really on personal and professional levels, and have interacted with them extensively. And I know them both to be really just dedicated and professional people. And I think that a pilot project like this really couldn't be in better hands. I think that you have people who are really responsible, considerate, and dedicated to making this not just work, but a huge success for the city. And I know that there has been a ton of public process around this, which is one of the things that I love about Madison. Even when it's frustrating, I would like to be able to make more meetings, but it's hard when there's so many. But I think that it's been really well vetted, and I certainly understand the concerns of the neighbors, and I think that the developers and the Parks Department have gone really far into addressing those concerns, including some of the restrictions. Personally, I would like to see more music and see it open later, but I understand that that is not everyone's opinion, and I'm hoping that this is a compromise that you can all feel comfortable voting yes on, because I think it's a really great opportunity for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Samantha Link, to be followed by Dan Glassman.
Hello, my name is Samantha Link, and I live at Old Brick by the Lake Apartments. I'm here to speak in opposition to the beer garden proposal. Though I'm in opposition to the beer garden proposal, I ask if it must go forward that you do not lift any restrictions on the license set forth by the ALRC. Specifically, I ask you to keep Condition 2, which stipulates that the beer garden can only have amplified sound on Friday and Saturday from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Maintaining this condition will reduce noise and ensure that others who do not want to be part of the beer garden scene can still enjoy the park. I do ask, however, that you modify Condition 2 to allow an extra hour of amplified noise until 9 p.m. on both days, as to provide an auditory cue for the beer garden closing. I also more specifically ask that the capacity stay at 240. I would like to take this opportunity, though, to speak out against this project and urge you not to grant BCAM their liquor license. After witnessing BCAM's application process, I find myself uneasy in regards to their business experience. BCAM had to go before the ALRC 3 times before the ALRC recommended their liquor license to the council. I was there the second and the third time they went before the ALRC. I know some people here were also there those times as well. They wasted a lot of hours before the committee, unprepared. At first, they based their capacity off the available parking spaces instead of hiring an outside contractor to look at the space. They did not know that they needed to apply for a special alcohol license for special events. BCAM had no firm plan on providing a barrier around the space. In fact, the ALRC members spent a lot of time debating what the barrier should look like at the last meeting, essentially doing their job for them. Further, they have no bar manager, they still don't, on board when they went to the third ALRC meeting, despite the ALRC making that request at the second meeting. Though BCAM does have a security plan now, they did not have one after 3 ALRC meetings, and they hadn't consulted with Captain Snyder until directed by the ALRC. That really worries me, because I would think that if you wanted to open an establishment that sells alcohol in a public place that was completely outside with no physical barriers, the police would be one of the first people you would consult with in order to create a security plan. The security of this project is a real concern for me. Recently, we had somebody break into our parking garage of our apartment building and rifle through unlocked cars. I only mention this because I live across the street from where the beer garden will be. In terms of their security plan, BCAM will probably first point to the incident log they will be keeping. Originally, BCAM refused to keep a log, when we asked them because their agreement required them to hold a public session with the neighborhood association and appear before the Parks Commission to report on their operation. They only agreed to an incident log after our neighborhood fought tooth and nail for it. BCAM's security plan itself is contingent upon staff calling police if there is an incident. Right now, the police department is understaffed. You know this. At the last ALRC meeting, Captain Snyder indicated that the staffing levels are unlikely to allow for dispatch of non-urgent calls at the beer garden. Calls are not dispatched during shift change, which coincides with BCAM's 9:30 last serve and 10 p.m. close. Captain Snyder said that that issues like underage drinking, overcrowding, noise, and public urination may never be dispatched to an officer since police may have other pressing priorities. So if the police can't respond, then the responsibility may fall on the city's park rangers. Currently, there are only 3 park rangers for all 300 parks. And even though the program has been lauded by the Parks Department, the Park Ranger program does not have jurisdiction to address alcohol or escalated scenarios. Though BCAM has said that they will contract with a significant number of licensed security guards if they deem necessary, staff along with these security guards, even if they are hired, would not be able to remove people from the park. They would only have the power ultimately to remove people from the premise. The only thing that they could do is not serve alcohol to those they deemed intoxicated, try to arrange a ride for that person, or write down the person's license plates information. Hence, ultimately leaving it to a police or park ranger who may not be able to respond due to other priorities on their time. I think that is overall an unfair burden to put on these civil servants in our city. At the last ALRC meeting, esteemed Elder Aaron stated he believed that the beer garden was a good idea because the city would have a chance to model responsible drinking habits to their children. Though Elder Aaron's point sounds valid, according to Parenting Network Help My Children Grow, the longer-term risk is that by implementing the beer garden, the city will engage in normalizing alcohol behavior before children have the emotional maturity to recognize the risks. You can also run the risk of exposing children to unsuitable behavior or language, again normalizing it before they have the internal limits to stop themselves from copying it. But if the city is so determined to have a beer garden in the park, despite the alcohol policy risks, then all I would ask is that it has to be done right. I've been researching beer gardens, and the ones that have been successful have had experienced managers and investors at the helm. BCAM collectively has close to 0 industry service experience, and it has sowed through this entire process. In regards to the vending process, if our city is going to take the risk of having a beer garden in Olbrook Park, then I firmly believe that our city should be fairly compensated. Our city right now is getting a raw deal. The beer garden is scheduled to produce a taxpayer benefit of $234,150 over the course of 7 years for 365, I think it is, feet of prime lakefront property. I don't think it is a lot of money for the property over the course of 7 years. In the original use agreement, BCAM had agreed to finance all improvements of the bathroom and electrical upgrades to the beach house. In the final agreement, the Parks Department has elected to pay for bathroom improvements and 50% of the electrical upgrade, which will cost the city an estimated $17,000. Further, under this proposal, BCAM will be given exclusive rights to profit from alcohol vending at Olbrook Park. However, the city receives no financial gain based on BCAM's success. Kenosha is also trying to put a beer garden through, but they are also encountering very similar problems we are having with BCAM in terms of experience. But their 5-year contract with the developers provides that the proceeds be directed to their county parks once certain revenue benchmarks are met. Why not the City of Madison? Currently, no funds from BCAM are earmarked for improvements to Olbrook Park. No funds have been budgeted for the increased costs to the Park Ranger program or to the Madison Police Department. According to the Madison City website, if the City of Madison needs to hire another park ranger for this project, it will cost them between $32,000 and $55,000. I'm sorry. But thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dan Glassman, to be followed by Pauline Gilbertson.
Hello, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Dan Glassman. I'm a member of the Eastmoreland community. I'm Patrick and Kathy's neighbor, one of those neighbors getting into arguments about this project. Not really. I've been a member of the community for 10 years and live there with my two sons, who are 9 and 11. And in addition to being a member of the community association, I'm also the secretary of the Capital East Soccer Club, which is a heavy user of the park. We've got 700 youth members aged between 4 and high school, the youngest of which use the park 2 times a week. So my two sons are frequent users of the park, both as members of the soccer community and also just members of the larger community. We bike there, we walk there, we drive there. And I'm speaking here today to urge you to support this project because I think that it will layer a positive experience on top of the uses that we already enjoy at the park. So as a member of ECA, I was at the first meeting where BKM proposed this beer garden to the community. I was at a special meeting that ECA had about the subject, and at the subsequent second public meeting that BKM had to inform us. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank BKM for their cooperative approach to community involvement. I also want to thank Kathy, Patrick, and Jen, I know has put in a lot of sweat equity as well of helping the community navigate this very charged subject. So one of the things that I've heard from the community through those meetings is a lot of opposition based on the dangers of alcohol abuse. And I don't think anybody's going to argue that those dangers don't exist, but what I see from this project and what my friends and the other families that participate in soccer at the park see is that this is a facility that would promote active and social use of alcohol and allow people an opportunity to enjoy responsible use at the park on top of the activities that they already enjoy. So, as I mentioned, Capital East Soccer Club, we've got 700 members between ages 4 and high school. We've got our kindy group, which is our youngest users, our 7 and 8-year-olds are at the park. Now, the soccer club itself does not have a position. And we have not taken a vote or anything. But the parents that I speak to who are my son's teammates, they have a pretty common list of questions about the project. And those questions are, is it going to be ready in the spring? Are they going to serve my favorite beer? And how can I make sure that Olbrich is going to be our home field so that we can enjoy this new experience? So the Beer Garden enjoys the enthusiastic support of Capital East's president, its vice president, myself, its secretary, and one more of our coaches who is also commonly a referee at the park. We've got probably a combined 10 years of coaching experience within this park between all those members. And we feel that the Beer Garden encourages families to stick around and support other teams who are playing at the park and helps promote building of a strong community and friendship through soccer and through use of the community park. And while Olbrich itself isn't a premier soccer facility, we feel that it's probably the most compelling home field throughout the Mesa League, and that this addition to the park helps to promote the healthy and active lifestyle that we have on the east side of Madison and the beauty of the east side of Madison. And not just to ourselves, but also to the surrounding communities that come and enjoy the park for soccer games. So I would like to urge you to approve this placemaking project for Olbrich Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pauline Gilbertson, to be followed by Heather Daniels.
Hello. Hello, I'm Pauline Gilbertson. I have been a Madison homeowner and taxpayer for 30 years. I am not opposed to the use of alcohol or the concept of a beer garden in some park, but I am opposed to this proposal from this bidder at this location resulting from this bidding process. I have a Master in Business Administration degree. I have analyzed numerous business plans. I have represented 2 businesses which I managed at the Chamber of Commerce meetings in Wauwatosa and Cambridge, Wisconsin. I taught marketing and business entrepreneurship in Madison College. For licensing purposes, I have concern in the areas of qualification and viability regarding BKM's proposal. BKM as a legal entity and its 3 partners have no experience in restaurant or tavern management. Milwaukee County partners with established and well-known food and beverage companies for their beer gardens. BKM was formed on June 20th, 2016, only 2 days before the June 22nd RFP deadline. BKM has no track record, no reputation to put at risk. This experiment for BKM and the city parks is risky business for the taxpayer. 8 out of 10 small businesses fail in their first year of operation. Questions surround the entire RFP process. Had the RFP clearly indicated alcohol sales were part of the concession services request, several established local breweries with demonstrated qualifications may have applied. By not using transparent bidding, resulting in only 1 bidder, the city is losing potential rental income and taxpayers will end up subsidizing a private investment group. BKM is not a qualified bidder, and the contract should be rebid in an open and transparent way for 2017 or 2018. As regards to the business viability, I watched BKM investors make 4 presentations to a neighborhood group and council committees. I did not leave any meeting feeling confident in BKM's ability to manage or market this business. A professional drawing of the beer garden was never done. They submitted photos of other beer gardens and a hand drawing of a patron at a beer garden. It felt like BKM's business plan was being written as Mr. Bear went from meeting to meeting. It was on-the-job training. Mr. Bear would ask for help from city park staff to answer basic questions about the proposal. At the most recent ALRC meeting, BKM agents did not have a detailed security plan nor specific staffing levels for their questionably secured premises boundary and ID checking system. City taxpayers deserve a qualified and experienced management team. I examined BKM's business plan in its liquor beer license application. I saw no evidence of any market research. I questioned how long the craft beer market trend will last and see no longitudinal projections. I see no detailed demographic analysis nor park usage studies. Instead, I have found assumptions and conjectures. BKM's plan describes their target market as very broad, and they anticipate several key groups as being a significant portion of their business. These groups include youth and other minors visiting the park. BKM is also relying on softball teams playing at Olbrich. The beer garden lease, however, does not allow unaccompanied minors onto the premises, and softball teams are committed to patronize the establishment that sponsors them. This shows that BKM has already misidentified these 2 key groups as significant to the survival of their business plan. This proposed beer garden will sit in an already saturated alcohol market. There are 26 places to drink alcohol within 2.2 miles east and west from Olbrich Beach, 12 spots to drink per mile. It is 0.2 of a mile from the East Side Club's Tiki Lounge, which is a lakefront outdoor tavern open to the public bordering Olbrich Park. Marketing logic dictates that if you are opening a business next door to an established direct competitor, you need a product that is vastly superior, offers unique products, or has a desirable price point. There is no reason to think BKM can do this. It would be easy for the Tiki Lounge to adjust their beer, food, and entertainment options to compete. Fighting competition can be a challenge even for the most experienced businesses. From a business analyst and a taxpayer perspective, I emailed several financial issues to be addressed to the Board of Estimates. I have not seen adequate responses. It is difficult to assess the fiscal viability of this proposal without seeing a proper cost-benefit analysis. For the taxpayer's sake, I ask the Common Council to vote no It does not pass the qualification nor the viability criteria required for a license. I am now shifting gears and now wish to address the user agreement. I am greatly disturbed to see increased electrical and bathroom costs shifting to the city from earlier negotiations. It highly concerns me that BKM claims, without any documentation, that it is not financially viable for them to close 1 day per week as requested by impacted neighbors. One of the main reasons new businesses do not make it beyond their first year is undercapitalization. Typically, new businesses do not start becoming profitable until at least 2 years into their operation. If BKM investors cannot absorb a closure of 1 day per week until the company reaches the break-even point, then they have no business forming this LLC. If you do allow this misguided proposal to pass, please try to make it less of a nuisance to the neighbors and other park users. I am asking for the Common Council to maintain the conditions that were added by ALRC. 1 beer served per customer, rope and barricades marking the boundary, limit amplification to 2 days per week. I am also requesting additional conditions to be attached. Amend conditions to close 1 to 2 days per week to let park users have an occasional restful sunset at the beach. Negotiate profit sharing or a sliding scale for better financial return to the city. The current fee schedule is unacceptable, and the city is being way underpaid for the use of prime lakefront property. Lease fees should be comparable to competing taverns of size and capacity. Milwaukee County receives a much larger portion of the generated revenues. Require an escrow account to cover expenses such as returning the premises to the original condition and for unknown should this business fail. City Parks way underestimated the cost by $2 million for an addition to Central Park. How much will this beer garden experiment, test pilot, really cost the taxpayers? I'll leave you with a reminder. 8 out of 10 small businesses fail in their first year of operation. While operating, it will stretch city staffing budgets to help secure and maintain the premises. Restoring the green space and the beach house will be costly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Heather Daniels, to be followed by Jen Jackson.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for being here and listening to all of us tonight. I'm Heather Daniels, and I've lived in Eastmoreland for 17 years. I have a beautiful 8-year-old boy, and I also live with my husband about a half block away from Olbrich. And we love going to that park, especially when we was little. We often would make our way to the small playground area that's right near my house. However, he's 8 now. He's kind of outgrown that playground. And so I'm really excited about the prospect of more uses at the park for him now that he's older. My husband and I probably are corrupting him, but we regularly bring him to places that serve alcohol. We actually had his second-year birthday at the Harmony because he loves their grilled cheese. So we're very excited about the idea of a beer garden at Olbrich. For a number of years, I volunteered at Olbrich Gardens, which I'm sure all of you know is a public-private partnership, and a fantastic one, if I must say so. And I think makes a lot of sense that Olbrich Park would be the site of a new private-public partnership with the beer garden. I've been to beer gardens in Europe. They're great. I really enjoy them. It was a lot of fun. And when I've heard people talk about their concerns about the openness of Olbrich, I think about Memorial Union, which one could argue really doesn't have any barriers either. I think of all the street fairs that I go to on the east side of Madison, which have barricades, but that's about it. I think of Jazz at 5, which I love to enjoy at the top of the State Street, which has very loose barriers, all of which serve alcohol, all of which I've not seen many problems with. I'm sure there are people who occasionally overdo their alcohol consumption, but I haven't seen it in the events that I've attended. And so while there certainly is a concern, I do not think it should be a main driver of your decision today. I have heard some talk about limiting of parking for 3 hours and in the parks, and I don't know whether that's, I haven't had a chance to go through all the paperwork. I don't know if that's actually something that's being considered. It was on some message boards. And I do have a concern for the great Sunday basketball game that takes place at Old Brick Park every Sunday, and making sure that those people are able to be there all afternoon and play basketball, because I think that's also a really great use of the park. The beer garden's proposed for a space that really isn't utilized for anything right now. I probably see the park 4 or 5 times a day, maybe even more on the weekends, because I pretty much have to drive past it every time I leave my house. And so I know what goes on there, and it really, except for these organized activities, people do not hang out there. People occasionally go there. I've gone there with my son to fly a kite. I've gone there occasionally to play basketball with him or to throw a ball around, but we're usually the only ones out there doing that kind of thing. It's not used regularly by people just to be at the park. When I was at Old Brick volunteering, I cannot tell you the number of times people would ask, where could we go get something to eat or hang out by the lake? And there really wasn't any place for them to go. And now it'll be easy to say, well, just walk up the street. It's right there. So I really strongly urge you to support this beer garden proposal. I think it'll be an asset to Madison, and especially to the East Side neighborhood where I live. Thank you.
Thank you. For everyone's information, you all know we were alternating between those in support and opposition of the proposal. Ms. Daniels was the final speaker that we know of in support rather of the proposal, and we have 11 speakers, including Ms. Jackson, remaining all in opposition. If there's anybody present that wishes to speak, for example, that was in support, we might have misplaced your form, so you might want to come forward and let us know if you wish to speak. Otherwise, Ms. Jackson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jen Jackson, and I am in opposition to the proposed Old Brick Beer Garden. Since learning about this project in early November, my opposition and concerns have not changed. It was and continues to be clear to me that the fatal flaw in this project was the lack of community engagement prior to issuing the RFP. Every problem that has surfaced, every concern that has been raised is linked to this omission. With regards to BKM's request for an alcohol license, their alcohol license agreement calls for a 240-person capacity bar. This would be by far one of the largest taverns in Madison. On its own, managing a bar of this size is a tremendous undertaking. Removing walls and doors increases the challenges substantially. The argument that BKM has been put through the ringer or made to do more than other developers is ridiculous. If you require 3 appearances before the ALRC, it indicates you are not prepared. The city process is not to blame for their unpreparedness. They are a new business, lacking experience, and are learning the ropes at our expense. As you heard earlier, at BKM's 3rd appearance before the ALRC, they still did not present a security plan. They had not met with Police Captain Schneider. What message does it send if they didn't consider safety and security as part of their initial plan? In the security plan they did submit, the plan for staffing is vague at best and does not instill confidence, and especially considering the limited sightlines from the vending area. One of the determinants for capacity was based on the entire beach parking lot being used or being available solely for their tavern. Current park users who frequently fill the parking lots were not taken into consideration. So while their math may indicate enough parking spaces, it is really reflective of enough spaces for their business, which creates a deficit for existing park users. Many of the visitors to the park are families and kids, and we heard about folks playing soccer earlier, and it is likely that they will find themselves searching for a parking space and ending up a fair distance from the fields. Not only does this burden park users, it burdens residents who currently enjoy peaceful streets with no through traffic. This is a significant and very unfortunate impact to residents who have never had a chance to weigh in on this change. This is such an exhausting project, you guys. I've been to every single city meeting, all seven of them. This is crazy. I appreciate the work you guys do. This project is a significant deviation from our typical tavern licenses, and it sets a precedent. I recognize that the conditions that have been put into place by the ALRC might seem strict, and that there is a chance that you may feel they are a burden to the business. But it is important to remember that it is much easier to roll back a condition based on success than to add a condition when a problem arises. Additionally, with their opportunity for 10 days to cure any potential defaults, these conditions should not have a significant impact on their business operation. If you decide to support this license, I ask that you maintain all of the recommended conditions. With regards to the project approval, I am very frustrated when BKM makes statements about their stellar and staggering amount of public engagement. This is simply the responsibility of a developer and not an amazing feat. They have been responsive to my emails and phone calls. They have attended neighborhood meetings that were set up by the neighborhood. But what they didn't do was directly reach out to the neighbors or community at large. Contacting a neighborhood association president is not enough. It just passes the responsibility to another party. Please don't be deceived by their statements about their tremendous amount of community involvement and the timeline they provided. Their claim of staggering amounts of public outreach and engagement is definitely in the eye of the beholder. For example, as required in preparation for their first ALRC meeting, they put up the required orange sign on the beach house to announce their neighborhood meeting. This was in October at a time when the beach house was closed. Because the closest residents are more than 300 feet away, they chose not to reach out to any residents directly. On paper, they followed what they were required to do. But this is a bar in a park. Clearly, there are no homes in the park. Equally as clear, there are many immediate residents just across the street who will be impacted. According to the Parks Department, this is considered a small project, so it was not necessary for the Parks Department to conduct a racial equity analysis. Our city's history shows we've had a problem of ignoring the needs of communities of color. This project does nothing to improve this problem. By not reaching out to people who don't have the privilege to spend time and energy attending city meetings or contacting their alder, we are ensuring that only the voices of the most affluent members of the community are represented. Sadly, it is clear that this project is not representative of the community at large and existing park users. The Parks Department continues to state that this is the most vetted project in their history. The RFP specifically states that proposals cannot include alcohol sales. Superintendent Knepp indicated that this was an oversight and can be blamed on copying and pasting from a different use agreement. Was this a part of the extreme vetting? BKM was not required to hire a licensed architect. They did not go to the Plan Commission and Urban Design Commission, as required in the RFP. Was this more extreme vetting? The reality is there has not been enough scrutiny of this project. As a resident who spent no less than 500 hours working on this project, I've been dumbfounded at the number of red flags that have been overlooked. I'm hopeful that by the end of tonight's testimony, you will recognize this is not the best we can do. The benefits to the city and its residents are limited at best. Instead of creating a community gathering space, this project has already divided our neighborhood. Please vote against this license and use agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tim Corden, representing the East Side Planning Council, to be followed by Helen Fisher.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Council. What a wonderful group you are. Really, thank you for the years of service and these late nights that you give us. I love beer. Makes me a jolly, no. I also love green space. And as our city grows, so I'm here representing the East Side Planning Council, which is a citizen organization, a nonprofit that's trying to bring citizens into the planning process. We work with neighborhood associations, and our goal is equity, racial and economic equity, sustainability, and participatory democracy. This thing went through in the late fall and winter. Nobody's in the park. It's one of the few places in our beautiful land of lakes that is not privately owned. It is the common green, folks. Have a little vision. This is the common green. This is all that I own of the lake. We all own these lakes, and we own little patches, B.B. Clark, Hudson Park, Old Brick Park. That's where I can put my kayak in. That's where I can watch a sunset. That's where I can make out with my woman. You want to put an establishment, a private establishment in there that profits? Have it be the people that make that happen. Let's take some time on this. Don't rush it. That park's been natural green shoreline for how many hundreds of years? And it's one of the few natural shorelines left. What's the hurry? I trust that they're fine citizens and great entrepreneurs, but there's plenty of taverns, and if the City of Madison wants another tavern and they want to start putting them into parks, let's give them plenty of time to weigh in on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Helen Fisher, to be followed by Jean Cather.
Good evening, Mayor Soglin, wherever you are. I saw you a moment ago.
He's right over here.
And Common Council members. I'm Helen Fisher. I live on Dennett Drive in Madison. I'm opposed to the open-air beer bar project for Old Brick Park. Unfortunately, both the Parks Department and the ALRC have moved in favor of the project. The beer garden plans allow BKM developers the use of 350 linear feet of Lake Monona shoreline and the exclusive rights for the sale of beer at our public park. Old Brick Park has had a permanent ban on alcohol consumption since late October 2015. That permanent ban was co-sponsored by Alders David Ahrens, Mark Clear, Sarah Eskrich, and Alder Marcia Rummel. By all accounts, the permanent ban has been a great success in curbing unruly behavior and illegal behavior at Old Brick Park. And yet, the city appears poised to allow an exception to the park-wide ban, but only within the licensed premises of a private bar in our public park. There are two issues I wish to focus on this evening. My first concern is related to condition number 12 from the ALRC, which states there will be a visible barrier around the licensed premises consisting of fixed objects with gaps no wider than 6 feet between them, connected by a rope to form a contiguous barrier except for designated points of ingress and egress. I wish to voice my strong support for retaining this crucial condition. Police Captain Snyder expressed his concerns at the February ALRC hearing regarding the difficulty of carding customers and trying to monitor for underage drinking in an open-air premises. He also addressed the risks of inadvertent overservice of alcohol and the risk of alcohol being removed from the premises with only the permeable boundary originally proposed by the developers. An open-air tavern with no real perimeter boundary is practically an invitation for alcohol consumption by underage would-be drinkers. Please retain this critical ALRC condition on BKM's alcohol license. The second issue I would like to bring to your attention relates to the proposed exterior design renovation to the beach house at Old Brick Park. The developers envision covering the exterior of the beach house with a densely spaced pattern of timber boards to suggest we are in the Bavarian Alps. While I understand they want to emphasize the German roots of their proposed beer garden, the photos they have offered to date of buildings which they are using as models are unfortunately uniformly garish and gaudy. They have overbright colors and heavily embellished high-contrast wood timber patterns. Frankly, they look like Disney cartoons of a German building. Please insist that the developers, preferably with the professional assistance of a licensed architect, seek to have the beach house design fit in with the Eastmoreland neighborhood where the bar would be sited. The private homes in the area have beige, white, or gray clapboard siding, the wood trim is minimal,
It is white or cream-colored, perhaps pale yellow or light gray. Anything planned for Olbrich Park should conform with the colors and aesthetic of the neighborhood. I recommend that the developers model the beach house exterior on the Olbrich by the Lake apartment building at 3528 Atwood Avenue, just across the road. Olbrich by the Lake has pale taupe clapboard and gray beige brick and a minimal amount of creamy white painted wood trim. The building is very large, but it is tasteful and attractive. It would be an excellent color and design template to adopt for the beach house exterior. You, Mr. Mayor, and Common Council members are our community's last defense against a Fantasyland pavilion situated between the open fields of Olbrich Park and the tranquil Lake Monona shoreline. Please intervene on the community's behalf. We should try to retain some small measure of respect and dignity for the well-used and appreciated natural environment that is Olbrich Park. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Cather, to be followed by Jennifer Lack.
Hello, members of the Common Council and Mayor Soglin. My name is Jean Cather, and I'm an Eastmoreland resident. I'm here to oppose the granting of a liquor license and the construction of an outdoor beer bar at Olbrich Park. I'm a little flummoxed by the articulated need for a beachside bar at Olbrich when there's one right next door at the East Side Club. And by the way, besides getting a beer there, you can get a really mean Mai Tai. Very good. We were told early on by the Parks Department that because Olbrich Park is a community park, the preferences and concerns of the neighborhood surrounding it weren't relevant to their decision to support this project. We have been told that bringing together people from throughout the area to chat over a beer is a better use for parkland than preserving Olbrich for activities focused on recreation and relaxation. We have been advised that rather than preserving an alcohol-free environment that currently caters to multiple youth sports leagues, teenagers seeking basketball and tennis facilities, and families who see value in playing with their children by engaging them in outdoor recreation, that rather than that, the beer garden will provide an opportunity for families to gather. In fact, even, we were told, to teach children to drink responsibly. Never mind the craft beer with its accelerated alcohol content, served up in 20-ounce cups, larger than the large at McDonald's and just shy of the XL. They're supersizing it. Never mind the plan for sports equipment that will allow children to play in an area off to the side while their parents sip some suds. There are many of us who don't believe what we've been told by the developer and the Parks Department. We believe that public parks weren't meant to host bars, that outdoor recreation improves the health of participants, while beer drinking does not, that the safety of our neighborhood deserves to be a significant consideration in this debate, and that our children deserve more places to play, absent the presence of alcohol, not one less. I want to make it clear that, contrary to what the developer has implied, those of us objecting to this project are not an angry group of obstructionists representative of the legions of naysayers who make it so difficult to do business in this city. No, we're concerned citizens who have met weekly and communicated often in an effort to come before multiple meetings of the Parks Department, ALRC, Board of Estimates, and now the Common Council with carefully constructed, thoughtful testimony that will influence the outcomes of your deliberations. We don't believe that placing a beer concession in public space should be agreed to without extreme rigor by you and members of the community. Trust me, the inconvenience that the developer has suffered to date pales by comparison to the inconvenience our neighborhood will experience when a 240-seat outdoor bar is in operation 7 days a week. And to address the indignation of those who accuse beer garden opponents of suggesting that the bar will cater to drunks, I'm confident it won't. However, there is this space, and it's wider for some than others, between being over the legal limit and consequently impaired and being boisterously stumbling drunk. And it's that space between those two that concerns me and others in light of serving up a 20-ounce craft beer. It's that space where people are convinced They're fine to drive, and even appear to be, when they really aren't. And now they'll be driving through my neighborhood. If you're going to support this project, I ask you to leave intact all of the agreements that were set forth as a result of the ALRC's most recent agreement with BKM. Insist on secure boundaries. They're essential to being able to check IDs and maintain an occupancy count. Video surveillance is critically important. The Madison Police Department testified in an ALRC meeting that they are not staffed and will not respond to issues in the beer garden other than those so serious that they trump serious priority concerns that they're already confronted with. Limit the hours and days of amplified music. The developer has already testified that removing amplification of music would have no financial impact on their business whatsoever. So why do we have any amplified music allowed there? I don't get it. You have a full list, and I'm not going to go through all of it, but please embrace these requirements. In fact, I ask that you seek additional opportunities to improve safety. The developer has jurisdiction over only these leased premises. So if there's a problem with a patron, that person will be pushed into the park. That's a worry. As you deliberate, please consider the safety of the neighborhood, the health of our shared community, and the welfare of our children. I ask you to let those considerations guide the decision that you make tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Lack, to be followed by Dan Zimmerman.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Lack, and I'm a homeowner in the Eastmoreland neighborhood. I stand before you today to oppose the beer garden at Old Brick Park. I have a lengthy list of concerns, and I'll try to keep them in 8 minutes. BKM Group was awarded a contract to open a tavern and a license to sell alcohol despite their lack of experience as a developer and their lack of experience in running or owning a business that serves alcohol. Considering the countless number of locally owned and well-established bars and breweries in Madison, it is disappointing that this project was handed off to beginning entrepreneurs. The Parks Department has stated that this project would be a pilot. It is significantly different from both Breeze Stevens and the Mallard Stadium. This is a new endeavor to both parties, and that is very troubling. The Milwaukee County Park Supervisor, Joe Mrzinski, has stated their projects are successful because of the experience of their developers. They're operated by businesses that have over 100 years experience doing this. BKM has consistently highlighted the staggering number of meetings they have attended. I've attended many of these same meetings as a concerned resident. I truly believe it's because of their greenness that they required so many meetings to continue in the city process. It was painfully clear at ALRC meetings that they were developing the business plan as they went along and relying on parks to handle a lot of their concerns and issues. As a newbie to the ALRC meetings, I watched other developers, likewise unprepared, be denied a liquor license and shown to the door. I don't have a crystal ball, but I suspect had the Great Dane or Frank Productions been the one applying for the license, they would have breezed through the process on the very first try with a smartly articulated plan that focused on responsible alcohol consumption and service. I don't think the developers should be asking for extra credit points for these appearances. I'm concerned about closing time. Last call is at 9, last served is at 9:30, the beer garden and the park close at 10. It's an unrealistic timeline. Patrons being served at 9:30 will have 30 minutes to slam a 20-ounce beer, possibly with a high alcohol content, leave at 10 and somehow they're gonna be out of the park at 10 o'clock. That's just not realistic. The schedule prioritizes BKM's bottom line over the health and safety of patrons and nearby residents, as well as the park and the lake. BKM has stated that if there is an issue, they will close earlier. We simply have to trust them. Why? Because there's nobody to close the park. At the February ALRC meeting, Captain Tom Snyder shared he has concerns about this project. He had many. He shared that MPD would only respond to a substantial safety threat. due to staffing levels and all their other high priority calls for service. It is very unlikely that they're coming to the beer garden unless there is a huge problem. At the same meeting, the Parks Department stated this isn't a concern because they have park rangers. The staffing of rangers is not adequate to provide any assurances that this is a viable solution. Because of rangers' other duties and the sheer number of parks they cover, it might take a ranger to be assigned to Olbrich for this to be effective. On a recent Sunday, there were dozens of off-leash dogs at Olbrich. One of my neighbors called a ranger. It took them 30 minutes to get there. This delayed response we can expect as a solution is absolutely unacceptable. Additionally, the rangers lack the authority to detain or have any physical contact with the public. If someone's overserved or kicked out, it's simply going to become a problem in the rest of the park. Early on in this project, residents opposed presented BCAM with a priority list of compromises. The number one request was for a reduction in size. We asked for a reduction in capacity to 150 from 300. The developer would not budge beyond 240. Mike Baer acknowledged that they could reduce capacity to 200, but they didn't. On the second request for the developer to be closed 2 scheduled days per week to give both the park and nearby residents a break, Mike Baer acknowledged they could close 1 scheduled day, but they didn't. Instead, they reduced the number of hours when music would be played. At the ALRC, the city attorney recommended they consider a seasonal permit, but they didn't. I appreciate the restrictions placed on the license, and I ask you to uphold these. Regarding the user agreement, this project has changed so much over the course of the last 4 months. I first heard about this project in November. I attended a December 8th public meeting regarding this project. In reviewing my notes about it today, as well as a recording, it is clear that the project before us is not the same project presented to residents at that public meeting. Well, except for the beer. Since December, so many of the promises made by the developer and benefits to the Parks Department, and let's face it, taxpayers, have been washed away. Mike Baer stated that they would be updating the bathroom, even, and I quote, patching a hole in the wall. Well, now Parks is handling this. After all, it's maintenance they should have done a long time ago. BCAM was supposed to pay for the electrical upgrade, and recently Parks has decided to pay for half of that, or the taxpayers have. I'm not convinced that this is a real wise use of the taxpayers' money. Despite decreasing capacity, the footprint of the project has increased significantly. The developer isn't paying any more for the extra space. I haven't bought a house in a while, but you tend to pay more for a bigger house. No pricing has been discussed, considering that the property will prohibit the public, namely minors without a parent. This is a public park. There should be a cost associated with doing that. Another red flag that cannot be ignored is regarding the cancellation of the user agreement. Having attended multiple meetings on this project, I have listened to park representatives emphasize there is no risk because we'll just cancel the project. David Wallner said himself, if there are problems, he'll pull the plug. Unfortunately, this is not the case according to the user agreement, and Parks has never been able to, or has never used this in the past as a remedy with a problem project. We simply have to maintain faith that the beer garden in Eastmoreland doesn't become that barbecue joint in Marquette. The process used that brought us to this point should be an example of what not to do in local government. Without discussion or input from the public, but with significant and extended conversations with the developer, the Parks Department issued and awarded an RFP for a beer garden. Residents of Madison were last to know. Future discussions happened behind closed doors. Essentially, the community was told, you can have a beer garden, now go vote yes or no. In a letter to the council today, Mike Baer stated that he has 75% of contacts that support this project. I wonder how he arrived at this number. At the first ALRC, there were those opposed and those in support. It was about equal. All subsequent meetings have been overwhelmingly opposed to this project, as you can see here today. Many emails and letters and comments are still not posted on Legistar, so it's hard to figure out what the percentage is. I'd say his calculations might be considered alternative facts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Zimmerman, to be followed by Carol Nichols.
I am Dan Zimmerman. Normally I'd say you're at the end of the alphabet, you're done. But there's only 3 or 4 more to go. So good evening. I dropped off a letter to each of the alders and to Mayor Soglin, and so I don't want to read what I wrote, because hopefully you read that. But there are some additional kinds of points that I'd like to make with regard to those issues. I do oppose the concept of the beer, well, not the concept of the beer garden. I oppose the beer garden as it's currently detailed. One of the, among all of the issues are that, again, that this is an open-air tavern that will be operating 7 days a week. Had this been proposed as the traveling beer garden, where this would be in our neighborhood just a couple of days a week, I think that our neighborhood's concerns would be quite different. Certainly much more minimized. Issues with regard to parking, noise, and other kinds of things would have been quite different. And I think that we would have had a different response. So this is not in my backyard kind of issue. This is 7 days a week. Again, that this is going to have what I anticipate to be significant adverse outcomes for our neighborhood. Certainly with regard to noise, and the amplified music is not the entire issue. So I live roughly a half mile from the baseball fields, softball fields. During the summer, when I've got our windows open, I can hear people yelling and cheering and doing other kinds of things. It's also about a half mile to the beach house. But rather than having a couple of teams at playing softball, you're talking about 100 to potentially 240 people. Even without the music, this is not going to be quiet. This is not going to be just an indoor voice kind of conversation that people are going to have. And so again, 7 days a week up until potentially 10 o'clock is part of the issue for that I think our neighborhood has. The parking on many days during the summer in all 3 parking lots is already full. And people are there beyond the 3-hour time limit because people are launching their boats. They're going out for the afternoon or for the evening. And the lots already are full, and so there are already people who are parking in the neighborhood. And sometimes even as far away as my house, again, a half mile away. And so this is just going to exacerbate those kinds of issues. The security issues for the beer garden, the lack of details in the application with regard to the number of staff. We don't know, for example, there are no criteria, for example, in terms of number of security staff. So if they have 100 patrons or 240, are they looking for a particular ratio of staff to patrons to be able to say, yes, we can really monitor what's going on? Given that this is not only an open-air tavern, but again, not fenced. There's no clear borders. I certainly anticipate that with the soccer games and other kinds of things, that somebody's going to kick a soccer ball into the area of the premises for the bar or for the beer garden. Again, minors can't be going into the beer garden. How is this going to be monitored? There are insufficient details to really tell me that this is going to be addressed well. During the Parks Commission hearing on February 8th, because I want to move to a couple of just business issues then, I mentioned 2 particular concepts, and I've been a contract administrator for the Department of Health Services for, I've worked 38 years in that department, but I've done this for about, I've done oversight of providers for about 30 years. And one of the issues is certainly the user fee, which has been brought up beforehand. Currently, there aren't any criteria given that this is a brand-new project, I don't think that there's any kind of way to fairly determine what the cost centers are for the developers. I don't think that there's a clear way of determining market rate for the use of the land, at least today. But without criteria in the contract, some predetermined criteria, how is this going to be determined at the time of the renewal? My assumption is that this is simply going to be renewed at the schedule that's in the current user agreement. That, to me, is not a responsible way of contracting. There should be some kind of criteria for taking a look at market rates down the road. The second, and I do believe that the developers, the BKM group is, that they are well-intentioned, that they are responsible, that they are intending on being good providers. But I've dealt with outpatient mental health clinics, with nursing homes, again, with well-intentioned, responsible providers who don't always do that which they should. There aren't any provisions for intermediate sanctions. Beyond simply giving somebody a notice that they need to correct something, give them 10 days, to me, termination of a contract is more or less a nuclear option, which is rarely taken. But even then, there have to be some criteria for when are things bad enough to take some action. Ideally, you'd have some intermediate sanctions, whether it's some kind of penalty or imposed correction or something in there as a contracting process to better address things before things really get bad, even when you have well-intentioned, responsible providers. There are some that just won't be responsible. And so you develop these things in a contract in the event that things don't go well. Thank you. And good night. Oh, it's not midnight yet, but we're close.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carol Nichols, to be followed by Joan Rubin.
Good evening, Mayor Soglin and Common Council. My name is Carol Nichols. I have been a homeowner, taxpayer, and resident of the Eastmoreland neighborhood in the City of Madison for the past 27 years. I can see the lake and the park from my backyard. So I live on Bussey Street, and my neighbor who talked about having issues with impaired people on her porch, I'm right, she's my backyard neighbor. I am vehemently opposed to this BKM Beer Garden in Old Brick Park for many, many reasons. My neighbors, who are also opposed, have done a fantastic job outlining many reasons, so I'm going to shorten mine up a bit. And my real concern, number one, is the health and quality of life, not just for me and my neighbors as residents, but for other park users. So here's my story. I made a choice to live in this beautiful city, and I bought my home near Old Brick Park in 1990 because of the beauty, the peacefulness, and the recreational opportunities on Lake Monona and in Old Brick Park. This is a beloved park that I have enjoyed raising my son and daughter, whether it was going to the beach, picnicking, participating in the art cart, taking nature walks, or cheering them on as a soccer mom. Fast forward 27 years, and I still enjoy this gorgeous green and blue space to walk, to do yoga, to do contemplative practices like meditation, prayer. I also enjoy taking photos, kayaking, and enjoying the beautiful sunsets and peace and quiet. This is also very true for many other park users who do not live near Old Brick Park. So why is this city going to privatize this beautiful green and blue space that belongs to the public for another tavern? We have the East Side Club just down the street. The developers, BKM, call it a beer garden in Old Brick Park. Yes, people like to drink beer by the lake, but we already have Monona Terrace and we have Memorial Union for this purpose, neither of which are right next to a vibrant neighborhood such as mine. And as far as beer drinking, I like to have a beer like the rest of them, and I'm happy to have one on my back porch. This will significantly hurt and affect my neighborhood's quality of life. It will also significantly alter the park users who do not live nearby. On the east side near Old Brick Park, we have 8 taverns and 18 restaurants that serve alcohol, including the East Side Club, which I have frequented myself, and patrons can enjoy the lake view there. And it's also very, very delineated, cordoned off by a fence. So why again is the City of Madison pushing through another drinking establishment on prime lakefront, taxpayer-supported public lands by a private company? This only serves to accelerate the pervasive drinking culture that Wisconsin is known for, and I'm greatly disappointed that the City Parks Commission promoted it and it has gotten this far. Please vote no. My life's work is working with youth and their families. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm a school social worker. And I'm also a Safe and Drug-Free Schools program coordinator, so I know a lot about prevention and intervention of alcohol issues. I've studied it, I've been in the field, I've been in the trenches with kids, with families who have suffered many losses and much grief because of the alcohol, over drinking of alcohol and alcoholism, as well as drug abuse. This project will increase the alcohol density in our city with BKM's proposal to allow for capacity of 240 people 7 days a week, 6 months a year. I beg of you to vote no. This is 3 seasons. They keep talking about a seasonal business. This is 3 seasons. This is spring, summer, and fall. And I don't know about you all, but I like to be outside those 3 seasons. I'm not a big fan of winter. And from my backyard, I hear the birds, I hear people boating, I hear people picnicking, and that will all be drowned out now by 240 people drinking beer. And you know, my neighbors have talked about what's going to happen when those people get kicked out or are asked to leave the park. I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're going to walk over to their car, which might be parked right in front of my house. And I have been the victim of someone parking in front of my house because they were visiting the East Side Club. They come back, they've had too much to drink, guess where they used to go to the bathroom? My front yard. Then I go out there and there's all kinds of litter in the front. I'm not saying this is going to happen with every patron at the beer garden. I'm not saying that. But there's always going to be people who are going to overindulge, and guess where they're going to end up? In my neighborhood. And the police aren't going to be around to help me shoo them out or to confront them. That's very scary for me, and that's hurting my quality of life as well as my neighbors. So please put yourself in my shoes and imagine what it would be like if this was your neighborhood or if this was a park that you use all the time, and now you're going to be dealing with people who are overindulging in alcohol, because that will happen. In November 2013, there was an alcohol licensing density ordinance health impact statement by the City of Madison and the Dane County Public Health Department. Their analysis of the local data indicates violent crime in Madison is linked to outlet density. So again, we're raising the density. One of their recommendations to address root causes of excessive drinking include decreasing access to alcohol. Some of the stats in Wisconsin, I'm sure you're familiar with, but I'm just going to do a quick reminder. Binge drinking, 23% of adults 18 years and older binge drink. Binge drinking is defined as 5 or more drinks. I'm just going to talk about the beer for the sake of the beer garden. 12 ounces of beer is 1 serving. They're going to be serving 20-ounce beers. That is nearly 2 servings. 24 ounces would be 2 beers. So they're already serving 1.5 beers. And then again, as my neighbor pointed out, they'll be slamming one down at 9:30 and then probably come stumbling in my neighborhood. Clearly, there's much prevention work to do, and building another bar is going backwards, not forwards, for Madison, Wisconsin. This is not helping our public health. And we're all change agents in one way or the other. I beg you to be a change agent for good, for prevention, not for more bars and more alcohol issues. I don't know about the parents who said they like to go out and have a drink with their little kids. I didn't do that when my kids were little. If I did, I can't even imagine that, because I probably would have fallen asleep when I got home. I needed my energy for my kids. So that's a different culture than what I'm used to when I was raising my kids. And I'm not saying they can't do that or they shouldn't, but that wasn't my world. On mental health, there's abundant research on the positive effects of green space and nature on our mental health. Building a beer garden in a beautiful park diminishes this opportunity for all park users to benefit from the peace and quiet of being in the park and enjoying nature in all of its natural glory. I know and other park users will be mourning the loss of using the park at sunset to take in the beautiful view, breathe in the fresh air, the lake, and the peace and quiet. This will be lost to us due to this developer's refusal to consider operating 5 days a week and giving residents and park users some much-needed respite from the noise, parking, and likely chaos from crowds of people drinking. My neighbors and I have spent countless hours going to all these meetings, doing research, preparing speeches, Yet I've been told this will be approved. It's been very disturbing to me that I keep being told that. Why? Why? What happened to our values with trying to go forward and have less alcohol density? There's been issues with downtown alcohol density. Well, guess what? Now it's going to be on the east side. Please vote no. This will create many untold, unnecessary, and painful problems. And again, just imagine having to chase people off your property for using it as a latrine, having to pick up litter, having your driveway blocked, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Joan Rubens, followed by Elizabeth Godfrey, followed by Kyle Husley, I believe.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Alders. As a long-term resident of the East Side and Olbrich Park area, I ask you to truly listen to all our concerns. I will start out with the February 15, 2016 denial of a license to Top Shelf Hospitality, doing business as the Hail Mary on the grounds, and I quote, because of the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Following was the hearing for Olbrich. Olbrich Beer Gardens was granted a license. I ask you, why is the 50% food and 50% alcohol percentage not applied to the beer garden? The same hearing of 215, other establishments were denied license because they did not have a higher percentage of food versus alcohol. The beer garden is 70% alcohol, 30% food. I'm addressing the health issue, one of the denial issues for the Hail Mary. How healthy is it to have 70% alcohol and 30% food at Olbrich Beach? Safety was mentioned also at the denial at the East Washington establishment. Okay, so a parent is purchasing first, second, or third 20-ounce alcohol-related drink, while children are outside the marked area of beer garden, romping on the rocks. An accident waiting to happen. Are the parents taking watch? Who is? Staff? There aren't enough. Beer staff is looking for underage drinkers. And the patrons? Well, they're imbibing. Do they care of somebody else's child? How many staff are there to 240 inside the barriers and additional numbers outside the barriers to be on the watch? Welfare. For whose welfare is this? Of course, it's the beer garden people who are operating it. Certainly not the quiet neighborhood of the East Side. Ask the Warner Park residents about the one-day problem of rhythms and booms. Trash, noise, disrespect for private property. Not alone for the trash that is thrown or blown, and it will be blown into our beautiful Lake Monona. And who will pick it up? The staff? Come on, give me a break. General concerns for you to take into serious consideration. The barrier. Potted planters placed 6 feet apart was the agreed amount. Who's paying for the planters? Who's paying for bringing in the soil? Who's doing the plantings? And who will be taking care of the plants? Watering, dead plants related to maintaining all these planters? And if it isn't planters, then it's going to be some ugly barrels, right? A 6-foot cordoned off with roping between planters. At what height? Knee height, I'm 82, I can easily walk over. Waist height, I still can crawl under. We are talking 182 days. Maybe Friday and Saturdays will reach the maximum capacity of 240. But what about the rest of the week, including rain days? The average attendance will most likely, including rain days and days that are too cold to attend, would probably be 150, average. 150 was the max capacity requested by the neighborhood residents. But BKM countered it was not feasible to run at that number. So I close with this. If this average attendance for 182 days is below the 150, and BKM decides it is not profitable, the bottom line is, who does and will pay for the cleanup of the footprint that will be left at Olbrich that most likely will be difficult to erase? Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Elizabeth Godfrey, Kyle Hesley, and Jeannie Burchett.
Good evening. I'm going to focus my talk on the issues relating to the parks process in this project. And the first of concern is their lack of the racial equity social justice lens. At the January 31st BOE meeting, Alder McKinney asked about the use of that tool to evaluate the applications for placemaking at Olbrich and Marshall Parks. The staffer answered that for small placemaking RFPs, staff had not considered using this tool, but would be reviewing that decision for future RFPs. Eric Knepp wrote in an answer to Alder's question, Charlie is correct that Parks did not use the RESJ tool for this project, but we will be considering this aspect of our RFP processes going forward. Interestingly, Parks did use this tool for the recent playground replacement at Brittingham Park and lauded its impact on the final decisions made in that very small project by comparison. How could Parks not consider using this lens for a project that plans to serve craft beers, $7 large pretzels, $2 optional mustard, and a project that solely reflects a white European cultural practice cited in a public park, and a project whose purpose is placemaking? It's absolutely stunning. The council should not condone city departments and agencies using this lens at their discretion. The quote that we will be considering this aspect of our RFP processes going forward is a response that does not accept responsibility for a major project process error and ignores Park's own 2016 history of incorporating that lens for playground replacement. Approving the contract tonight condones this lack of respect for that process. There have been lots of questions surrounding the RFP process itself in terms of procurement standards, and you're aware of many of them. RFPs must be designed to screen out proposals from unqualified vendors in the evaluation process. But this award was made to a vendor who has no track record, did not even legally file as an LLC until 2 days before the submission deadline, and was seeking startup funds in November, 2 months after they received a contract award. That was September. A flawed process yields a flawed result, and the city can do better. Yes, the city needs to support entrepreneurial efforts, but not for a large capacity, initially 300, alcohol vending business in a public park with a permeable barrier, which was initially, they were approved by the park staff and came to the ALRC. The barrier was going to be signs, just signs. And that was approved by the park staff. Finally, I've noticed a lack of proper reporting from the park staff to their board. And there's been a lot of talk about vetting, but when I look at the record, this seems to have been barely vetted before the Parks Commission. From looking at parks agendas and minutes and associated links in Legistar, from January 2016 through November 2016, I could not find any references to this RFP for placemaking, and only a few general references to beer gardens. This includes a review of all the park superintendent reports and the subset reports from Parks Community Services, Parks Planning and Development, and the short descriptions of park projects. Yet I found RFPs and RFQs for rubber mulch playgrounds and weed maintenance. I find that very odd. The open records showed that there was a March 7th beer garden concept meeting, and on April 8th, Claire set forth a schedule to implement pilot traveling beer garden that would rotate among 3 parks, none of them Olbrich, and it was scheduled to go before the Parks Commission May 11th. Disappeared. I can find no record, no report to the commission. And on May 25th, the RFP for placemaking was issued. Don't accept the spin, the excuses, and the promises to do better and review practices for the future. The park staff record demonstrates unprofessional and frankly incompetent behavior throughout this process. Hold them accountable to a set of expectations requiring the use of the equity lens and an adherence to an effective and transparent RFP process. Acknowledge you have a proposal before you that is the result of a very flawed process. It's fairly embarrassing. Start over and start with placemaking conversations involving the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyle, who will be followed by Jeannie, and then we've got a couple of registrants, Paul Gibler and V. Vermal Bronson, who oppose, and the first one Paul supports, are available to answer questions. Please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your time and service to the City of Madison. My name is Kyle Hossley. Just want to clarify that. And I'm speaking in opposition to the beer garden proposal. I currently reside at Olbrich by the Lake Apartments, just across Atwood Avenue from the proposed beer garden. There are many reasons why I oppose the beer garden, but I will limit it to just a few here. One of the main issues I have is the possible increase in traffic and in parking in the neighborhood. There's planned renovations going on to Atwood and Walter in the next few years, which could exacerbate any traffic issues we might see with increased park usage due to the beer garden. I did some informal research on the Walter Street parking lot for Olbrich Park. During the winter, there seems to be about 20 cars in that lot, 1 or 2 that park on John Street. But during the stretch of days where we had experienced some warmer weather recently, including this afternoon, the number of cars jumps up by about 5 to 6 cars to about 25, 26, and much more usage along John's Street, from that 1 to 2 to about 5 to 7. I also do not support the idea that portions of a public park will not be accessible to all citizens of the City of Madison. Those those under the age of 21 will not be able to go anywhere on the premises, obviously. So if somebody is playing soccer on the soccer fields, they will have to march their way around the premises to use the restroom, as opposed to being able to make it there in a direct line. That also means a minor, if they were at the beer garden, would have to be accompanied by one of their legal guardians, which, as a result, any aunt, uncle, grandparent, etc., any family member who's not the guardian cannot take any underage person to the beer garden, even if it is a family member. I also do not support the use of taxpayer money to fund the upgrade of the underutilized beach house for a private business. BKM, I believe, should be shouldering the full expense of any renovations to the beach house for any of their specific uses. I would, again, like to thank everyone here for their service to the City of Madison, and I urge you to say no to the beer garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie Furché.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Many of my concerns have been stated very strongly and passionately, very thoughtfully, too, but I want to share some of my thoughts. I do have many concerns about this proposal that would take wonderful public space along the lakefront and lease it to private developers for a small fee. The proposed beer garden area includes 100% of the lakeshore that is most accessible from the parking lot, and also a large share of green space near the parking lot. There was no survey of the park use before the RFP went out, and no opportunity for input from the community. The planning process didn't include a racial equity study, a racial equity analysis, as was mentioned, or health impact assessment, which are stated as essential elements for planning in our city. Olbrich Park is a very vibrant, busy, and active place. Many people that would be impacted by developing a beer garden there haven't been represented at these committee meetings, and in this case, may not even be aware of the proposed development. On a typical weekend, the parking lot is full, and many people are enjoying the park, including Latino, Hmong, and African American families, picnicking, playing basketball, soccer, catch, sitting by the lake, and enjoying access to the lakes, the green space by the lake. Last week, I met a man and his son, Marco Maldonado, and his son Marco. They were playing basketball on the basketball court, and I got a chance to meet him, and I asked him if he came to this park very, very often, and he looked at me and he said, "This is my park." And I thought, yes, yes, yes. As it was mentioned, this is a public space for all to be able to enjoy. He said he brought his son there. His son was about 10 years old. He'd been bringing his son there since he was 2. And he said many of his friends and families, many Latino families come, and they did not know about the proposal for the park. And he was very concerned about that. He was unable to make it here tonight because he's working this evening. Again, I said the park is used by many people in the spring through the fall. School children from Lowell, Shank, and Whitehorse schools come for field trips, and the Goodman Community Center has a youth and nature program where students frequently come to the park to learn. We have the incredible treasure of a beautiful green space available to all. Why would we want to lose that by limiting public access and changing the atmosphere dramatically? The proposal would take that 100% of the lakefront that is most accessible from the parking lot and limit public access and change the atmosphere of the park, it would no longer be a safe place for all people to come, including people who aren't comfortable in a drinking environment for any reason, including religious or health and mental health reasons. As was stated before, there are many drinking establishments in the near vicinity, with Eastside Club being extremely close. And they, again, it's on the lake, open to all. For adults with disabilities and people with mobility challenges who deal with many barriers in our city, this would take the most accessible area of the lakeshore and also the bathroom entrances that are most accessible, as Kyle had just mentioned, from the parking lot. It would limit the access to the bathrooms for all of the park users to be on the far side of the building by the lake. I'm trying to skip through here. Green spaces are essential for healthy communities. As was mentioned, research shows that green spaces are linked to improved cognitive development in school children, and also that the percentage of green space in people's living environments have a positive association with the health of the residents. And this overall relationship is somewhat stronger for lower socioeconomic groups. It would also mention the negative impact and the increased alcohol density. My understanding is that the intent of the RFP, the intent of the proposal is supposed to be placemaking. Placemaking has community participation as a central part and capitalizes on community assets. You know, there's so many opportunities, but there won't be if you decide to move forward on this. And as far as community participation in the planning, as was stated earlier by the Chair of the Parks Commission, David Wallner, as he had stated here at the first ALRC meeting, he said we always wanted to have a beer garden in the Madison Park. We couldn't do it at Olin Park. Olbrich is smaller, and we can try it out there. Stating it's a pilot with a lease agreement or a user agreement for 7 years is strange to me, and having the renewal be solely by the superintendent of the parks doesn't seem like a reasonable way to assess things. Again, I'll try to skip over. We've heard that the developers, that seem like fine fellows, but they have no business experience, came in with not much of a business plan. It was applied for the wrong alcohol license, had to go to the ALRC 3 times, didn't respond to invitations from community groups. At the last meeting, Alder Skidmore aptly stated, we just put together their security plan. At different meetings, alders have stated that the city is making it hard for them. But the city has bent over backwards, coaching them through the process, and with many committee members offering a lot of support. A couple other things. The Friends of Starkweather Creek Group have submitted a letter emphasizing concerns brought up in the engineering study regarding the sanitary survey of the shoreline. This study states that elevated levels of E. coli and bacteria were found in the water. The recommendations in the study haven't been followed up on. They state before any development happens, this should be addressed. Some other positive things that were happening, the grant for children and nature. This could be a wonderful opportunity in this park, many opportunities in this park, if this doesn't go through. Grant has been applied for by the Clean Lakes Alliance that would benefit this park. So people in our community have come forward to say that they're willing to donate money and raise funds to repair and refurbish the building. There are community groups and individuals who want to offer and support free activities that would focus on health and nature and fitness and be open to all. I've spoken with the supervisor of a youth employment program asking if there was a possibility to have a concession stand at the park, if that group could staff it, and he said they could train, supervise, and mentor youth working there. Again, many opportunities that we haven't explored. One of the last things I want to just share is that your leadership has moved us forward to support and protect residents in response to national actions and executive orders, and we have to be aware of all the plans and actions that don't include all. You have committed to the Racial Equity and Social Justice Initiative that I had in my myriad of papers here, written down a couple key things, that establishes racial equity and social justice as core principles in all decisions, policies, and functions of the City of Madison. The vision includes healthy, sustainable, natural environment. So please move forward with that in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Registering also, not wishing to speak, but in support is Tristan Breedlove, Evelyn Mazik, Catherine Mazik, Megan Sanders Drazen, someone at 3401 Hard Rope, Joyce, maybe it's Bauer. Opposing, Lucy Lotzen, Bill Bright, Barb, I could read it as Femright, but I don't think that's correct, but it's interesting. Catherine Brenson, Joan Kemble, Miriam Selesnik. We are now at the point of questions of any of the previous speakers. I would like.
Oh, one more person?
Pardon? Please come on down. You are? I've got you down as answering questions only. You did wish to speak?
I speak and answer questions.
Oh, speak and answer questions. Well, you filled out a different registration form, but come on. And
Your Honor, Common Council, some of you know me, some of you don't. Mayor should. I was on the police force when he first started as mayor, and I recently retired, well, not recently, but as Madison police officer and retired in the year 2000 after 25 years of service. I've got a total of 40 years plus in law enforcement. Nearly 3 years before Madison was Sun Prairie, 25 years with Madison. After I retired, I took a year off and I spent the next 13 years part-time for the U.S. Marshal Service. So a total of 40 plus years. I lived in the same house in Eastmoreland for 41 years. 41 years in June. So it's not like I'm not new to the neighborhood and I'm not new to the city. First off, I'm going to speak to you about the beer gardens from a police officer's perspective. First off, we fought a long time to get beer banned from the parks. 90% of our trouble from the parks stemmed from either beer or alcohol. We fought that for years. We had parks patrols back in the 70s, mid-80s, up into the 90s, until staffing became too much of a problem to do it anymore, on just patrolling the parks to curb the alcohol problem and drug problem, clear up until 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. Olbrich was one of those parks. I fought in that park many nights. All of a sudden now it comes along where finally we got alcohol banned in the parks. Have the problems decreased? I bet they have. Alcohol or drugs constituted, and I was a street cop, I wasn't inside pushing pencils or anything else, I was a street cop. Most of my calls involved drugs or alcohol one way or the other, whether it be a family trouble, batteries, fights, knifings, stabbings, shootings, strong-armed robberies. It was anything most of the time people would not do if they were sober. Once the alcohol took a hold, the brains went out the window and then we become involved. It happened time and time again. Does it constitute all our calls? No, it doesn't. And am I saying, is this going to constitute what's going to come from the beer gardens? No, I'm not. But we fought so long to get the alcohol out of the parks And finally, when it is out of the parks, now it's going to be reintroduced. The reason I say this is that maybe BLK are going to be responsible. And they're going to patrol and maintain what's within their perimeters. But what I see coming, and I see it coming real soon, is the people playing basketball or the people playing soccer, whatever on the field. They're going to see people drinking beer at the beer gardens. They're going to bring their own beer. And myself, if I was still a police officer, I would have a hard time coming into that park and saying, hey, look, you can't drink. You got to get out of here or you're going to receive a ticket. Well, how come they're drinking beer and I can't? Well, the beer over there you can drink if you're inside the confines and buy their beer. That's city sponsored. You can't drink out here because it's not city sponsored. How do you think that's going to do? Would you like to be the one going in there and trying to tell these people that they can't drink beer? So I think at that point, that's one obstacle alone, is that if you're going to have enforcement, how are you going to do that morally? You can drink beer on this side of the rope, but on this side of the rope you can't. You can't bring your own beer. You can't drink. I'll guarantee you that that's not going to float. You're going to have call after call after call of people bringing beer into the park wanting to drink because you can drink on that side but not on this side. The city condones here, but it don't condone here. I think if the license comes about, what you're going to have to do is take the alcohol restriction completely away from Olbrich Park, or you're going to have problems. The Parks Department head said that alcohol was no problem. Apparently he's never, ever, ever been to a sanctioned rhythm and booms, been to any sponsored event by the city in any park that allowed alcohol during the events. They've never had problems with alcohol. Oh, I could not tell you how many times I fought in Warner Park. How many officers have been struck by cars leaving Warner Park after rhythm and booms just on account of alcohol use? How many problems have been created because beer was allowed into the parks, whether it's city sponsored or not? I couldn't even tell you how many times. So if the Parks Department said there's no problem, I'll dispute him until the day they bury me. And there's records on fact. We had the extra staff. The same thing with State Street. Alcohol is the big problem on State Street. The parks down there don't allow alcohol just for that reason. And someone had brought up the point of the beer garden down off of La Follette. Okay, University PD don't get much of that response because it is their premise. They don't really get many calls to the beer garden itself because that's patrolled by security. Once they don't deal with the problems after they leave the beer garden. Langland Street, I can't tell you how many times I've been down on Langland Street, Lower State Street, Francis Street, on people that are under the influence of alcohol. I'm not saying drunk, under the influence, and all of a sudden the brains go out the window and they end up in fights, they end up getting battered, ends up in sexual assaults. How many sexual assaults have you had that involve alcohol? And this is up on campus. So if they're saying that the beer gardens have no problems down at the UW, I'll beg to differ with you. I've been there, I know what happens. As far as Olbrich itself, Olbrich is a public park. We fought for years to get it banned. Now you're going to put it back in there. And as a citizen, I don't want my tax monies being supported by the city to promote a private enterprise, especially with the alcohol. We've been told, and this is a fact, 2 times, that the alcohol or the beer garden would be a good deal because it would teach our kids how to responsibly drink. Huh? You want to teach kids how to responsibly drink at a park? Also, social. You've got to be social. So now you got to drink a beer to come down and talk to neighbors and whatnot to be social. Why does beer have to come in and be the main element being social to your neighbors? I just don't get the connection there. If you want to be social that way, what's wrong with having a backyard party or a community picnic in the neighborhood? Why does it have to be in an open public park? So I guess what it comes down to for me is I think it's a big mistake for the city to publicly endorse beer garden in a city park, open to the public, whether there's restrictions or not. And I'm not coming down on the current BKM because I know nothing about them, but just from past experience, you spent, I guess my time is up, but you spend all this time trying to get beer out of the parks to get out and a lot of the problems are solved. Now all of a sudden, you're going to place it right back in under city supervision. I just don't see how that can work. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I hope you come to a different conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak? Okay, thank you very much. So we got a number of options as to what we can do right now. You said a request for a recess? Request for a 7-minute recess? Is that a motion? Is that a motion? Is there a second? Motion and a second. All those in favor, aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The meeting will come to order, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Kemble? King? Palm? Fair? Rummel? Skidmore? Verveer? Wood? Zellers? Aaron's? Balday? Bedar Seeloff? Carter? Cheeks? Clear? DeMarb? Eskridge? Gruber? Hall? Harrington McKinney? Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. We're back in session. Just to review, we are in a public hearing. So I've discussed this with Alderman Verveer. What we'd like to do, since we are in a public hearing, is do the questions. That means, and I'd like to do it in this following order. First, take questions of the applicants, and then when we've exhausted them, go on and take questions of anyone else who may have spoke that we wish to ask a question of, and then close the public hearing. Then I would assume there might be some questions for staff, and we do that and then get into discussion. So, there's no one in the queue, but I'll ask this question. Are there questions of the applicants? Alderwoman DeMarb.
Thank you, sir. I do have questions of the applicants. So I think I've read most of what's been out there, but there's a couple things that I have that I would just like clarified. There were concerns with the park closing at 10, the business closing at 10, and I was just curious how that works with your staff cleaning up, and do you have concerns about that? And how do you intend to address it?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Alder. We intend to be out of the park by 10 o'clock to observe the park rules. Our staff will do last call at 9 o'clock, cut off service at 9:30. At 9:30, begin that process of clearing folks out, making it clear that park closes at 10, you have to be out by 10. And to the extent that there are folks straggling along, we will do our best to get them out at the same time.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I would like to make a clarifying comment on it as well. So the way the agreement's actually written, the agreement with Parks Department is it permits last sale of alcohol at 9:30. It does contain a proviso after that, which basically says that if we basically aren't able to get people out by 10, if we're just not able to get that and we're shown to do that, we have to move up our last sale of alcohol. So it sort of self-adjusts in the event we're just logistically it's not workable. So.
Okay. It's also been stated that there were meetings where you were asked to attend and refuse. Could you address that, please?
I am not aware of invitations that came our way that we did not accept. There were certainly no invitations that we outright refused. We have been at 14 of the 16 public meetings that have happened on this issue. 2 of those we weren't invited to. So that's the best that I can answer that question for you.
Okay. Someone else, I've got a couple of things. I just wanted to run by you first. So someone else had said that it made more sense for last call to be at 9 because then everyone would know that, or music to shut off at 9 to let people know that this is also last call and you would be wrapping up. I would like for you to respond to that.
Sure, we would be open to that amendment to the conditions that were placed on us by ALRC, but I'll point out that it's only for those 2 nights that were allowed amplified music at this point, so there would be still 5 nights where we wouldn't have that benefit. But I think there is some merit to that argument that music ends, that's sort of a signal that things are over for the evening. We'll also likely have the power to dim some lights and do some things like theaters do, to do a real strong encouragement of get moving.
Okay. And then there were a few different people that, I don't have their words, but basically they said that you were not ready to run this establishment, that you had no prior experience. And so I don't think you really told us in your 16 minutes that you were allowed what experience you do bring to this, and what you intend to do to fill in with any lack of experience.
Sure. I'll speak to myself and Mr. Kesting and let Mr. Mueller speak for himself. In my day job, I have many jobs, first as a father, but then day job, I work for a nonprofit that advocates for people with low incomes who are marginalized or oppressed in some way, and all sort of politics and public policy before that. Certainly love and enjoy being an advocate. This is a side project unrelated to that work, although we do some work on substance use prevention. So I have brought some of those values and some of that work to this particular proposal. And I do have management experience as well. Mr. Kesting has more than a decade of management experience in the corporate world, and let's let Travis speak to yourself.
Yeah, thank you. So my day job is that I'm an attorney. I'm a business lawyer, work with small to medium-sized businesses. So, in some respects, I learned from their experience. Personally, I have actually, this was back in college, this is a number of years ago, but I managed a restaurant. My wife has worked in the bar and restaurant industry for, I think, something like 15 years. It's been a couple of years now, but she had about 15 years of experience. I also have a handful of other entrepreneurial things that I've undertaken where, I've been able to act as sort of the, legal business, high-level business, financial resource, and found a very good operating partner, and that's our plan here as well. And we've started to solicit resumes, and we've had a number of very good candidates already. So, that's sort of the background and our plan.
Could you speak a little bit more to your operating partner?
We don't have anyone selected yet. We have, like I said, we've got a number of very good resumes in, people with extensive bar ownership and restaurant management experience. Depending on how this goes tonight, our next step is to start that interview process, but we have started, collecting resumes and cover letters.
And are there 3 partners?
I'm sorry, three owners, yes.
3 owners?
Yes.
And you all have day jobs?
Yes, that's
right?
correct, yes.
And so how much time do you expect that you will actually be spending at the establishment versus relying on your manager to do so?
Yeah, so
or managers.
Of course. So the manager will certainly be the day-to-day on the ground. I think our day-to-day, Mike and Eric are both in the area. I am in Milwaukee, though I do work out of our Madison office on a regular basis. Our plan is that at least at first, and what we've sort of talked is the first 2 to 3 months, our goal is to have, one of the 3 of us on site, sort of just at a high level, overseer on Fridays and Saturdays at least. So it's, our hope with that, as things go smoothly and any little kinks are worked out, that will slowly scale back and we'll be able to rely more and more on our on-site manager. So hopefully that gives a little bit of a picture of what we're planning to make sure things run smoothly.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Alderman Fair.
Thank you. One of the other issues that was brought up was your lack, I guess, at least perception of a security plan, or not really having a handle on that. So I guess my question, as you've done research and looked at other beer garden models in Milwaukee and other places, what have you learned, I guess, from what issues have other beer gardens had when it comes to, over drinking and security issues, and what do you have in place to, or ideas in place to deal with that? Have you worked with the police department? All those kind of questions.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so thank you for the question. One thing I did want to address at the outset basically is this concern that we didn't have a security plan at the outset. And candidly, the reason for that is, and I would ask Attorney Allen to correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe it's required, and I still, reading the ordinance again, I don't believe that's required for an applicant unless the police department asks it. That was not asked of us until the last ALRC meeting. So just in terms of why that wasn't prepared until recently, that's the reason. In terms of what we've seen at other beer gardens, candidly, they are pretty low-key sort of atmospheres. It's an older crowd. It's a crowd that's drinking beer. There's no liquor available, so it's not that it's impossible to get drunk on beer, but I mean it's a pretty moderated crowd. In terms of how that's led to our plan, and we've obviously got a big space to cover, but we're talking about things like having radios for our staff to be able to communicate. So we'd anticipate having a couple people rotating through the area, and everyone with radios so they can communicate with the manager who may be up at the service point, the person with a clicker monitoring the entrance, and then the people rotating through will all be able to be in quick contact with each other. So that's something. Mike, do you have anything to add?
The one thing I'll add sort of to the environment of the establishment, this low-key ideas, and the experience from Milwaukee is one where there were a high number of incidents in these facilities, in these parks, and that has gone down to next to nothing. So promoting positive activity, preventing issues from getting to an escalated state has been successful there. We think we can replicate that success here as well.
When you say there's a high number of incidents, you mean before the beer gardens came in?
Correct.
At the parks?
Correct. Before the beer gardens, high level of vandalism, break-ins to the buildings, drug use and crime, and that's now down to next to nothing. And multiple sites worth of evidence as well.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Alderman Rommel.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions. Hi. This is my first meeting with all of you, so I'm a latecomer, but I did watch some of them on ALRC, et cetera. And I appreciate your very thoughtful presentations. I do appreciate that. A couple of questions that were raised during the testimony. One, the most obvious one is, will you have other sizes of beer besides a 20-ounce size?
Yes, the 20 is what was placed as a condition as the maximum.
Correct.
We would likely be doing something more of a standard 16 or 18 ounce size.
And so up to, like, you'd have more than one size, or up?
To be determined. I think 16 or 18 would be what we would try to stick with. I mean, it's also an issue of what, glasses or not glass, what sort of, containers we have to purchase to do this. So 16 or 18 would be the more likely pour with the cost points and the sort of customer flow that we've projected.
And another person mentioned fireworks. So the Shake the Lake will bring people to that park. And have you thought about your approach to that day when?
Yep.
Which probably be the wildest day of the year.
Sure, and that's not the only day where there are special events. We've talked about this with the park staff. That day, I think, is an exception where we will need to be in touch with the police department. We've had just only preliminary discussions about, hey, we're going to have to think about this when it happens. So I think that's a day where we may need to ramp up what the barrier around our premises looks like. in addition to having, maximizing our staff availability just to be able to respond. But our maximum capacity doesn't change because of events going on.
But you would consider maybe some actual fencing just to keep that more permeable space separated from?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay, and my last question, it was mentioned that, you're interested in rehabbing the building with what I saw, a word I didn't know before, furch work, which I assume is the design element. Can you talk about what your vision is? And is that something that would need to go to the Urban Design Commission?
So we have discussed through Parks with Urban Design Committee staff that idea, which is sort of a German Bavarian-inspired architectural style. The examples that we've shown in the past are very embellished, as I think one of the speakers said, so we would do something a lot more subtle than sort of the standard. It's not an uncommon style of architecture in the more subtle style that we're thinking in Madison. And so our indication is that the Urban Design Commission staff can handle these changes to the exterior of the building if we're not touching the roof at a staff level with Alder approval.
So even though it's a public building, urban design staff felt they had the authority to work it just between you and them?
Yeah, that was the determination that was passed to us from the park staff who met with them, so I would,
Okay, I'll follow up with staff about that, because it was my understanding of serving on urban design that public buildings that come before the body would have a review by the commission, but they'll ask them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicants? If not, thank you very much. Oh, Alderman McKinney.
Thank you very much. I want to go back to the public process. And so I heard two very conflicting things, and I'm still not clear. There were 16 public meetings, and you said that you attended, I think, 14 of the 16 or something like that.
Correct.
But then I also heard that there was no input from residents. So two very conflicting, points of information. So at these public meetings, how many people showed up? And then how do you speak to the statement of that many of the problems that are arising here that we're faced now was because that there was no input from residents? So could you speak to that, please?
Sure, I appreciate that question. I think we had a similar puzzlement about that as well. We have attended the meetings we've been invited to and responded to questions from members of the public, and we include in that count of meetings twice at the Board of Park Commissioners, the Board of Estimates, and 3 times at the Alcohol License Review Committee. And in the rest of those meetings were neighborhood meetings, the Olbrich Botanical Society's board meeting, public meeting. So at all of those meetings were opportunities to ask us questions or for us to present, which we did. And as I said in the showing in the slides, we made substantial and meaningful changes to our proposal based on the input that we were hearing from policymakers and members of the public.
Follow-up question is actual residents in the community, how many public meetings were held and who showed up?
Sure. So each of the, we attended one of each of the neighborhood association meetings. Sassy, Eastmoreland, and Lake Edge. We attended one additional meeting of the Eastmoreland Community Association, and I can get you this full list. We also held our required meeting at the Beach House, the required meeting for the alcohol, for the liquor license application. Then we held an additional public meeting that was actually hosted by Alder Ahrens and the Community Association. And I hope I'm not missing any, but it has been there has been a substantial amount and certainly the opportunity for folks to engage with us. We've also answered all questions that have come our way by email and phone. My personal cell phone number and email address is on our website, and people have been using it.
Alderman Verveer.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on Alderperson McKinney's question. What I heard from the testimony from several of the residents is their concern that there was no community input prior to the issuance of the RFP, and I'll ask this later of park staff, but is it your understanding that there was no allowance for community input prior to the RFP that you responded to?
I don't have the answer to that question.
Thank you.
No one else is in the queue. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions of any of the other registrants? Alderman DeMarb?
Thank you. David Waldner? Thank you for sticking.
still awake.
Thank you for sticking around. Me too.
That's okay.
So one of the things that said a lot of things, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your service. One of the things you said that stuck with me, though, is that you're concerned about all of the restrictions, I think is the word that you used, put on the alcohol license and their ability to be successful. And so, I mean, what is that based on? I mean, what?
Well, there are things, I attended that meeting, and for example, the music, they have promised, I think it's called a 1A permit. Mike can answer the questions, but 75 decibels, about 150 feet away. I would see this as potentially a place, for example, where we talk about Make Music Madison. None of those people get paid. I love music. My wife and I do house concerts that some people in this room have attended. And we provide really nice pay for musicians. They get all the money for our house concerts. And I would like to see, whether it's an accordion player, low level, a folk guitar player, to be able to come to this facility and make tips. As a local musician, I think this facility would be perfect for that. Not loud rock bands, not loud trios, but one or two people playing light jazz, for example, which the kind of music we saw in Milwaukee. I don't want nonstop Oompa bands because that drives me crazy, but that's one of the issues. The ALRC clamped down pretty hard on their options to do music. You know, and that was their choice, and I can live with that, and I'm sure Mike and his team can too. You know, the restriction going from 300 to 240, you know, again, the Parks Commission will live with that, so will they. Maybe next year, some of these restrictions, we can say, well, they'll come back and say, can we make some small changes?
Sure.
Those are a couple of the ones that stand out in my memory. You know,
Okay.
but, you know, ALRC did its business. Like I said, I stayed for about 12 hours at 2 meetings, and, you know, Mr. Verveer and Alder Bedar can speak to those concerns too. So I want this to succeed. You know, we've been through a lot through the neighborhood and long meetings. And I think it will succeed. But I think next year, if it does, or in following years, we should look, you know, what needs to make it even better for the people of this city. And so that's what I was getting at.
Okay, thank you.
They're young entrepreneurs, and, you know, I wish them the best. Anybody else?
Alderwoman Kimball?
Yep. Stay up there. I got a bunch of questions. I was kind of
I'm on the overtime clock tonight.
Yeah.
I just wanted to, yeah.
Yeah. So I was surprised to hear you say that you're sort of responsible for this, that this has been your idea for a number of years.
I don't want to overstate that, but I did bring it to staff a couple, you know, I'll take the credit or the blame. Dish it out
And when
to-
was that?
Oh, Eric could he's a better memory than I do, but maybe 18 months ago. I had been in Milwaukee with friends on multiple occasions, and I had memories of being in Europe and other cities. And I had friends that said, you know, maybe we should try this in Madison. So I came forward, we talked to staff, kind of sat there for a number of months. I didn't overly push it. Then we got to the point where we were talking about placemaking, and we had a meeting about a year ago over in the Olin Turville neighborhood. Ms. Carter was there, and Ms. Estrich was there. Roger Allen was there, police department. So that was our first, there were neighbors from the Foot, Friends of Olin Turville, police, Eric, I don't know if Eric was there, I think Charlie Romines was there. So that was the first real meeting I attended.
Was any one of the applicants there at that meeting?
No, no, this is before, probably a couple months before we got to that stage. There was a lull. Staff said it doesn't look like Olin Turville will work. We need a shelter that is not used or a bathhouse. And staff came up about a few months later and said, well, maybe we could make this work over there. Rutabaga jumped in.
So staff said a beer garden could work at Olbrich?
Well, that was, we had to vet it. We had to find somebody who wanted to do it. But yeah, they were enthusiastic about it. I think you could ask Eric and Claire their personal reactions. But there was a good sense that this was a good thing to try.
And that was before the RFP came out?
The first meeting, yeah, that would have been before the RFP came out.
So
it was
did
just, we were
you
just
help
bouncing.
write the RFP?
Say it again?
Did you help write the RFP?
No, I didn't. That was the staff. That's out of my league.
Okay, but in your mind, the RFP was going to be about a beer garden? Getting a beer garden at
I
Olbrich?
didn't know that. As it turns out, staff talked with the Tyler Leaper and the Brittingham Boats, Winger Boats people. So yeah, I didn't know if it was going to go anywhere. It was just an idea that I had through some friends who thought Milwaukee's were a good thing. But I didn't get involved in the RFP thing at all.
And had you known any of the applicants before?
No, I think I met Mike in September, October, first time.
After he had been awarded the RFP?
Yeah, he called and said, I just want to introduce myself and, here's what we want to do. And it was very preliminary.
So one of the other people testifying said there was an idea there in looking through your commission minutes, there was discussed like mobile beer gardens for a couple months, and then that discussion dropped from the minutes.
Well, Milwaukee does that. I've never seen that. The ones I saw were the ones like Esterbrook and a couple of the others that Mike showed slides of. So Milwaukee has these rotating gardens. I think one is a Sprecher fire truck that goes, neighborhoods can request them to come in for 2 or 3 weeks each summer, then they rotate to different parks.
So I guess my question is, at the commission meetings, which you're president of, you discussed these things for a couple months and then there was no discussion of them?
I don't think, Eric, you can correct me, I don't think the commission was involved at that stage. I don't think it came up.
Or was there a report? I think she said maybe there was a report from Claire to the commission.
Who said that?
One of the, Elizabeth.
Excuse me, no.
Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify what I understood.
Well, there was that lag between the RFP being put together, and again, you should ask staff the exact timeline and, the creation of the RFP. I wasn't involved with any of that.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay.
Alderman Rommel?
Thank you. So I'm interested in how you work with the Board of Park Commissioners and how you all think about placemaking.
Can I get my water real quick?
What was the answer?
The answer was I need to get more water.
Okay. Sure everything's all right.
Sorry about that. I've got a sore throat. I'm sucking on cough drops tonight. Marshall, what's your question again?
I'm just trying to get a sense of how the commission is going to move forward, or how they already practice reviewing placemaking projects or thinking about placemaking, or how the whole impetus from, that we've been discussing for several years has worked its way through your commission to inform initiatives or conversations.
Well, I was on the commission when we brought in Tyler Leaper's group at Brittingham. We had serious problems at Brittingham. There were knifings, drug deals. Homeless people or others took over the shelter, basically. This is about 5 years ago. And we were real concerned that we were losing control of that park. The police were getting involved. People were living in the shelter, and the neighborhood was up in arms, literally, about how do we get back our park? And we did certain things. The neighborhood got more active in cleaning up the park, being visible, calling the police. And it took a while. Rangers got more active about being in that park. But we turned it around, and one of the reasons why we turned it around was we did a placemaking project with Brittingham Boats. You all know, you know what I'm talking about. And like I think the police and others in Milwaukee, the Parks, County Parks Department over there decided was that the more eyes and ears of people you have in the parks doing positive things, the better off you are. And that's what happened to Brittingham. Now you've got those boats, you've got people, the neighborhood is basically taking the park back. And so that's the one placemaking project I can think of. We're going to be over at Marshall. There's going to be a boat launch operation there, which will start sometime this summer. I don't think we've seen the contract on that one yet, but it'll be Tyler Leeper and his Winger Boats, Brittingham Boats people. And I don't know what other, staff again can talk to it more than I can, but what other options we have. Bree Stevens, I live in the Tenny Lapham neighborhood. That was a huge turnover, a change. We got the new turf in a few years ago. And I look at what happens to Breeze as a kind of placemaking project. I know one of the residents said that something like, I wasn't aware that 40 years ago football or baseball were played there. I did know that because I lived in the city for 45 years. But I think, as probably Alder Zellers will tell you, and Marcia, you know too, I think Central Park and Bree Stevens have been wonderful for our neighborhoods. And I support, as you know, by coming to the Parks Commission, all those activities are going at Central. The festivals, Bob Queen's work. I think it's fantastic. And I know some people live next, you get the complaints about the noise and whatever happens. Liddell gets the complaints about the Bree Stevens, but our neighborhoods have embraced those things. We've gone from a minor number of events at Breeze to something like 150 a year. East is playing soccer and football there, both boys and girls. Fantastic thing for the school kids. So I think that's an example of a really good placemaking effort. I don't know if staff would call it placemaking as such, but we turned that old stadium into a tremendous thing. And staff deserve most of the credit, not me.
In your comments earlier, you called the beach house an old dilapidated shelter.
Say it again?
You called the beach house an old dilapidated shelter.
Well, I think there were things that need to be done, painting, interior stuff.
I looked at it recently, and so I didn't get to go inside. It looks like it needs some soffit repair, for sure.
I think the electrical system needs repair, which is part of the contract. And, it was underutilized. Maybe that was a better word. But it also needs some work.
So I know it's not the Parks Division's jurisdiction to deal with the cleanliness of our waters, but how are beaches as something that you all take up? Like, 'cause I think maybe that beach house is underutilized because the waters, as somebody put, like pea soup. And so why do you, it's sort of, people don't want to swim in it. Have you all looked at how we can, I know like we've put booms in and this maybe isn't a good location for that, but have you looked at all like how to improve the beach shorefront?
Well, I think that's a separate issue from what we're talking about. But I think because of the prevailing winds, you do get a lot of gunk over there. I get in that park a lot in the summer. I bike by it. I sometimes get out and just walk around. So I think, I'm not sure if there's a new plan to, the county and the city working on water quality all the time, as you know. Phosphorus problems. We've had other parks like Bernie's Beach across, it's Bernie's over across the lake. We've done some things there to try to minimize the crud. And I'm sure there are other things we can do. I don't think we've talked about that specific problem much in conjunction with the beer garden.
And my last question, thanks for everyone's patience, is it was mentioned in testimony that the use agreement gives the superintendent the authority to renew without any need to go to the park commission or the council. Is that something that is common, or that is that okay with the Parks Commission?
Well, I think the agreement, again, I'll ask Eric if he, these guys have promised to come back to the Parks Commission and to the neighborhood associations in February? Once a year. And we're going to have them come back before the Parks Commission. We will have them back before us. I think of Vern Stedman and the Mallards operation.
But the use agreement gives the park superintendent, I would assume it's his discretion to let all this happen, but he's not required. He can just approve a renewal on his own authority.
Let
That's-
all of what happen? I mean, we have a contract.
Right, and in the contract,
Okay.
to renew, the only party that needs to review it is the park superintendent. It
Mhm.
doesn't go to your committee, it doesn't go to the council.
I don't know if it's, it's a 20-page document. I don't know all the details.
I
but
read it, so.
Yeah, I mean, I have
Trust me.
too, when it first came out, but, I mean, I think the commission will have, knowing Mr. Knapp's style of leadership, having worked with him for many years, if the commission says, Eric, we want to see these guys back in front of us at the end of this year to talk to us, that'll be no problem. I can ask for that, and I'm sure Eric you can ask him tonight, but we will help monitor this. I have made that pledge. I have some faith in these guys and our staff and our rangers and our police department to make this work. But if there are significant problems, we're going to, we might take a hard line on it and say this isn't working like we planned it to.
Okay, thank you.
And I would follow up with Eric too
Oh,
on
I
some
will,
of this.
thank you.
Okay. He's a lot smarter than I am.
Any other questions of Dave? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions of any of the other registrants? Alderwoman DeMar.
Thank you. Kathy Sukup.
Okay.
Kathy, when you were up here, what I heard you say is that this company is not ready to run this establishment. And my question to you is based on what? Where does your opinion come from on this?
The opinion comes from a review of the plan, the proposal, and the fact that they had no experience dealing with alcohol in the selling position. So that was the beginning. I think probably, well, Jen or Jennifer could speak to this too.
So the fact that they have not had an
They've not had
establishment
any
before?
experience, yeah. And just, and you ask them, okay, for instance, with security, how many people are you going to have in security on hand? And they said, oh, well, we'll figure that out when we have the people. And it's kind of like, really? And I wonder how many of those people will be sitting, waiting for them to call them in. You know, when more people come. We figure at first it's probably going to be a very, a novelty. So people from all over the city will probably come.
Mm-hmm.
And they may have to be watching their numbers so that they don't go over what they're allowed, which is the 240.
Oh, the capacity. Okay.
Yeah. So, but and the same thing, you know, as the weather is nice, whatever, then more people will possibly come, and that also will increase the need for some more security.
Sure.
And they, you know, they haven't, well, we'll have maybe one, I don't know. It gets nerve-wracking.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions of any of the other registrants? Are there any more questions? Seeing none, at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing on the license. And at this point, the matter is before the council. And as I indicated, perhaps at this point, to start off, there might be questions of staff. So it's not required to do that, but let's start with Alderwoman McKinney.
I have a question of staff, parks specifically. And so as much as I love the Parks Department, and Eric, I have to ask some questions, and you had sent me an email, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to review that prior to sitting here. My questions, I'm just going to name them, and then I'll let you jump in and tackle them. One is absolutely the racial justice tool. It keeps coming up, and when I go back and read the narrative that you supplied and also Charlie supplied, it just causes me concern. The series of narratives about when is this used, who makes the decision, and how this was or was not considered something that should have warranted that application. The second thing I'd like to speak to you about is I have a whole list of, what is the process that was followed for the RFP. And the third and final one that I'd like for you to address, and it came up several times, is that this was described as a pilot. I'm not really sure what that means. And it says that the revenue stream to the city is $334,850 over a 7-year period. So those three things, if you can just speak to those, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Certainly. Thank you for the question. So the first, I'm going to talk about the ResG tool and the analytic tool, and when it's used and when it's not. And as we do strive to kind of improve our RFP process and all processes, tonight on the council agenda, there's an item that we're excited about that will kind of guide us in how to use that tool as part of the budget that we'll supply as a project list up to at least 5 a year, up to 5 a year. I spoke with Tori today at length about this concern, because I would hope that we have demonstrated and can demonstrate, if we walk through kind of what we do and from a ResG perspective, a pretty good record, by no means perfect. If we want transformational change, we're going to have some bumps, and as I've acknowledged that from the very beginning, we did not use it here. I didn't want any aspersions to be cast that we did or did not. We have never said that we did. The rationale, first and foremost, is the decision for the RFP to issue an RFP was made last March to start drafting an RFP for these parks. A lot has changed between now and then, first and foremost about the tool. But the biggest thing I would say is our focus on park projects for the ResG tool has been focused on not small projects that they were described as Brittingham. Brittingham's a very large project. Brittingham has an over $500,000 investment from the city. It actually approaches $750,000 by the time we're done with everything in parking lots. It also amends the master plan. That's two big checks for me. And I'm sorry, the third part about the Brittingham project as an example is we were approached by a group of people from the Hmong community who raised concerns about the process, and that latter stage ResG analysis, I'm quite proud of that process, and we got a better outcome. But the process of using that tool continues to evolve. It's a piece of, as you guys know, the ResG strategy guide is what guides us from the end of 2014. And the analytic tool is a key part of that. We view a major part of our ResG work through the NRTs, through our capital budget priorities, through the impact fees and other policy changes we've made to promote equity. It's not to say we shouldn't have used it here, couldn't have used it. In hindsight, right? I'm never going to say that there isn't a value to be added by using the ResG analytic tool. It was not used because it didn't, the RFP did not anticipate master plan changes and or projects of a significant sizable investment by the city. That's been our standard. We're more than welcome to take direction from the processes going from the resolution, as well as the commission and the council on ways to improve that process. The second one to hit on, and then I want to make sure I'm getting to these here in order, the RFP process. The first thing is the RFP for the Olbrich Beach House was issued in 2013. No one responded. That was an issuance that brought Brittingham, Marshall, and Olbrich were contemplated as underutilized facilities that had a pattern of neglect, concern about the utilization rates, and significant underinvestment by the city because there was limited programmatic use to drive that investment. No one responded for Olbrich in 2013, nor did anyone respond for Marshall, if I remember correctly. And actually, I want to correct the record. James Madison, Olbrich, and Brittingham were the three in that RFP. I apologize. Marshall's the one in the current RFP. So the first RFP for Olbrich was then. So over the time, it's been identified since my time in parks as an area with a concern, the underutilization rates and the like. So we chose in March of 2016, I chose and directed Claire, who was relatively new in her role and responsible for these RFP type processes, to prepare and start working towards an RFP to be issued. That RFP was focused at Marshall and Olbrich. We worked with the City Finance Department purchasing to draft an RFP. The RFP was focused on placemaking services at either of the two. The RFP was issued May 25th of 2016, submitted or due in, or I'm sorry, on June 6th, an addendum was issued that was required for all submitters to sign off on before they could comply based on questions from, I believe, at least two of the three folks who submitted, to clarify that the draft agreement was in fact, or the sample agreement in the RFP was in fact a sample agreement and not meant to connote the exact terms and conditions that would be entered into that would be negotiated upon an approval. June 22nd, the RFP submission was due. In July and August, there was an evaluation of staff panel, including parks, purchasing, and city planning staff. They went through 2 rounds of evaluations along with a vendor presentation. They had a 3rd meeting and recommended to me to move forward with a dual award at Olbrich between BCAM and Rutabaga, and to move forward with an award at Marshall for Marshall Boats, which is the reference Tyler Leeper. That award was made via letter and notification by phone call, September 16, 2016, and then from there we have the public, the more documented process from where we're at. If we have questions about the neighborhood meetings, I can try to address those as well. But then the RFP process itself, that's a very similar process to what we've used before for Breeze, Brittingham, some that have failed, Olbrich in the past. Marshall, which was just recently, the same RFP, Marshall was approved at the last council meeting. Rutabaga was on the agenda tonight to be introduced, and we hope that's approved in the next 2 weeks. So that's the process of the RFP. It involves city purchasing, city interagency staff teams in a review process to get to a recommendation. And I do want to be clear for the council and the public tonight that a recommendation from an award does not mean that it is cooked, soup, and done and endorsed by Parks as a perfect item. It's to start the process. And my first test is to see what response we get from alders and neighborhoods. And then we go from there. And we have the ability to pull back at that point. The last part was the pilot and the revenue to the city. So the first thing about a pilot, I'm not sure, and I'm going to ask you in a second here if you could clarify what that was reference to. I don't believe I've used the word pilot, or my division has used the word pilot. We've in reference to, was there communication from us? I guess I could just say, go ahead, if you don't mind. I'm just trying to clarify what it's in reference to. Okay. I'm sorry. I understand. President Wallner talked about it being a pilot.
Right.
As
It was
a park
referenced
commissioner,
several times as a pilot.
As a park commissioner or volunteer, we greatly appreciate his leadership on the commission. From a staff perspective, we've never communicated this as a pilot. I don't view it as a pilot. I view this proposal as a single proposal about services at Olbrich. I don't like to publicly disagree with David, but I heard our commission sift and winnow at the Park Commission about this issue and the land use questions about alcohol in parks and about how we do it and where we do it, because we're operating under a situation where since 2007, when there was a comprehensive study, we have been working under the assumption that we address alcohol issues in parks on a case-by-case basis. There's a large subcommittee in parks in 2007 that came out with that recommendation, and that's how we've managed. And in this case, they came back affirmative. I think calling it a pilot would be incredibly premature from my perspective. I think perhaps President Wallner was also getting to the fact that this license will be reviewed annually, and I think we recognize fully in the staff level that it will be reviewed annually. And I can assure anyone who's involved in this process that if a single commissioner asks me to bring back an agreement 3 years from now at the renewal term before approving it, I will do so. The reason that language is relatively standard in some of our less controversial agreements, and if there's a concern that review needs to happen at the Park Commission, I don't have a problem with that at all personally, because I do that at the request of one single commissioner. So that's the RFP process and the pilot. And the revenue, the total revenue to the city might have been quoted, with the 235 quoted, might be the benefit to the taxpayers. Do you want me to walk through how that was calculated in the chart?
Well, it was mentioned in testimony is that this was a valuable lakefront property, and the city's revenue generator would be $235,000, and there was nothing that would, let's say, if the profits were above that, so there was no regulator that the city would participate in any revenue stream that was increased. So that came up again in the testimony, so I'd like to clarify that.
Sure, and I'll let this Assistant City Attorney Allen correct me if I'm wrong, but the Department of Revenue indicates to the City of Madison that would be an illegal arrangement. I understand that arrangement may be in place in other municipalities. Under the advice of our attorney, we were unable to negotiate a revenue sharing component off of alcohol sales, though I desired it very much for a win-win benefit. But I would let Assistant City Attorney Allen just point out the intricacies of the law there, because I'm not good at the law. I don't pretend to be. And then the question about total revenue and the price point of how we got to that point was negotiated, and it is very valuable real estate. I would say it's immeasurably valuable, and that's one of the things that makes it really a challenge. And one of the reasons the rate doesn't seem like it might be for a business is businesses have property rights, and yeah, there are some rights bestowed on these folks, but there are no property rights. It's an agreement. It's a use agreement. There's no lease. If they don't do what they say they're supposed to do in the agreement in 10 days, and we give them notice and 10 days later they don't fix it, we can remove them. That changes the dynamic of a revenue recovery component from a business perspective. And that's where the best I could do to answer that question right now, but I want to make sure Roger can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm confident that the DOR, because I asked for that ability in the conversation of negotiations, and that the Department of Revenue has said that would be an illegal arrangement.
Okay, let me explain where we're at. First of all, we've got DeMarv, Carter, Skidmore, Gruber, Zellers, Rummel, Revere, Aaron's in the queue, Fair. And at this point, if we get two more, there won't be room for anybody else. But I just want to know, Alderwoman McKinney, you still have the floor. Do you have any further questions?
The mention of the RFP for 2013 and then the reissuance of the RFP in 2016 was the addition of the alcohol component. When was that included? In 2016 and not in 2013? So it wasn't present in 2013, is that correct?
That is correct. In 2016's RFP, it included a more open-ended place-making based language and did not prohibit alcohol. The 2013 RFP would have prohibited alcohol.
So my final question is that with the 2016 RFP that included alcohol, was that RFP broadly, what happened with that one? How was that integrated into the RFP that was already out?
So the 2016 RFP was an independent RFP. The 2013 RFP was closed when the date was closed, and I apologize, I may have misunderstood your question.
So specifically, do you think that adding the alcohol to the 2016 RFP made a difference
I
in
think
the number of potential interested vendors?
I think by at least one, yes. The other two submissions did not have that,
Okay, thank you.
so I can't speak to them.
Okay, Alderwoman DeMarb?
Thank you. I'm going to start with Attorney Allen, if that's okay, and give Parks a break. Hello. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
So my questions are on the conditions. And I'm not sure if I have right legal language here, but there is a list of 14
Correct.
conditions. This seems really like a lot of conditions to me. And I was just curious, because I've been on council for 4 years, and sometimes there's alcohol license with some conditions, but I think this is the most that I've seen. And it seems to me, Shiva's saying no, and it seems to me that a couple of the conditions on here go beyond what the state law is. Is that correct?
No.
It isn't. So the state law says that every server must be 21 years of age, right?
Let me back up and explain to you a little bit, because what I'm about to tell you won't make sense unless you accept two principles about the alcohol code.
Okay.
First of all, the alcohol code, unlike most laws that you deal with, which are laws of prohibition, you can't park within 4 feet of a driveway, you can't leave snow on your sidewalk after 24 hours after a snowfall, you can't break the speed limit. Those are laws of prohibition. The alcohol code is laws of enumeration. If the statute doesn't say that you can do it, then you can't do it. So against that background, the second principle you have to accept about the alcohol code is it's a Byzantine patchwork quilt of social policy and special interest legislation. So it won't make a lot of sense sometimes, and I will not defend or purport to know the logic behind some of the provisions in the alcohol code. They just are. If you can accept those two principles, you'll accept my answers tonight without a lot of stress and worry and trying to reconcile the irreconcilable. There are certain conditions that can be placed on the alcohol license unilaterally by the ALRC and by the Common Council, where they are necessary to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the community. And I tell the ALRC members that those are the conditions that they should have to say in their mind, that if these are not acceptable to the applicant, then we don't grant the license. Then there are other conditions which they cannot place unilaterally, or may not, we're not sure, the case law hasn't been brought, where there are state laws that say specifically the rights of a license holder. And one of those is a 2 a.m. closing time, or bar closing time is set by statute. However, if the applicant consents to a lesser closing time, then we can place it as a condition on the license.
again, I tell the ALRC, if that closing time is important, and where you often see this is situations where the ALRC is concerned about a restaurant morphing into a bar late at night in an area where there's already a saturation or oversaturation of licensed premises, that if the applicant is unwilling to consent to that, they should not grant the license. So I think when the ALRC considered these 14 conditions, which I've seen more on licenses, it's rare, but this is also the first of its kind. It's the first tavern outdoors, completely outdoors. It's the first in a park. It's the first with, usually we see much more experienced operators who've worked their way up in the industry. So I considered these conditions carefully as the ALRC enumerated them. Also present at the meeting where these conditions came out was the ALRC's prosecutor, my colleague, Jennifer Zillavy, who has the responsibility to enforce these conditions, and she did not raise any objection or any concerns before the ALRC. So I think each of these conditions are appropriate, and I will also inform you that the partners of BKM were present. They were asked if they consented to each of these conditions, and they agreed.
Are you complete?
For now.
Okay, so then my next question, I've got two more, and they should be quick. My next question, it's been said tonight that in a year or whatever, that they could come back and ask for a lesser restraint on their business. Have you seen this happen?
Quite often, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, do you know anything about amplified sound, or should I ask someone else?
I know more than I wanted to know about
great.
it.
So, amplified sound is limited to PA1 level. I have no idea what 75 decibels are. How loud is that?
Yeah, I'm sure we could all, in this day and age of smartphones, look that up, but 75 decibels, as I understand it, you should not be able to hear more than like a light conversational sound at the sidewalk, if you're familiar, and I'm sure you are, you're my elder, you're familiar with Old Brick Park.
Yep.
From where that facility is located, you would hear what would be about a conversational sound coming off of it at the sidewalk on the street there.
Okay, so it's pretty limited.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Alderwoman Carter.
Yes, this is to Eric. Eric, you mentioned Brittingham Boathouse. Did they also remodel the whole boathouse for their operations, like this group is going to do at the beach house?
They went through, Brittingham Boats went through a significant remodel and update, yes.
At their own expense?
Primarily at their own expense, yes. I mean, I would say there was some incidental stuff with Brittingham with like, if there's a pipe busted in the wall before they moved, that's what I remember with them before they moved in, and they go to upgrade the plumbing, and there's like a pipe that wasn't anticipated. We felt that was, our own neglect. And that's kind of the way we handle these kind of agreements. Like if we come to an agreement at the point of agreement. So, but I would say Brittingham Boats paid for 90+% of the cost of the capital improvements.
Okay, and then did you say that this was going to be like a ground lease? I just can't remember. Did you say that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you. A couple questions for Eric. Eric, early on, the applicant showed a very professional drawing of the licensed establishment. Did they prepare that, or was that prepared by park staff?
The premise markings?
Yes, the plan showing the buffer, the specific location of the licensed establishment.
That was completed by park staff, Dan Rodman, our surveyor.
Thank you. And then the next question, I was going to ask somebody from real estate, but I think you might be able to handle this. At the first meeting, the chair commented to me, what a sweet deal. I wonder how they got that lease rate. Who determined the lease rate for that property? Did you contact real estate at any point?
We did discuss it with real estate after it was suggested that we should. We don't normally because they're not leases, and so the value tends to be one that's negotiated, not something you compare to in the marketplace.
Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Gruber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for staff, please. First of all, there were some questions about the city's investment, the electrical, and then the gravel pad. What costs would the city incur in this?
So very early on in the process of negotiating an agreement, and it has not changed throughout the entire process, so I don't know how that was miscommunicated, but I apologize to anybody that misunderstood. The cost to upgrade the electrical was $35,000. The BCAM group would put forward $17,500 of that cost. The other $17,500 the city would pay for, and we had included in the agreement revenue stream to pay back from their original submission. We negotiated that back. The rationale for that is the electrical service is unsafe and unworkable for any user, including rutabaga. Well, rutabaga could stay in there if you want to be at a very low level of service. One of the concepts we always know is when we redo parking lots, when we redo, with athletic fields, volleyball courts, and basketball courts, it's not implausible that there will be a need for a higher level of service. So that's the relationship to that. We're paying for half up front, and we're doing it with a lot of our staff and equipment and materials. Similar to now on the gravel pad, we are planning to do that work because of our concern for the tree, our awareness of the site, and our knowledge about how to have erosion control around lake shores. We will do that work. We will bill that work directly to Mr. Bear, who will pay the city back for that work completed on his behalf. So I hope that clarifies the gravel pad conception. And part of it is we don't want to, we're really sensitive about what kind of contractors we let in our parks. So we'd prefer to do it and bill it.
Thank you. And then the question of alcohol in parks, my understanding is that most parks allow alcohol currently, and then there's a small number that are banned from alcohol because of problems. Is that correct? I think it's something like 14 or something that do not allow.
Yeah, a little more than 14. The vast majority of parks do allow alcohol in them without prohibition. Those that do not, as a non-permitted use period, are conservation parks, and then there are a series of parks listed in the ordinances that are probably, we're at double Z, so we're 44, and that includes things like the steps of this building. But 44 out of 266, somewhere in that neighborhood are where it's banned. Mostly downtown core, working your way out. Obrick's on the very far edge of that ban.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And then one of the speakers mentioned the ban of alcohol in Olbrich and people that are outside the beer garden, seeing people drinking inside the beer garden. Is it possible that if conditions improve in the park that the alcohol ban in Olbrich would go away? Could be, well, we would rescind it, I guess. Does that ever happen? Or is it a one-way street? I guess I would.
To my knowledge, we haven't went back the other way because of a lot of things. But we would evaluate it at that time through the process of the council and the commission to change it. That said, I've not heard of any going backwards that way. Some of the temporary ones were let to expire in certain parks. We've used temporary bans. Obrick was one of those that recently became permanent, relatively recently.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Obviously, that question's not before us, but it was brought up. So, then the last question has to do with the closing time. The park closes at 10. The beer garden closes at 10. Do you have concerns, or staff have concerns about people getting out in time when the park's closing, especially maybe the staff of the beer garden?
Given the language in the agreement, which allows the pullback and closing time earlier, and the conditions on that license, I don't have major concerns. I do have concerns about that in every issue. When we enter an agreement, we take our obligations very seriously. But I do think they can achieve that goal, and I actually suspect we may end up closer to, in an operational agreement on the ground, closer to a 9/15 last pour to give some space. But we would work with our partners in this regard.
Thank you.
Alderman Sellers.
Yes. My first couple of questions are for Eric. I think one of the other alders brought up the question of what we would get out of our contract and the $234,000. And you had indicated that we could not do it as a percentage of alcohol sales. However, would we be able to renegotiate after a certain period of time? What's the schedule for that, or are we locked in until 2023?
Well, you're asking me to give away a lot of our information to the other side sitting there, but no, I will. The agreement requires them to disclose, at our request, financial data. I intend to do that because I have an acute interest in knowing how successful this model is. I would suggest strongly to the Council and Park Commission, should that model be incredibly successful, that they not encourage me to renew and to encourage to reevaluate. But I really do, I will tell you, from my experience, and I have been a restaurant manager and worked in bars and restaurants as well, you start doing RevPARs on this operation and certainty of weather, the number isn't as big as you think. And I just want to make sure nobody here thinks that this is $1 million operation 180 days in a year. That is not going to happen.
And so, again, what's the earliest then you would be able to renegotiate, and then what period of time
The rate would be
thereafter?
after the first 3 years would be a renegotiation of more terms should we want to back away from the agreement. I would hope that BKM, and I said it lightheartedly, but I would hope that they would understand that if it's a phenomenal success, then there is a public give back in that regard.
Okay, so if it were phenomenally successful, then we would potentially then be able to renegotiate so that the fourth year there was more dollars coming.
Correct, and I would say, given the fact that it is a first of its kind, as was mentioned earlier, and a new concept, I think it's unlikely that for the two parties, the counterparties to this agreement, that it would be unlikely that within 3 years there would not be enough of a change in concepts. Just operational details, and we want to codify it to 915. All those things, they happen. They routinely happen in every one of our agreements, the Mallards, Breeze, so on and so forth. So I suspect there will be a lot of reason to renegotiate or amend at that point anyway, if not before.
Okay, so I ask about wildly successful. Now I'll ask about the other side of it. What if it turns out to be a total disaster and the neighbors are suffering from, I don't know, graffiti, people, trampling everything, the noise is horrible? What is who has the authority for terminating, and under what circumstances, and how quickly would that be able to be done?
If there's a violation of the terms of the agreement, and we provide notice of any violation of terms of agreement, they would have 10 days to cure it. If they didn't, we could cancel it.
And where is that in the agreement?
Hold on a second, I do have it in front of me.
And what constitutes a term of the agreement if it is a huge amount of noise that people are making, or trampling people's shrubs, or whatever it might be? Is that a term of the agreement? I'm just trying to figure out what would.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to search while I answer you, but it's Section 27, default and termination. Thank you, Claire. But terms of the agreement, the first ones, and I think the most significant ones, more restrictive than the use agreement, are the license. And I think starting with the alcohol license, conditions. They're pretty strident, and I think that most of the issues we would see. Now, that said, as far as neighborhood impact, it is always a challenge to attribute neighborhood impact or a broken shrub to a single event. That said, with the heightened scrutiny, I suspect we will see, and I hope hear about anything that does happen to evaluate it within that context. Can I say unequivocally that if somebody's shrub gets damaged in Eastmoreland, that I would consider that a breach of the contract? No, I don't think that's fair or legal. But monitoring neighborhood impact is a routine part of our agreements, and I would hope that first year's review with the Park Commission and at the LRC would cover a lot of those issues. Breach of those agreement terms, though, Alder Zellers, just to be clear, some of them are really pretty straightforward. Like if there's a continued violation of timing or any violation of the alcohol license, let alone the alcohol license, it's a violation of this agreement. They have to have the alcohol license in good standing. So I would start down those lists for the noise complaints and the trespass complaints, but there's not a lot that we can do directly punishing them for something that happens on a neighborhood private property.
So essentially then, and I'm looking at section 27, is that item 27 on the agreement? It says permittee represents that it has the authority to enter into the agreement. That doesn't sound
Yeah,
like...
okay, go ahead. Default termination, section 27 on page 18.
Maybe the one I've got is an earlier draft.
The one on Legislature right now is marked at the bottom, final, the last bit is final Doc X 13117.
Yeah, this is an earlier one. Okay, I'll look at that. And so in terms of the terms of the agreement, we would be having like alcohol license not in effect, not closing when they say they're going to close.
Lapse of insurance.
Lapse of insurance, or decibel levels beyond what is in the agreement?
Any amplification beyond the PA1, yes.
Okay, and so that would then 10 days, and
Yep.
that you could,
We measure it again. I will say that I have, not that I have no concerns about the noise component, that's always a concern. I do want to, for, Parks has managed noise a lot in the last couple of years.
you have. You really have.
We've
Thank you, by the way, thank you.
We've gotten fairly decent at it. 75 decibels, 150 feet from the source, is not very loud, and then you're 450 feet from the road. As far as the amplified noise,
I think we should apply that to some other places too, Eric.
there are places where it's less viable and more viable, Alder Zellers. But that 600 feet, I mean, that's not to belittle the idea of noise, and the human voice is very tricky, and noise is a crazy thing. We've learned this over time. But the amplified component, I think it won't even be close to being audible from the other side of Atwood. I really don't. If they're staying within 75 feet, 75 decibels, 150 feet from the source is not very loud. It's about 84 decibels, 88 on a boom box, so to speak.
Okay. Thank you. I've got one more question, if I may. And this has to do with questions which have arisen as to whether this should be going to the Plan Commission or not, whether under the zoning, this is a use that's allowed. And I would just like to ask whoever it would be, whether it's Attorney May or Mr. Tucker, to explain what that situation is.
Matt can start and I'll follow.
I'm going to start, yeah. So to explain that, answer this question, we have to do just a bit of a history lesson to talk about how we got to where we got with our new zoning code. When we went to work on our new zoning code starting back in 2007, we had the zoning code rewrite advisory committee and the city's plan commission both working on the code language. And one of the issues that we wrangled with was how did the city want to look to regulate the use of parks and playgrounds type activities. And it was determined by both of those groups. Their heavy lifting recommendation that they pushed forward was to leave the sort of use question of what occurs in parks in most cases up to the Board of Parks Commissioners, because it was recognized that there was some duplication of review with things that may go on in parks between the Board of Parks Commissioners and the city's primary land use review body, which would be the city's Plan Commission. So, in general, uses or activities that occurred in parks were not something that fell under the purview of, say, a conditional use review, with a few exceptions, such as stadiums, auditoriums, and arenas. Those are uses that have lots of activity, and there's a broader question about transportation, parking, and community impacts. That's why recently on the Plan Commission agenda there was a major alteration to the Warner Park athletic facility for the Mallards, because it was a big, big change to the building out there and went through a conditional use process. So let me give you just one other, an example. Another example that we've dealt with in the past was a few years back, Winger boats became Brittingham boats, or something like that. And I think it's the same operator, and they operate out of a stand in Brittingham Park. They offer food and drink. They have a little deck. You can rent a boat. You can go have lunch. And it's a food and drink establishment. It's occurring in the park. It's kind of what you do in the park. And so from a zoning perspective, we did not require any special approvals. We did take a look at the design of the structure and the layout of the site from an urban design perspective, because the Urban Design Commission and its secretary does look at the exterior buildings and the layouts and designs of things. But from a land use perspective, we consider that part and parcel with what you do in a park, and so it had a pass as a permitted use.
If you can
Yeah,
add, because
let me expand a little bit. I think this issue is a significant one. I think that the decision was made essentially that because the Parks Commission has the authority by state law to determine the uses that are proper within a park, that the decision was made that on most of these uses, the Plan Commission will sort of stand down and say, if the Parks Commission says this is a proper use of what you can do in a park, they're the experts, and we'll assume that it falls within, the parks and playground or parks and recreation use of parks. Never before has that included a tavern. And if you look, tavern is neither conditional or permitted or other use in the parks area. And at least in our view, there's at some point where the council or the Plan Commission or somebody is going to say to the Parks Commission, no, you may think that's a proper use in the parks, but we think it needs a zoning change because they're two different tests in terms of what it is. I don't know whether this is that case or not, but I mean, you can put one at the far end if the Parks Commission says we want to build some condominiums in Warner Park, and we think that's a proper use of parks and recreation. I think that it would be proper to say no. You've got to go through the usual zoning and planning. I'm not sure where this tavern falls in there. And in the other places where we've allowed it, there's been a stadium, which either has been a conditional use or in Breeze, it's been there forever. It's a non-conforming use, and I don't think anyone would argue that selling beer at a stadium is something that's unusual for that kind of parks activity. But whether it is here and whether it would require Plan Commission approval, we think is not exactly clear under the zoning. We think there are two reasonable ways to interpret it. The way that Matt has explained, that has been the traditional way that it's been done in planning and zoning, and another way to look at it, which is this is something new for the first time, and maybe we should think about whether or not a standalone tavern in one of our parks is something that should either get a zoning change or whatever needs to be done under the code to make it very clear what approvals are necessary. So and we've been having these conversations back and forth between our office and zoning about this for the last couple of days, and that's the best conclusion that I think we've sort of come to in terms of how you apply the code and what it means here.
Another thing that I find confusing that maybe you could help clarify with this is when you look at table 28G1, under PR, Parks and Recreation. I mean, it fills in the boxes just like any other category, including under the food and beverage, showing restaurant conditional use, restaurant tavern conditional use. So, you know, it makes it appear, anyway, that it would need to follow the same kind of approach that any other zoning category would. What am I missing there on that?
Well, I think one of the questions is, when you define it as a tavern under the zoning code, where it is not listed as either a permitted or conditional use, did we mean a traditional tavern with 4 walls that people go in and sit down in? Or does that also cover any tavern that has to be licensed by the ALRC? Is that what was meant there or not? And does it matter then whether the Parks Commission says we think that these outdoor beer garden is really sort of a traditional parks use? So those are the issues there. But you're absolutely right. If you get into what I find a little distressing here, that it is a tavern for purposes of a ALRC, but we're going to say it isn't for purposes of the zoning code, and that to me is a little bit inconsistent or not clear. And I think Matt explained the history of it and how zoning generally defers to the Parks Commission, but I think this is something a little different than most of those traditional parks uses, and I think the council needs to sort of decide whether whether you think it's more like a boat, rutabaga boats putting their stuff in, or whether you think it's more like the change to the Warner Park Stadium, where you needed to have some sort of conditional or other use, and then the staff would figure out what changes need to be made to the code to meet the council's intent. I hope that's somewhat helpful.
And regardless of how this turns out, I'm going to be, and I have asked Plan Department staff to come up with a recommendation for the council to clarify all these questions regarding the categorization and the use of land within parks.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Alderman Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to follow up on that, but I guess I had other questions first for Eric. I guess I've heard through the last week, and I'm not sure I actually heard it from anybody that it was a plan, but that staff reviewed the concept of a traveling beer garden, such as they started with in Milwaukee. Can you sort of talk about what happened to that idea?
Happy to. In a very quick nutshell, it was one of the ideas that have been presented to us. Concepts of beer gardens were not new to staff. With this response or with President Wallner's suggestion along, we've had folks approach us with this concept over time, or support the idea, ask if we've seen it and that kind of thing. So in our research, we had researched Milwaukee and other communities. One of the concepts was a traveling beer garden. The traveling beer garden in Milwaukee is done, my understanding, I'm looking at Claire, with Sprecher as the operator. And Milwaukee staff. So when we met and talked it through as a staff level, and it did involve a couple alders who were in parks who we had focused on as potentially piloting, it became readily apparent that there was very few options for permitting that did not involve the city staff doing the selling, which we do at the golf courses currently. It was a choice that's what, so to speak, killed that goose. It seemed like a significant amount of effort and work, training, development. We take that seriously at the golf courses where we do it. We did not want to. We chose not to pursue that any further, but that was the concept. It was to move around to 4 to 6 parks in a year, a couple weeks at a time.
So just to make sure I heard you right, the reason what they did in Milwaukee is their staff helped work this entity. Is that what you're saying?
The
And
Sprecher, the traveling beer garden involves Milwaukee County staff. I'm not here, I can't accurately depict every part of their operation, nor do I wish to do so in a way that casts any aspersion on its structure or legality. Based on the advice and considerations we had about the concept of a traveling beer garden, our first idea was potentially partnering with nonprofit organizations, friends groups,
Excuse
and the
me,
like.
this is
doesn't work.
interesting, but it's 10 to 12. There's 5 of us who've got a 6-hour retreat tomorrow, at least 5 of us. Can we stay on the issues regarding our vote on this matter before us? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I will then leave that topic. So to me, one of the things that just really struck me is we've banned alcohol in a park, and yet I don't understand how it was the park staff and the Parks Commission, did they address that at all? Did they say, well, this idea is a park, a principal use of a park that we think is really a good thing? Or my impression is you didn't discuss it. Please help me understand what was discussed.
I would say that alcohol was discussed. It was very clearly stated by a couple of the commissioners in their closing statements, even in regards to their balancing on the issue of alcohol in parks. About the ban, I don't know as much. I'm trying to remember if there was a specific discussion about it. I would say that my experience from a staff perspective and working with our commission is there a significant difference between alcohol bans for an overarching ban of a free and open to bring any amount of alcohol in that you want personally, and a regulated alcohol provider or a permitted situation. Like at Olbrich Park, the statement that's been banned is true, but there's still alcohol present at both the gardens through a licensed provider and at the softball diamonds through a permit with MSCR.
I understand that the Parks Commission can permit alcohol uses. You could take a picnic license for a day, or Olbrich, we do them every year, et cetera. But my question is more to the fact of most people can't have alcohol in there because the Common Council adopted an ordinance that banned alcohol. They did. It's referenced in section 8.24, Prens 1, Prens EE, which is in page 19 of the document. And if you go look at that, it's the ordinance that banned alcohol. So here it is. As a council, we've told the Parks Commission that we don't want alcohol in this park. And then the Parks Commission decides to make an exception for a first. As somebody said, it's a first of many firsts. And I just wonder how you got to that first of many firsts, where the zoning doesn't allow it. I guess I would just like to help from your perspective how you got to a council directive to recommending this vendor for a beer garden tavern in a park.
I'll respond as quick as I can. The zoning, it's been our understanding until this week, tonight, that the process that Mr. Tucker references what we've used and what we've managed under. My understanding is that same question is relevant for the Brittingham agreement, which we have an agreement on, and also potentially for Marshall, which we just approved. So I can't speak to the details of the zoning, but that was not contemplated as a major issue. As far as the land use or the use in a park, the appropriate use in a park, I think it was debated at the Park Commission. And as I said earlier, the commission has taken a stance over time that they review these issues on a case-by-case basis. I would defer to some extent to my two commissioners who are also alders here tonight, so they can articulate potentially better than I can the rationale of the commission. But it was talked about, it was heavily debated about whether or not to use, whether or not to approve it. And it was a close vote, and there was a lot of consideration given to both sides of that perspective.
I would just like to point, the actual language says that it bans alcohol use in Olbrich Park, except for the Olbrich Botanical Gardens, and except with the approval of the Parks Division or Park Superintendent. That's a pretty big exception. I would point out, so.
And it doesn't invoke zoning codes or what is permitted.
No, I'm just reading, I'm reading that section of the code.
Right.
So when we refer to a ban, it's a ban with an exception for the prior approval of the Parks Division or Park Superintendent.
Maybe it just needs more clarification. Thank you.
Alderman Verveer, thank goodness we got to you, because when you're done, I'm going to ask you to take the chair.
Very good. I will admit that I think probably many of my questions were asked and answered, so I'll try to get right to the point and start with the question I asked Mr. Bear earlier, and these questions are mainly of Superintendent Knapp. So you might recall, Superintendent, that my question of Mr. Bear was a follow-up to Alderperson McKinney's issue of community input, given the testimony tonight and that I've heard in other venues. Can you please be more specific as to what community input was allowed, given what opportunities were available by the Parks Division, the Board of Park Commissioners, et cetera, as part of the RFP process, both prior to the issuance of the RFP and after the RFPs were submitted?
Certainly. Prior to the RFP, that we did not have community engagement around this issue, which is similar to the others that we've done. But then afterwards, it was in many ways put on the shoulders of BKM to start their community outreach process. We've tried to engage that process along with them. That's the engagement around the RFP process from the community perspective.
So when the decision was made by you and your colleagues on the Parks Division staff to issue the RFP in, I'll say you can call it spring of 2016, did you have any conversations with any neighborhood stakeholders, at least with the two alderpersons of the district or anybody, about the RFP for placemaking services before it was actually issued?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. So I don't want to rehash territory that perhaps has already been covered, but then moving to the RFP agreement, it does raise, I think, red flags that the RFP for placemaking services did not mention a beer garden or alcohol services except through that attached sample use agreement that specifically stated no alcohol. Can you explain one more time exactly what happened there, and specifically how did you get to alcohol being an option for any respondents to the RFP?
Sure. The RFP was issued with a more a broad net was the concept that we had as far as expanding, we recognize that boating and water access is very important. We also knew we had a failed RFP in 2013 at the same location. So we tried to open it up a little bit more for a variety of proposals. And the attachment was an error on our part. I've said that. We issued an addendum halfway through the RFP issuance that clarified that those were not full obligations, and there were expectations of an example agreement. But the submissions are what dictated the ultimate award by the interagency staff panel reviewing it and thinking that the concept of a dual award could bring some merit of a rutabaga in combination with a beer garden at the park.
How was the RFP publicized? Was it done entirely through the finance department's purchasing section, or how was that advertised exactly?
Yeah, the advertising component from RFPs was done through purchasing.
So was there any specific outreach to any segment of the community that might provide placemaking services? I know that Tyler Leeper's name has been mentioned a few times tonight and previously. Did your staff specifically send the RFP to any particular, perhaps interested parties, or was it literally just whoever's caught it on a purchasing website or what have you?
City purchasing sent it out to some folks who had asked for the information, I believe, and to some other local vendors. I don't recollect. I'm certain that we did not send it out. That's one of the things with this process that's clearly an opportunity for improvement, is to get more engaged in the actual broadcast and publication of an RFP. But we've never taken that role.
So when you realized that the sample agreement was an error and the addendum was issued, was there any specific outreach given to brew pub industry, breweries, following the Milwaukee County Parks model? So for example, on Atwood Avenue, you have at least one barrel, and next door brew pubs. Was there any specific outreach given when the decision was perhaps made internally that a beer garden would be acceptable, especially given President Wallner's interest and Mr. DeShant's interest that's been disclosed in promoting that with staff previously?
No, we did not consider or act on reaching out to other local or not local brew pubs or operators.
Have you or your staff heard from any that, through any publicity in the media or what have you, have heard of the beer garden concept, and have there been any other entities besides BKM Group that have expressed any interest or stated to your staff that, oh, if we had only known, we would have responded?
No, not to my knowledge. We've had one entity has contacted us and expressed said they were not interested, which was kind of, but they're in a conversation about this topic. They did disclose that they were not interested when it was on an RFP status or after an RFP award.
Okay, so I guess I didn't understand that response. I'm just
Yeah,
curious, are there
I'm
any,
sorry.
are there
Like,
any,
we
and
had-
obviously
we had-
nobody's testified tonight in this regard, but are there any, like, I don't want to say disgruntled, but any disappointed businesses in the community that said, oh, if we had only known about the RFP, we would have responded, or literally has it only been Rutabaga and BKM Group? You all haven't heard from anybody else?
There was a third respondent at Olbrich that withdrew, which was Mr. Leeper's group. But no, we have heard from no other local or not local folks about this issue.
As it relates to Winger and Brittingham boats, my recollection of the testimony at the Board of Essence by Assistant Superintendent Romines was that your staff encouraged Mr. Leeper to direct his interest to Marshall Park. Is that accurate, that you kind of discouraged the interest in Olbrich, or am I misunderstanding what was stated at Board of Estimates?
I think Tyler Leeper expressed a preference for Marshall Park as a part of the process. In his even submissions, he preferred that Marshall better met his needs for camps.
Okay, and moving on, I just promised two other issues. These are all follow-ups to issues previously covered by my colleagues. So I believe it was Alderperson Zellers was asking questions of Section 27 of the use agreement, default termination. And I was just curious, because I'm uncomfortable with this impression that some have that favoritism was perhaps potentially involved here. Is the default provision, Superintendent, in the proposed use agreement before us similar to what the vast majority of similar use agreements contain? In other words, is this the standard default language, the 10-day notice to cure any defaults that are of terms of the agreement?
Yes.
Yes, what? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's this very standard language.
So it is standard. So the 10-day notice to cure is what is widespread throughout similar agreements. There's nothing special about this.
No, not that. That provision is very much in line with others.
Okay. I remember seeing a memo that the mayor, in response to the mayor from Assistant City Attorney Visti, that stated, I don't have it in front of me, but I'm paraphrasing grossly here, that negotiations always start with standard use agreement language that the city can terminate for any reason with 10 days notice. But you're saying that even if we start with that language, if I'm remembering Attorney Visti's memo to the mayor, which the mayor then forwarded to the entire council, that really isn't what is in other use agreements. It's always 10-day notice to cure.
And I will look through each one of them. Yes, it's unfortunately that we start with that language from a contractual obligation. Most businesses tend to not sign,
Which is understandable, given
giving
the
us the right
investment.
to terminate without any notice.
And then lastly, sensitive to how much time I'm taking here, Alderperson Zellers and Rummel certainly already covered the concerns with the zoning code and the confusion with the zoning code. So on page 19 of the use agreement, again in section 27, I'm in subsection B now, it does state, quote, that among the requirements needed by the permittee by March 31st of this year include, quote, conditional use approval from the City of Madison Plan Commission and Madison Urban Design Commission approval for material, building upgrades and landscaping. Alderperson Rommel asked that of the applicants earlier about the need for UDC. So as of now, is it we haven't really, and I, by the way, appreciate that the zoning administrator's been here all night for us on this very question, so thanks again to him for being here. Could someone help me with why is this language in the use agreement? And as of tonight, have we made a determination officially that if the council adopts the use agreement tonight, will or won't BKM Group be required to visit the Plan Commission and or Urban Design Commission? It's unclear to me.
I'll speak very quickly, just the UDC component for certain. We engaged now former colleague Martin, the secretary, last November on this issue to get his opinion. It would be the secretary or the design commission, the UDC, who would make the determination on the exterior of a building in a public space. The expectation would be, I'm sure that if this were approved, that the operators would, with all due haste, file the appropriate detailed elevations and other drawings to the secretary for them to review and to provide advice and guidance on the process from there. I think the Plan Commission conditional use question is one I would defer to the zoning administrator since he's beside me, and also given the recent comments from the city attorney, I don't feel apt at describing conditional use accurately to you tonight myself.
Let me just ask the zoning administrator quickly, and then I really appreciate all your responses. Eric, thank you, Superintendent. So if I could ask the zoning administrator then, my understanding as of tonight, it's your determination, Matt, that all things being equal, you believe that if the use agreement is adopted by the council tonight and executed, that that BKM Group will not need to receive any specific Plan Commission approval, conditional use permit or otherwise?
Well, I haven't looked at the use agreement. I know that Claire contacted me back in November, and we kind of talked conceptually about this project. And as I stated earlier, we thought the use of the stand for this type of activity, this use of the park for this type of outdoor recreational space was consistent with what you do in parks, and weren't going to require any special approval from the city's Plan Commission.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Oh, did Attorney May wish to add something further or no? It looked like he had his mouth open, sorry.
I would just say, I think the reference to a conditional use in there was verbiage picked up from another agreement. If there is some sort of approval required, it's not a conditional use. It would actually be a change in the zoning ordinance if you find that is what is required. So
Zoning text amendment.
yes. Which then might require some sort of Plan Commission approval at that point in time. But right now,
And Common Council approval.
right, right now, there is nothing in here to indicate, for example, that there's, either it's okay the way it is, or you're going to have to change the zoning text to say exactly how you want to treat taverns in a park that's different than what has been supposed up to now.
The zoning text amendment would have to say permitted or conditional use.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you all again.
Alder Balde is next.
So Eric, I have a couple of questions. How much staff time will be spent at the tavern? It was alleged by some of the testimonies that some staff time will be spent on this.
You mean on the implementation component? We anticipate that the excavation, cut, and regrading will take, I believe it's 5 to 7 days of a small crew. Estimated cost is somewhere in the $3,000 to $4,000 range on labor cost for the work performed under that contract, which would be, once again, fully reimbursable and paid by BKM.
So you also mentioned about, the revenue part where you will get information from, the business guys about how much they're making per year or something. Is that something you will share with your commission members or no?
I'll need to review that with our city attorney's office. My experience is when we have rights to see the financials under an agreement, that they're somewhat limited. That's a very limited experience. We don't have this right with other agreements, to be clear, the Mallards and the like. The one experience I have with this was with our golf course pros. We were unable to disclose. We could look, but we couldn't disclose. So I have to think with the attorney's office and get advice on whether we can disclose publicly.
But as a general statement, can you give a report to your
Yes.
commission and say they are doing good or they are not doing good or something to that effect?
Absolutely.
Okay. The other thing that came about is the lack of the utilization of the equity lens. Can you speak to that? Why is it that you thought this should not go through that?
Again, the nature of projects that we intentionally or that we routinely put the ResG analysis tool onto have been those that involve a master plan amendment and or that are a relatively sizable project in a dollar-wise. And I don't want to connote that any project is small in impact. And that includes Brittingham, the Olbrich Gardens facility expansion coming forward as far as projects. And that's one piece of our implementation plan that we're using from the strategy guide. The strategy guide for the agencies, we work that through on all 3 prongs, the community, internal processes, and we're trying to move on each one of those initiatives underneath it. And there are some limitations on the staff time and availability to complete analysis on all projects we do. Clearly, I think this one is one where I wish today I would have done.
So do you see that there were some errors with the RFP that you are ready to fix next time around so that it's not like, it was placement and all this kind of stuff? How the RFP was issued, do you see any issues with that?
I look forward to working with the commission. As a couple of individual commissioners already talked about, the commissioners have expressed an interest in reevaluating kind of how we use RFPs to move forward and to build off the successes, but also to recognize places where we can improve. I think there are clearly improvements with any process, and this is like all of them, there are places we can learn from. But I do think the big one is that community engagement and notification to potential bidders in our community, to all, to neighborhood associations, all those folks, that there's clearly a lot better communication up front that we could do.
So maybe one more question. What kind of, you said if there's a violation, you have about 7-10 days to terminate the contract, right? There are a lot of concerns that have been raised by people who are opposed to the beer garden. What leverage do they have over what may be happening that is not right by the contract?
So one of the big things is to make sure to contact, Madison. If there are concerns about the operators upholding their contractual obligations, we absolutely would know that, letting us know that those are happening, so we can start that clock to rectify them. And I would hope that, just to be clear as well, that 10-day notice is something that's in a lot of our contracts. In very few has that ever been a close call on counting to 10. if something's found to be incorrect, it gets corrected when we notify them, which is, that quick turnaround. But that, working through the staff to ensure the outcomes are as best as possible is what would be the process there.
All right, thank you.
Alder Kemble?
Eric, is there currently a master plan for Olbrook Park?
Yes.
And this project doesn't come to the level of requiring an amendment to that?
Correct. It incorporates the master plan incorporates a fairly sizable amount of acreage that's mowed landscaped area, which within the park and the park master plan world is the space that often gets reprogrammed through the park commission process, including community gardens, those type of uses. So it was not determined that it changed the use of the master plan of the park.
This is just reprogramming of the exact same kind of space? even though there's people-
Reprogramming of a space that would be considered unprogrammed or undesignated under the park commission, and then the park commission determines what's appropriate there. In situations where there's an unprogrammed or unidentified space. For example, if it were in the very, very south end that's identified as a natural area or potential future dog park on the master plan, then that would be clearly in conflict.
Okay, gotcha.
Right? Yeah, or if you put it on an athletic field, like directly in the athletic field or on the parking, that's what, I'm probably not explaining this well.
No,
It's a
I
little
got it, I got what you mean. And one other question, are you familiar with the placemaking process? That placemaking is like a thing with an actual process that goes along with it?
Yes.
So it doesn't seem, it seems like placemaking, the process comes first with placemaking, not the RFP for the thing. So I'm just wondering what your thinking was around that.
I look for, like I said, I do look forward to continuing the continuing conversation with our commission to kind of take I should acknowledge here, I don't think I've said it tonight, placemaking may have been incorrect word. I think that's the fair criticism when you start getting down into it was a term that we added to this RFP. In the past, they've just been RFPs for park services. And so for me, that criticism is a fair one, right? And I definitely understand that. But if I look at it from the perspective of this is an RFP for park services or park-related services, however you want to say it, that's how I would frame it. So I don't know that, I don't want to defend or give a large definition of what I think great placemaking looks like, because I think it's different than this.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Well, there's nobody else in the queue. Are we done with questions of staff? So do people want to start speaking on the issues before us? Alder King.
I move previous question. That's calling the question.
I guess I know that's not debatable.
Two-thirds vote.
Is
there a second?
And there's a second.
Okay, two-thirds vote, and then you get no more debate. You just vote.
Okay, so it would be a roll call vote to call the question, and the clerk will. No, I would ask for a roll call. So it's a 14 vote item. Please call the roll.
Are we doing a roll call vote? Alder Kemble? No. No. King? Aye. Aye. Palm? No. No. Fair? No. Rummel?
No.
No. Skidmore? No. Verveer? No. No. Wood? No. Zellers? Is that a no? Aaron's? No. Balday? No. Vidar Seeloff? Aye. Aye.
Carter? No. Cheeks? No. Clear? No. DeMarb? No. Eskridge? Gruber? No. Hall? Aye. Harrington McKinney? No.
That failed.
Yes.
Well, you're right, maybe, but I'm hard of hearing, so I don't know. I wanted a voice vote. Alder Fair.
Oh, me, sorry. I said Revere. Okay, I guess I'm starting out here. So I heard, there's a lot of things that I just want to go through quickly that I think need to be brought up. And I don't know where I'll start. I think I'll start real quickly with the racial equity argument that we've heard. And this is going to get to a lot of the points I think hopefully we'll hear about process. And I think we've heard it from everybody, being very honest staff, that the process will be evaluated, reevaluated, and could be made better. Whether that was a racial equity tool and looking at whether we use that, the engagement process, et cetera. But I think we have to, I hope that we can separate some of what maybe the flaws in the city process were, and learn lessons and move on, and then look at the application itself and whether this is if you think this is a good thing for the park, for the city. So I hope we're able to make that decision sort of separately. I think that's important. Which leads me to the placemaking thing. It seems to me, in just listening to this, that the placemaking word or catchphrase almost was used when really this probably wasn't a true placemaking event or episode here, right? So this was, for whatever reason, labeled placemaking, but it truly isn't placemaking. It sort of reminds me of, in the education world, things come before us every year, a new initiative, and we sort of do it sometimes because we feel the pressure to do it. So that's what this seems like to me. So maybe there was sort of a misnomer that this is placemaking. So again, the process question, I hope that we can separate that to the actual application and whether this is worthy of our approval. So speaking of that, I just want to address a couple of things. I mean, the noise issue that we've heard, I mean, I understand if I were living near here, noise would be a concern. But I looked up decimal level. 75 decibels was brought up earlier. It's equivalent to like a vacuum cleaner or a toilet flushing or chamber music, the PA1 application. Now, as Eric said, how loud are people's voices? How is that going to carry? It seems to me that it's hard to believe that that's going to carry over so much over traffic and over other uses in the park that it's going to be too much more than what is there already. The safety concerns, just the overall concerns to me, a lot of them seem to be, quite frankly, to be far-fetched, to be, oversold. So if we think about the Union Terrace, which everyone probably in this room has been there before, a lot more people there on a Saturday afternoon, because this is basically an afternoon place, right? This is a 4 till 8 or 9 o'clock place. It's not going till midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, when absolutely that's when you expect that people have been drinking all day and then things happen. So this is essentially a late afternoon type of place. People are going to go there, I would assume, for that because it's the sunset and all that, right? So if you think of going to the Terrace on a Sunday or Saturday afternoon, it is a very peaceful place. I've been there, like you guys, countless times. I've truly, during the day, never seen an incident. The only time I can think of an incident was at a Willie Porter concert back in like 1997, and it was like 2 in the morning. And Willie's a great, peaceful artist, but there was drunk college kids, okay? So to me, that's what a beer garden is. And so that brings me to the other point, and this was bantied about, the whole tavern question. And legally, of course, both by alcohol licensing and zoning, we have to use that word tavern. But I think that we do have to, we think about a tavern in Wisconsin in a kind of a different way, but this is a beer garden. And that has a different context, right? That is a whole different connotation. But we have a hard time, I think, and myself included, thinking about a beer garden because we don't have beer gardens in Madison, right? So that culture of having a beer or just sitting and enjoying the place that you're at and not having a beer and hanging out with beer there available is is sort of different than when we think of a tavern and you're going to go in and have an old fashioned. That's kind of what I think of when I think of a tavern. So that's not what this is. And so I think there does have to be more discussion about how do we regulate this going forward, because it's not truly a tavern. It's not a beer bar. That brings up a different connotation to me too. To me, this is a great project, and this is a great public-private partnership. I think this has so much potential. I think this is sort of the future, where we find different ways to use our parks, find different ways to use our public spaces, find different ways to socialize in a new world, in a changing world. And change is hard. And change is definitely hard if the change is happening where you have been, living and enjoying. And so it's not easy for us to make these decisions because we're truly making a decision that affects, people in that certain neighborhood. But also we have to remind ourselves this is a community park. So we have to think about the city as a whole, because that's what this park is. And I do think, I would be shocked if this doesn't work. In fact, I'd be willing to, I just think this is going to be extremely successful. And so I'd be willing to, and I also think the problems that we heard are not going to be borne out. I know that's easy for me to say, sitting here, living on the other side of town. But I truly think, and I'll be the first one to admit, and you can all come to me and tell me about how terrible it was. If it's not so terrible, I'd love to hear from you too. Because I truly don't think it's going to be that bad. I don't think you're going to see, at this type of place, wasted people peeing on your yards. Will it happen once or twice or here and there? Maybe. But that's not going to be a concern. And noise is not going to be a concern. So I hope to finish up and wrap up, because I'm sure everyone else wants to speak too. Let's admit that we have some process questions to go through and reevaluate. But I hope we can look at the actual application and the potential here and separate that from some of the, really at no fault of necessarily anybody in particular, how we can improve the process. So let's make the decision based on what this could be for the city. Or what do you think it couldn't be for the city? Thank you.
I was getting worried when Alderman Fair started. Alderman Clear was the only one in the queue, but he'll be followed by Gruber, Wood, Rummel, and DeMarb.
Well, hopefully I'll scare everyone off. I want to start by thanking all the people who've been involved on this issue, many of whom are still here and many of whom have gone home. This has been a pretty emotional thing for the past several months, and I know a lot of people have spent a lot of time on it, and I was concerned that some of the discussion tonight would get personal or nasty, and it really didn't, and I really appreciate everyone for keeping it on the issues. But I want to start by addressing the question that Alder Rummel asked earlier about how the Park Commission got here, and how it was able to reconcile alcohol ban in Old Brick, except when it's not, and encouraging this kind of activity when we've struggled with other alcohol-related issues in parks. And I could tell you that struggle is real, and that in my 6, I think, years on the Parks Commission, there have been a lot of differing opinions and changes in direction, and very rarely unanimous issues, and this one was not unanimous either, to support this. But I think there's a big difference that the Parks Commission recognizes in terms of alcohol that is abused in a park, and alcohol that's related to a licensed premises served by licensed servers around either an event or an established location like the conservatory or the gardens themselves. And so I don't think it's inconsistent for us to be establishing a licensed premises within a park in which alcohol is otherwise banned. I also don't have any concern about people standing on one side of a fence where they can't drink and another side of a fence where they can, because we have that all over the city. Every place on State Street, for example, that has a sidewalk cafe, you can drink if you're inside the little fence and you can't if you're not. and we manage that fairly well. So just a little bit more on how the Parks Commission made this decision. I think that this is a portion of Old Brick Park that is relatively underutilized, especially the boathouse. And so I think it does meet the definition of placemaking in terms of trying to activate an area that is not well used and a boathouse that has been neglected and is looking for some activity. And I think this will be good. And one other thing that Alder Fair used the word misnomer. I think one of the biggest misnomers here has been the word beer garden, because we are not familiar with this term. At least certainly I wasn't until it came up probably in October. That if we had named this cafe instead, which I think is just as apt a description for what it is, maybe people wouldn't get so up in arms about it, because that has different connotations than I think beer garden may invoke in some people, some drunken debauchery Oktoberfest kind of thing, which clearly this is not. The Park Commission actually took a tour of the beer gardens in Milwaukee. I was not able to go along on that, but my understanding from their report back is that they found exactly what you heard tonight, that they are very well-ordered kind of places. They are family-friendly. They are cafe-like, and not likely to cause the kinds of problems that we heard anticipated tonight, and in fact have lowered the incidences of petty crime and other kinds of undesirable behavior in the parks in Milwaukee. So I hope you'll support this. Thank you.
Alderman Gruber.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd also like to thank the public for the respectful dialogue and also all the emails we got. It was very fascinating to see the differences of opinion and how people express them, a lot from both sides. I'd like to make the point that this is a placemaking project, and respectfully disagree about an earlier comment, but in the sense of, well, the example of the Union, Memorial Union Terrace being brought up, I had never thought of that as a beer garden until today. I always thought of it as just the Union, but it's a place people want to go. Placemaking, I think, is about creating a place where people want to be, and often people want to be where other people are gathering, so you create a gathering spot. I think it's also about the activities and not just having beverages, but, you know, games that you can play and other activities in the park. And it's not just this beer garden, but it's the other things as well. But having a number of different things that draw people into the parks. I'm going to use the example of Brittingham Boats because I worked there last summer, and I saw the amazing transformation of that park from a park that was really pretty empty and not well used, and often it sounds like misused and unsafe in a lot of ways, and it really transformed it, having a cafe out there. Now, I know this is not apples to apples, but it's a similar kind of idea that you're bringing more people into the park, and by bringing more people into the park, creating an inviting and safer place, in fact. And I think that the experience will bear out that this will be a safe and inviting place. I think the crux of the issue too is how do we use our parks? Well, the original Parks and Pleasure Association thought of parks as provide nature for people. So their whole idea was provide nature, and they provided that nature, and then pretty much right away, from my understanding of history, they started being used for other purposes, sports and band concerts and all kind of thing. And it really wasn't the idea that they had in mind, but that, you know, people use parks in many ways. The gardening, which is, you know, another activity which is sort of a private use of public land, but it's really about the community of it. Other uses that we have in the parks, the boating and so on. So I would argue that this is actually a public use of a public space, that this is a public place where people will go and enjoy the lakefront, to gather, to have conversations, to drink a beer or another kind of drink. I don't think it's going to be just like a bar. It's a lot different than that. It's a different kind of place. And so I view this as a positive, and I did listen carefully to all the testimony on both sides, and I appreciate that. But I think that the concerns, I think we'll see that it's going to turn out pretty nice. And if not, we have alternatives. So thank you very much.
Alderman Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I have to say piggybacks nicely off of what Alder Gruber just mentioned. I immediately thought of the Memorial Union, which is in my district. It's probably the best thing in my district. And as far as placemaking, as Alder Gruber mentioned, I would argue that the Memorial Union is the best place, not only in this city, but in this state. On a given Saturday afternoon, you can find half a dozen languages spoken, if not more. 4-year-olds, 84-year-olds, people on their first date, people who have been married for 50 years, people studying hard, people hardly studying. And that's an awesome, energized, dynamic environment that we need to be encouraging throughout the city. I think the east side and the jewel of a lake that is Lake Monona deserves that. I do want to bring up additionally a comment from the public which suggested that the Memorial Union worked because it didn't have a vibrant neighborhood around it. Not only do I find that personally very offensive, that's my neighborhood. You could argue it's the most vibrant if you look at the dictionary definition. It shows or highlights a much greater issue across this city that's bothered me since I took the oath of office. That being this incredibly dismissive attitude we have towards young people. And young people is a broad term that can mean high school students, that can mean folks in their 30s. But what we find, not surprisingly, is that people of different generations have different values and different desires. And whether that be a beer garden or a 3-story quote-unquote high-rise, the fact that people bend over backwards to shoot these things down, to stop change, is one of the things I find most frustrating about this city. Changing priorities, changing perspectives, changing desires is part of what makes cities beautiful. We're dynamic as opposed to static. My neighborhood will not look the same in 40 years. No one's will. And that's a wonderful thing. I'd also, and I'll wrap this up because a lot of what I had to say has been said. I take some issue with this perceived objection to the fact that there was a good idea presented by young, committed individuals, and staff worked with them to make it a reality. That's the kind of thing I think we ought to be doing more of, not less of. Thanks.
Alderman Rummel, then DeMarb, Skidmore, Palm, and Aaron's.
Thank you. I've been struggling with this for a while. There's a lot of people in my district who love this idea. They love it. They think they can't wait to go. And there are other people who are like, oh no, please no. And they've contacted me in pretty equal numbers, in large numbers. So I would say, like Eric mentioned earlier, this is one of those issues that have really got people's passions. So like others have said, I appreciate that. But it makes it hard as an alder because I'm trying to weigh the policy issues as well as the coolness issues. And so for me, where I started from was, what is our policy about alcohol in parks? Because to me, that's the fundamental question. Because this, as somebody said before, is the first of a first. It's an outdoor tavern in a park, and with no walls, but has 2 masters. One, the ALRC and statutes about alcohol and definitions, and the other, the authority by state statute also about the role of the Parks Commission with the quote-unquote leeway that they have. So trying to think about what it is that's a principal use of a park, I never would have said it was a tavern. Our zoning code explicitly says taverns aren't even permitted. So if you want this thing, people, I think we need to change the zoning code. And I'm not sure I would support that, but I support the discussion. Because at some point, I think this isn't really legal. I mean, I would live through the zoning code rewrite, and I never remember granting parks this authority. I'm sorry, I don't recall that was ever mentioned in any formal way. Maybe there's some kind of way that we do know they have this authority by state law, and give them some the jurisdiction. But I don't give them the jurisdiction over alcohol. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't think it's appropriate. I guess I don't think it's an accessory or principal use for a park. Maybe it's an accessory use. You could have an event there. You could, maybe it's the Mallard Stadium, and because you could have it for that. But I just think in a general park, not everyone can use it. It's limited. So for me, that I'm still struggling with that. And then you put that, and I'm glad Eric said that placemaking was the wrong thing. It set up all these expectations for me. I mean, sorry, then that was the other thing. I have an expectation that placemaking is, here's the thing in the mayor's office. Community-inspired, creative, quick and easy enhancements that immediately connect people in place. Now, while this event could do that, the community-inspired comes front and they cut together. Somebody's going to say, I love the idea of a beer garden. Someone's going to say, I don't really know. But then they talk about it, right? And maybe they come up with other ideas. Like the one person said, well, maybe we work with youth groups to do some vending, or maybe there are a lot of good ideas we could have for this property that we've not as a city taken care of. We haven't taken care of this building. You can call it underutilized, but we just have not invested in it to the point where, they're having the assets of these young men, these partners, is like really kind of exciting to the Parks Division because they can help reinvigorate this space. And I understand that we want to have these relationships, but let's just be clear. This is a space that's not vital because the lakes are dirty. You don't really want to go swimming so much. So all the beaches, they've laid off, just look, there's beaches that have closed, there's less lifeguards, all this stuff about our beaches. If you want to have a beach and have it as a place, then we need to do some really serious work on our lakes and phosphorus. But that's a bigger question and maybe not this one. But back to this RFP. So now I had an expectation. And then when I read it and it said no alcohol sales, okay, it's a mistake. But if I were another vendor and I saw that, and maybe they are all the experienced ones know, you just go talk to, Eric and you'll figure it out. But I don't know, if you were new, a young person trying to get into something, would you know that? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think I would have applied thinking for an alcohol use if the sample agreement said no alcohol sales. But then suddenly they're being selected and they're being sent to the ALRC. And I think one reason it took so long is because it was, why are they going to the ALRC first and not parks? I don't think it was only that maybe they weren't totally prepared. I think part of it was like the whole process was backwards. To me, it was just backwards, and that's what I'm stuck on. I'm stuck on the RFP preceded the public engagement for how to revitalize this space, and I'm stuck on the zoning code that says no taverns in a park. And, there isn't a good example of what an RFP would look like if you wanted alcohol use, and that would be Bree Stevens, where it explicitly asked for vendors with demonstrated experience in alcohol service. So if people really like this idea, I would say we should rebid it and we should give other people an opportunity, but only after we've engaged and listened to all the ideas that might be for this space. So anyway, I don't know how the votes will go. While I get how I think it might be a really cool thing, I just can't get over that it was just backwards, and the zoning issue for me is just insurmountable. So I will not be supporting this.
Alderman DeMar.
Thank you, sir. So, Alder Rummel, something to follow. I'll just start up with I plan on supporting this, and now I'm going to get into why I plan on supporting it. I think that Supervisor Knapp certainly laid out room for improvement in the process. And the fact that they had to amend the RFP after it went out, but it was amended. And other things that they've learned during this process. Well, I will tell you, having been in business for 25 years, you don't always get it right the first time. And you do learn as you go a little bit. And I have every confidence that Eric and his staff will get this buttoned up. And if we come up with something like this again, it'll be a different process, and it will be smoother. The reason, I have actually been bugging Eric for 2.5 years about more vibrant uses in parks. And I did not expect this to be a beer garden when I started that. But I will tell you that I had the opportunity to go to Freiburg, Germany, which is a sister city, and in Freiburg, stand in the middle of one of their parks. And every time I turned, there was something else going on. There were artists, there were children playing, there were vendors, there was a cafe/beer garden, there was field sports, there actually was a fountain, but not a lake. And all of these things were going on in one space. And what I do know about this town is that the most growing demographic are people that are older. And when they go to parks, they're not necessarily want to do field sports or jungle gyms. But they do need places to gather, and they do need places to walk, and they do need places to commune. So, you know, using our green spaces, Madison has a lot of parks, and using them in a more vibrant way than simply putting in a jungle gym and maybe a bench, I think there's a lot of opportunities for this city to do that. And I would challenge Eric and his staff to come up with different ways to do that. Thank you.
Alderman Skidmore.
Thank you. Like Alder Verveer and Alder Bedar, I think this is our fourth time through this presentation, 3 times on the ALRC. Well, maybe you missed one. Anyway, there's no surprise here that I do oppose this, and my opposition has been growing with each meeting, and I got some more information today that's helping me to articulate why my opposition is so strong. There are three ways to look at this, and Assistant Attorney Allen helped frame that after the first meeting, because the first time we saw this, we saw the application for a beer garden in a city park, and that kind of came out of left field. I didn't have a clue. And we referred it in fairly short order because there wasn't a definition of the licensed establishment. There were virtually nothing on the security plan, and for the record, I did ask about a security plan, and I was told, well, we talked to the captain, and she was fine with it. Well, she wasn't there. Captain Schaaf had left at that point, but I just want to touch on the first two points that I have opposition on, and that is from a policy standpoint. This is exclusive private use of prime public land. This is a prime resource. It's limited. It's a beautiful lakefront property facing west. Beautiful aspect, as we landscape architects say, with a nice setting sun, nice place to be, including when you're having a beer. It's on the water. There's a beach, restrooms, parking, and it is a community park, community-wide park, not a neighborhood park, and it draws from the entire city. And it is noteworthy that alcohol has been prohibited for a number of years, and this is by no mistake. I've been on the council long enough to know the problems that were there and why we scaled back and why we did what we did. I also want to point out that other examples have been used. Well, Warner and Bree Stevens have alcohol and they don't have problems. And Union Terrace, I'm glad that was brought up. Those are 3 gems. They're very, very different. These are not like the Old Brick Beer Garden. They're all very highly controlled, highly structured. They have a very secure perimeter, whether they have walls and fences or if they have psychological barriers. They're monitored. The entry and exits are monitored. The alcohol is monitored very closely. The staff is trained, and there's a lot of it. And they do have a very expert security staff. At Warner and Bree Stevens, you have public security. You have trained police officers as well as security that are there, higher level. And you've got a very experienced and stable owner and manager and very experienced licensed agent, which is very, very important. You know, so I don't agree that this is a good public use of, or private use of public land, and I agree with Alder Rummel that this should be looked at as to whether we want to do this. This is something appropriate. Secondly, the process, and I understand that a lot of what we do is make sausage, and this is no exception. One thing that really concerned me tonight was a process that happened before the RFP was let. And Alder McKinney, thank you for bringing up the process. And I do think that the number of applicants and this process and what this looked like could have been significantly different if we went through a listening process before an RFP was issued. So, you know, that bothers me. Also, after the first meeting, the chair, as I'd mentioned, was a real estate professor, as well as being the chair of the ALRC, commented, what a sweet deal. Don't you wish you had that kind of land for that low of a lease? And so I called Jerry Lund in real estate the next day. He said, no, we were not contacted, and we normally help negotiate lease rates and property values for public land. That's what we do. Who do I talk to? So I put him in touch, and I have a feeling that they were the ones that, or he was the one that talked to staff. I didn't hear much of that afterwards, but I did follow up, and I called Jenny Freeze in real estate because Jerry was out today. And to those of you who don't know, Jerry's going to be out permanently very shortly in the big retirement land. Anyway, so she said that she had no contact, and she said she would check with one other person. Heidi called me then, said that she had no contact, but they have normally, they have assistance that they provide with lease rates and charts that they can help, but nobody's contacted her. She also said that if there isn't a chart, they can do an appraisal. So that wasn't done, and that bothered me. Those are not all deal breakers in and of themselves, but you know, the process bothers me. Also, the 7-year lease rate, that's a long time, and I would feel more comfortable with real estate assisting in helping to put together a lease arrangement. And this has been done before, and we don't need to recreate the wheel. Now, the big point that I focused on, and I focused on this pretty exclusively during the ALRC discussion, because Roger reminded us that the only thing we could look at was this licensed establishment treated the same way as other licensed establishments. We were only looking at the license. They were coming for a liquor license, nothing more, nothing less. We could not talk about policy or process or real estate. That was for, on the other side of the firewall, and we were not supposed to deal with the other portion of the city that was negotiating all of the other arrangements and making the sausage on their side of the wall. And that's what we do best, so I treated it as such. So one of the first questions I had is, where's your security plan? And, well, there were no details. I want to see a security plan, and I also wanted to see what is your licensed establishment? Oh, it's some land out here. The first time we saw this, it was a very incomplete application, and there was no definition of what the premise would be, how big it would be, and at that point, the bathrooms were going to be used until Assistant Attorney Allen pointed out that if that's the case, then any individual using the park who is not of legal age could not use the bathrooms without being accompanied by somebody of age. Well, it changed through the next iteration. We did refer it, and we did ask for more information. I specifically asked for a security plan. And when we returned to the second meeting, there was no security plan, and there were vague answers and a little better clarity, but we wound up referring it at that point, and I was clearly getting frustrated. The third time through, we did have an established layout, which was prepared by City Parks, and I didn't feel that that was appropriate, and I still don't. And some of my biggest concern about this deal with health, safety, and welfare. I do have a certain knowledge of security, so I asked specific questions. There are best practices for outside drinking establishments like this, and both Alder Ahrens and I went to a recent policy seminar put on by the Wisconsin Alcohol Project. The director is here in the gallery today, and one of the big issues with an outdoor venue is having a secure perimeter. And the really best practice is you have 2 fences, and they're not planters with a rope on them. They're fences that you can't get through, you can't penetrate. You have one that defines the drinking area, then you have another one 20 feet away, so you can't pass drinks to somebody outside of the area. That's a very common problem. These establishments typically have problems with overconsumption and underage drinkers. This type of venue will be no different. I have a particular problem with this perimeter because the first 2 times the applicant and the Park Commission representative specifically said they didn't support having any type of a fence or a perimeter. To me, that's a deal breaker. And it was at the 3rd meeting when at the very end, they agreed to have planters, and then at the very, very end, to put a rope around the outside. A rope is not a barrier. A rope is an inconvenience, and when you have a few drinks, it's an irritant, and then it becomes a challenge, and if you get drunk enough, it becomes a barrier that you wind up tripping over. That's a fact. We have experience in that. It was mentioned that there are poor sight lines. You have a half-acre area that you're going to have several hundred people potentially in, and that when it gets crowded, you're not going to be able to see the back side, and without a secure perimeter, you're not going to be able to see who's coming in and out. Big mistake. There was a discussion of how many people are you going to have securing it. We were never given a number, and there's no number in the plan now. Well, whatever we need. Experience shows that you need somebody at each point of entry. Well, that's going to be problematic, and with an area like this that's not secure, you should have people going in and out of that area, checking IDs within the area, because the business plan is to welcome people coming in and out to sit, to bring your food. So how do you know who's there and who's not, and how do you maintain that security? The staffing plan does not have a number of security guards. It just said they will have as many as is necessary. Monitoring IDs, that's not a trivial task. There are a lot of really, really good fake IDs, and it takes real training to understand how to spot them. And even the police are fooled sometimes, and they will tell you that. I saw in the plan it said you will have signs to encourage that you get out on time. It's a licensed establishment. You need to tell them you will be out at a certain time. You don't ask them nicely. Separation of users, there is no separation. The business plan says they're going to be mingling in and out. That may work for a beer garden, but for a licensed establishment, what we're evaluating the permit on and the license application is a licensed establishment. That's the rules. And I don't know too many bars and taverns that will allow people to wander in and out freely. Behavior management, that's very tricky. You're going to have wait staff, you may have bouncers, and you're going to have security. Will they be armed? It's a park. I seriously doubt it. Will they be able to use less than lethal OC, tasers? Not sure about that. The experience is really going to help. And the experience is the last part of what I want to talk about. I did track down Captain Schauf at the retirement party out at the training center, and I did ask her about it, and we got serious for a little while, and I said, did you review the plan as you were told? And she said, yeah, kind of. She said that she was approached by the applicants when they were at the conceptual stage. They had no details but good ideas, and her comment was this could work with a good plan and an experienced operator. Says those are ifs, but it could work, so she wasn't ruling it out. First time I asked Captain Snyder what he thought of the plan, he said there is none. He hadn't seen it. That was at the first meeting. Second meeting, Captain Snyder said, still haven't seen it, and no, they haven't contacted us yet. The third meeting, they still did not have a plan, and you'll note item number 13 on the conditions. A condition of approval was that they would prepare a plan finally and present it to the police department. The plan as prepared says a number of good things, but I am concerned that it was prepared by a group of individuals who are very nice individuals, I have no doubt of that, and they're probably very good in the businesses that they're working in, but none of them, including their licensed agent, has experience operating a licensed establishment, and that concerns me greatly. What they've said is, when we start, we will hire somebody that is licensed and is experienced. What we heard tonight is they're reviewing resumes pending approval of the application. So that's why I have concerns, and that's why I'm not going to support this. I think we could do better, and I think we need a more thorough plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Palm is next.
I'm not sure I can follow up on that. I wanted to start off by saying that, acknowledging that there's a great deal of communication that I've received from people in District 12 who were concerned about this plan, and I do want to acknowledge their concern. And certainly when coming into tonight's meeting, I shared many of those same concerns. But during the break, I was talking with someone who asked a couple of questions of me and made me think about, again, one thing that I think this council is keenly aware of, and we struggle to varying degrees, but about the real concept of change. What are the parameters for doing something different, and is it worth the risk? This is something different, but to be fair to people who live around the corner for something, even things that we see routinely can be different for them. So one perspective I had in a different conversation was, actually a lot of residents have talked about Olbrich by the Lake, which is the large apartment building that used to be, I think that was the golf course or the mini golf, was during my time representing this area, we built a smaller brick building on the corner that was really some change for those neighbors who hadn't seen a building built since the Olbrich by the Lake was built. And there was a lot of neighborhood dynamics about that. This building was going to have a challenge to making right turns, and it was so right up against the sidewalk. And in my discussion with one of the constituents, who I'm sure he knows who he is, said, oh, yeah, that's right. There was this debate about that project. And so it sort of reminds me that as a body, we are keenly aware of the impact change has on communities, specifically nearby residents, but then about the arc of change for our community. That we don't, as someone mentioned about 40 years ago and 40 years from now, things will never be the same, but every one of those incremental steps affects someone. And so I heard residents who talked about the negative effects of alcohol and access to an establishment like this, and also recognize all the other times that we've approved bars or taverns or restaurants or outdoor sitting places that really have also affect residents and probably people in this, on this very council. I know that I certainly have approved projects that are within blocks of my house that have had these types of noise concerns or alcohol concerns or people parking on the streets or driving off drunk. But that's part of being part of this sort of fabric of a community that we are morphing and changing based upon what we need as a community. To another individual, I had this conversation about the library, and so I had the opportunity on Saturday, actually, to spend 8 hours in the Bubbler, which is in the Central Library, if you don't know it, and it's it was part of the renovation. It was a completely new maker, tinker space project, and I was sort of, I hadn't really spent much time in the space and really sort of was amazed because, when I was last on the library board 6 years ago, we didn't employ anybody to do this. We employed librarians, and you had to have a master's of library science, and you learned about the Dewey Decimal System or the Library of Congress system, and you learned how to look up things in DVDs or in phone books, how to get access to information for people. And in 6 years, not just through the Bubbler, but through a lot of other things, the library has changed. What they are hiring people who have no library association. They have associations with multimedia or information technology or it's tinkering, and that's in direct response to a need by our community to provide something other than just books. There's a capacity here, there's an interest here that's peaked, and there's an engagement. So the libraries have changed along with how people want to use them. And my argument here is parks do the same. As Alder Gruber indicated, the Parks and Pleasure Drive was a very tight sort of view about how we would use parks. You would stroll, ladies would have their umbrellas, and it was all very quaint, but totally impractical for today. And so, there are lots of stars and asterisks on this proposal, and I appreciate other alders' conversations about, hopefully this is successful and that we get to do it again, that there's another park that, we can welcome this to, and I think there's a lot of opportunities. But it's an opportunity for us to see what parks can do, how parks can be part of people's everyday living, how people can access parks, how people can enjoy parks, and it's again back to a risk, and what risks are we willing to take? And as a community, I think in order for us to continue to move forward, to be able to engage our citizens and create an active community, we have to take those risks at times. And granted, I mean, we've heard some language from staff, that if these things fail, we will stop it. It is maybe not an experiment, and it's maybe not a trial or a test or however but it's definitely something that we're going to want to study before we expand it to anywhere else. And we do have the capacity to say, you know what, this isn't working for us. And we have the capacity through the Park Service, and we have the capacity through ALRC. So in the end, as I said, I started out this meeting being like, well, I think there's a real burden of proof here. But we have to be willing to engage our communities in the change that the community, the greater community wants. And why not have people have our population to have access to have a drink in a park? Why not? When we talk about the space is the public's space, it's a public park, You know, only certain people live on the lake, and this is our little sliver of the lake. And I sort of look at it and say, yeah, so why not people be able to sit down on a park bench and be able to enjoy 16 or 18 ounces of presumably better beer? Why not? Is that worth the risk? And I think in our culture, in our time, that is. Thank you.
Aaron's, Kimball, McKinney, and Zellers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just swallow. I can talk more. Okay. No, you can. Okay, a few points here. Just a little background on the issue of the alcohol restrictions at Olbrich Park. The main problem at hand in the park, and had been for years, was a fairly small group of alcoholics who would drink all day and really drink until they passed out, very often in the playground area, across the street from the park, or sometimes around the different bathrooms. So when we passed the alcohol restrictions, that really came to an end. So the police and park rangers had a tool to say, no, you cannot drink in the park. But as was noted by Mr. May, the park superintendent can provide exemptions to it, and he provides a very extensive exemption in the form of a season-long permit to all the softball players, and to parties and so on. So sort of group drunken drinking is not permitted, but there have been a very liberal use of permits. And really, there's been a continuing picture in the I think the Cap Times of the State Journal, where every time this issue comes up, they show these guys playing music, and they have a six-pack there. And that shows that the alcohol restrictions are really driven by complaints. And if nobody was complaining about that, then it would be overlooked. On this particular license itself, Alder DeMar noted the 14 conditions on this license, and actually some of the conditions are self-imposed and are not even listed there. But taken together, I think it's important to realize that this is probably the most restrictive alcohol policy of any establishment in the city. And the key part of there are two key parts of it. First, only one beer is sold at a time. So if you come with somebody else, each person has to go to the counter and buy their own beer and a second beer or whatever. That is the best tool for dealing with underage drinking. Not fences, not guns, not walls, nothing. It's when the person has to face the seller and say, beer please, and then show ID. Second thing, which is self-imposed by the developers here, is that there are no pitchers used. So you could only buy one glass of beer at a time. Third thing is that there's no specials of any kind that will be offered. So this is all just very straight up, one as we go. And you know, you compare this to the multiple festivals that we have where people are drinking through the night till 2 o'clock in the morning. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of beer are sold in a matter of days. And actually, these are approved very often by the Parks Commission. Some are not even approved anymore. But we kind of turn aside to that and look at this rather small operation. I have a note here, something that, in terms of a historical look at this, let me just tangentially, Stuart Leverton, Madison's historian, told me that Not only was there a beer garden, of course, at Olbrich Park, but there was a beer garden at Orton Park and many parks. But Olbrich Park had a particular distinction, and that is that not only did we have a beer garden there, but we had a rifle shooting range as well. So times have changed. In terms of safety and security, something which was recently just discussed at length, by virtue of conversations, and people were describing Captain Snyder's dismay and so on. I sent everybody an email that I received from Captain Snyder earlier today, and in that he says very succinctly, I have reviewed and provided input to the beer garden security plan. I think it looks good, period. I wrote back to him and said, could I send that to other members of the council? And he said, right, this represents what my view. Captain Schaaf, in writing, she wrote, I think the project can be accomplished safely. So framed as it is, I have no concerns. So those are the two captains who've reviewed this, and I don't know whether other kinds of hearsay conversations have taken place, but both of them have reviewed it, and those are their summary comments. Let me say that we've had a lot of talk tonight about process, and actually very little about the content of what this thing is at all. An RFP, and who got it, and what it said, and who responded to it, and I think the Parks Commission and the Parks staff and all of us, I think, agree that it was imperfect, but it is not so imperfect that we should turn away from this project, which I think has enormous potential. As part of this process, we've had 25 hours of committee hearings on this, not including this 6 hours of hearings here. The proposal changed, and the proposal changed to meet many of the criticisms and concerns of the people who have spoken here tonight who opposed it. They initially said 300, they moved about halfway down to 240, and so on. So the process in that sense worked. Maybe the bureaucratic process left something to be desired, but in terms of the interaction, that was something that worked. We've heard a lot about qualifications of these developers, and I think they've taken, sort of more than their share of abuse about that. The important thing to realize is that these are the developers, these are the investors. They're not the operators. I know in the legal sense they're operators, but they're developers. If I invest money in Microsoft 20 years ago, Bill Gates wouldn't have said, do you know how to code? Do you know how to do marketing? I would have been an investor, and it's not my purpose to actually be a computer engineer. And in the same way, these guys should not be expected to run a bar or a beer joint or whatever. They are the investors. Do they know something about it? Yes. Do they know business? Yes. Can they read books? That is financial books? Yes. So those are all sort of the rejoinders to many of the criticisms here, but I think, as I said, there's been very little which has looked at what we're trying to achieve through this process. The thing to understand, for those of you who do not know Olbrich Park and haven't seen it of late, Olbrich Park is a series of flat playing fields. There's a basketball court, a tennis court, a bit of a volleyball court, but it is basically a very long series of playing fields with the lake on one side and a 4-lane highway on the other. It is not a serene wooded alcove. There are no hidden places. Everybody who stands there can be seen for blocks away. So if you're not into recreational sports, in fact, there are really hardly any benches there. I think there's one bench on the wayside of, up by the Atwood area. So, so for me, and I think for people my age or anyone who doesn't play, soccer or ultimate frisbee or something, you can walk up and down and look at the lake, but there's really not a integral use that would attract many people who don't play ultimate frisbee. I think part of the problem here in discussing this, and I think Alder Fair really kind of hit it on the head, just to say that because we don't know this thing, because we haven't had an experience of it, what we do is we relate back to the experiences that we do have. So if we haven't seen something different, we hear about this and we say, well, this is a tavern, this is a bar. And all the images that come up about this is this dark place, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, people are getting drunk, yada, yada, yada. But that's not what this is. And I don't think that the developers have any interest in doing that. They probably could have done that, run a regular bar or bought into one if they wanted to. But I think they sincerely wanted to do something different. And, my trust is with them that they will want to carry out something that's positive for the community and something positive for themselves, which I think they'll get certainly some good karma around that, but I think they also stand a good chance to make some money. And though I receive many emails that are tortured to the fact that the city would engage a business where they might make money, I think that that is not a illegitimate ambition. I think they're providing a service to the city that we've been very lax in doing, and we may realize something good and different.
Thank you. Okay, I agree with a lot of my colleagues about there being a big opportunity for change and for new things to happen in parks. I think there would have been an even bigger opportunity if we had actually done a placemaking process that engaged more people at the outset, that engaged groups like the Friends of Starkweather Creek, like the neighbors, like even the different sports leagues that use the park, and most specifically also the anglers who will be displaced from that section of shoreline. Well, they won't be displaced, but it'll be a different place to fish in the evenings for them when there's a beer garden there. So none of those people were engaged about visioning or developing an RFP for reinvigorating this site. I wish they had been. I think we heard a lot of the neighbors say they wish they had been. And I'm all for change and the arc of change, but not when it breaks so many or sort of goes against or really hedges so many of our policies that we already have. So number one, the alcohol ban. I asked Attorney May, why did the council even vote on it, on an alcohol ban in the park, if the Parks Commission can just decide to have alcohol in the park for different reasons? And he gave me a very good answer, which was so the police can ticket people. That was the answer. So we make policy, but I guess we're just making policy in parks so it can be enforced through the municipal court. But apparently that was the number one issue to me, was why is the Parks Commission going against council policy? So I really feel like if we want to do this, we should go back and rescind that. We should take the ban off, because there are real social justice and equity issues around, as Vern Bronson said, around only allowing people to drink who have money to pay for $6 beers in the park. And that's a big issue. That's a big equity issue. So if we're going to do this, I think we need to go back and lift the alcohol ban. Other policy. the land use approvals question. That's huge in my mind. I agree with Alder Rummel, and she said it better than I could. But if we're going to do this, we need to go back and change the zoning. And another sort of policy, not policy issue, but the use agreement, the provision that it's the superintendent makes the decision to renew the lease or not, and it's not reviewable. Now, I have so much respect for Eric Knepp, and I trust his integrity and his word. It's just spotless to me. But God forbid something happened to him, and we get another park superintendent. So we've heard from Park Commission staff and Park Commissioners and the President that he's very easy to work with. We heard from Eric that he would, on just the request of one council member, send it to council or send it to the commission. So there's a lot of this, informal agreements about how things are done. But as someone said, contracts are there not for when things are going well, but for when things are going bad. And when it comes down to it, what happens is what's in the contract, not what's, verbal agreements. And if it's someone other than Eric Knepp, I mean, who knows? So I'm concerned about that provision. The barrier issue, Alder Clear, you mentioned, well, we do that on State Street, but we also employ a lot of police officers to monitor that situation. I know Alder Skidmore employs at least 3 people on the top of State Street in his private business to monitor that situation, and we heard that police will likely not be able to react to non-emergency calls on a regular basis. So that's an issue for me as well. As far as the content, we're signing a use agreement, as to Alder Aaron's points about the applicants being investors. We're signing the 7-year agreement with people who are investors, who don't even have staff. We don't know who's going to operate it, how they're going to be staffed up. We don't know any of that, but we're about to vote on signing a 7-year agreement with them, with investors who have no track record in the industry, and who don't even have staff. That's an issue. Another one that someone mentioned, a couple people mentioned, is parking. There was no parking study done. No parking study done around who is parking there during the hours that the tavern would be open, during the time of years that the tavern would be open. And if they really are expecting 240 people, that's going to be a very, very big problem. So I will not be voting for this. I wish we could be having debates on all of these other issues when it's not like someone's application on the line. I wish we could have debated these issues before, that when these issues came up, we could have, stopped the process, slowed the process, and actually worked them out before now it's someone's, actual application on the line. But because of all those things, I will not be voting to approve either the license or the use agreement.
Thank you. Alderperson McKinney, to be followed by Alderperson Zellers, to be followed by Mayor Soglin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just start by saying there were strong advocates both for and against this project, and I'm reminded of the young woman, when we're talking about age, she's a young woman who said that she spent over 50 hours researching and really preparing a well-formatted presentation. So change is good, and we saw before it's not just people who are older, but you saw some young people coming up and saying that, yes, this is something that I don't want in my neighborhood. And so we have to really recognize that this was a very, very emotional and emotionally charged discussion tonight. And it's not, unfortunately, it's not about the applicants, because the applicants did exactly what they were supposed to do. If if the Parks Department assisted them in preparing a graph or whatever, that's what we should be doing, so I don't have a problem with that. But what I do have a problem with is we as policymakers, we are accountable. And I've heard we can bend the arc, and we have to be really very, very careful when we bend the arc, because as our community becomes more culturally diverse, you're going to bend the arc, and then all of a sudden you're going to say, well, this policy or this standard doesn't apply to this situation. And so we have to begin to look at consistency and some structuring, because it's going to come back and cause us some severe problems. I had asked the mayor, because the mayor has a photographic memory, but I asked him tonight, is that was there not a that we contracted an agency to look at how we issue our RFPs, and I couldn't find it. But one of the things I remember was transparency, and transparency means that we as policymakers have a responsibility, is that when we put in our RFP out, that we have looked at it, that we make sure that it's well written, that it contains the information that it needs to contain, that it goes to a broad spectrum of people so that anybody has an opportunity to respond. If no one responds, that's fine, but at least we did due diligence. And that's where my challenge is. I'm excited. I don't drink beer, but the fact that we have this opportunity, I think it will be successful. But that's not the point. The point is that we cannot continue to make adjustments as we see fit. If we need to go back and correct how an ordinance is written, we can't talk about it. We have to do it, because in the 2 years that I've sat at this desk, I've seen adjustments, readjustments, and it just does not make me happy. The reason that I go back to the equity lens is that in 2 years, we are, and correct me if I'm wrong, I need to know that we're moving toward a consistent standard of when that is going to be applied. We cannot say, well, we'll leave it up to the department heads to decide when it's viable or not. That does not work for me, and it should not work for anyone in this body. For 2 years, we've been looking and talking about diversity and moving the needle forward, and I'm excited about the process that the city has made in that area. But there is no standardized, and I have not seen one, where all department heads know that this is when you run it through the tool. And it's not a panacea. I get that. I understand that. But to have a consistent standard of what goes through the tool, when it goes through the tool, what the RFP should contain, how it is evaluated, who it goes to, how do you get public community engagement, all of those things we have a responsibility for. So unfortunately, it's not against the applicants, because they did exactly what they were supposed to do, but we as policymakers need to make sure that we're accountable to do a good job.
Thank you. Alderperson Zellers.
Thank you, Alder. I think you made some good points, as did Alder Kimball and Rummel. I don't want us as a body to get to the point where, because somebody disagrees with something, that means they don't like change. I'm going to disagree with this, and I think I have supported probably as much change as anybody on the council in District 2.
the Galaxy, the T-Wall development, Lance McGrath development, the Rouse project, the Stonehouse development, and things going on at Bree Stevens. So, and it's not, and I agree, it's not just about the outcome here, because this could be very cool, very vibrant, very successful. But I do think that process matters, not just the outcome or the endpoint. And I agree with Alder McKinney that essentially it came down to really not being a level playing field. I realize that mistakes happen, and I don't blame anybody, because if we don't make mistakes, it means we aren't doing anything. But I think that the result was the lack of a level playing field. And we can't know for sure, but I suspect that we might have had more people applying had they understood that indeed alcohol could be part of the placemaking plan. And so I'm bothered by that, because I do think we have a responsibility for having a level playing field. And then the zoning issue also bothers me. I think we need to make a conscious decision about that and go through that process so that we know that this is indeed where we want to go. And maybe it is. But I don't think that we really have looked at that and done that. So at this point, I cannot support this.
Thank you. Mayor Soglin, do you wish to speak from the podium?
The last three speakers really encompassed what I think is the thrust of the discussion. First of all, let's understand change, by definition, is not in and of itself progress, nor is change in and of itself necessarily better. We would hope that it would be progress, and we'd hope that it would be better. But what we're looking at here is not a one-off. What we're looking at here, without proper discussion, is a significant change in a number of city policies. And I'm very disturbed that we would do that. Very quickly, about 7% of the city's shoreline is available to the public. That portion of the lakes that are in the city of Madison, 7% of it is available and accessible to the public. The rest of it is in private or institutional hands. I think we've got a tremendous obligation to the people we serve to answer the question, are we about to embark on a reversal of position in regards to making the shorelines accessible? Secondly, there is the question of monetizing city property. This, to me, is something of an ongoing concern over the last 30, 40 years. Ever since we saw massive cutbacks in the federal and the state governments, and the answer as to how to solve them, how to solve those cuts, was either to get the private sector to do it or to privatize the public sector. And in fact, that has led at the local and the state levels to increasing charges for fees, for services, and to do away, in some instances, with the notion of access has to be equitable regardless of income. We're not clear here on the value of this real estate. If the party taking the land were to have to go out and find a private vendor with lakeshore property on which to get a 7-year lease with these kinds of improvements, what would they be paying? So we're not meeting our usual fiduciary responsibility to the public that we serve. And lastly, I've got about 18 notes here, but I just want to conclude with just one more observation, because I'm so committed to placemaking, and there's been so much discussion about it. First of all, what makes a place interesting is not anything physical about it. It is the people in the place. Now, perhaps the nature of the place will attract other people. And there are certain instances where you desire solitude. But going to a movie theater and being the only one in the room watching the film is not as enjoyable as other people being there. Going to a real highway and sitting on the curb watching the cars go by is not nearly as interesting as going to State Street, or simply going to a schoolyard and watching children play. It's the people that make the difference. It's the people that are the heart of placemaking, which raises what I think is a real critical point. One of the two that I'd like to conclude with. Do we need alcohol? And do we want it to be city policy to say that alcohol is what is needed for engagement in terms of social interaction? The last thing in terms of placemaking, you start out with a discussion asking. You ask. You ask the people who go through the space. You ask the people who use the space. You ask the people who are around the space. And then you ask the people who don't use the space how they would like it to be utilized. And it was a very good effort, but we missed the mark in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson Clear.
Thank you. I have some questions for the mayor, if that's in order. Mayor, I appreciate you expressing your concerns about this proposal. I'm wondering, this has been in process since October 19th, it looks like, when this license was first introduced. Did you talk to your park superintendent about your concerns?
We've had some discussions about the concerns, yes.
Did you, I mean, I know the answer to this. Did you pass any of that on to the Parks Commission?
No, I did not. And one of the reasons is Alderman Clear, and it was why I was reluctant to say anything tonight, is because there's been a clear message from the legislative body that they would like to do something on their own, that they would like to do it without my interference and without my directing it. And that is why I did not speak more forcefully at the outset of the process than I have here at the end.
But then at 1:38 in the morning, it was time, huh?
Alderman Clear, you know full well, and it's been repeated by many of you, that when the mayor takes a position, there are a certain group that will immediately vote against it. And I am fearful that even at this last moment, that I may have turned one or two people against the position in which I'm supporting. I don't have to worry about you.
Thank you. I think I made my position clear earlier, so thank you.
Thank you. Alderperson Fair?
That's so disappointing to hear. I mean, it's just so disappointing. And so not true. And just, I don't know, just garbage.
Thank you, I guess. Alderperson Aaron's?
I'd like to call the question now.
There's nobody in the queue, so I don't believe that there would be any objection to calling the question. Am I correct? There's no objection to calling the question. I will remind my colleagues that the motion that was made many, many hours ago now, technically yesterday, was adoption of both items 5 and 34. It was my intention to move to divide the question. Is there any member that wishes to make a motion to divide the question so as to consider items 5 and 34 separately? None? It's been moved by Alderperson Skidmore to divide the question. Is there a second? Moved and seconded to divide the question. I don't believe that's debatable. I could say, is there any objection to dividing the question, but why don't I just say, is there any objection to dividing the question? There is objection, okay. Those in favor of dividing the question will say aye. Does everyone know what I mean by divide the question? In other words, two separate votes on the use agreement versus the alcohol license? Okay, so we'll start again. Those in favor of dividing the question will say aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it, so we will not divide the question. So the motion before us is to grant the alcohol license, agenda item number 5, and to adopt the resolution authorizing the agreement, agenda item number 34. I presume a roll call vote will be requested. So why don't we just go right to the clerk and ask those in favor to vote aye and those opposed no, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alder Kemble? No. King? Aye. Palm? Aye. Fair? Aye. Rummel? No. Skidmore? No. Verveer?
No.
No. Wood? Aye. Zellers? No. Aaron's? Aye. Balday? Aye. Bedar Seeloff? Aye. Carter? No. Cheeks? Aye. Clear? Aye. DeMarb? Aye. Eskridge is not here. Gruber? Aye. Hall? Aye. Harrington McKinney? No. It's 12 ayes and 7 noes.
The motion is agreed to. So we've granted the license for agenda item number 5 and adopted the resolution for agenda item number 34. The last legislative item on the agenda this evening is item 63, a resolution approving the Connect Madison Economic Development Strategy as the city's economic development plan and to direct city staff and the Economic Development Committee to move forward with implementation. A motion, President Pro Temp Rummel.
Move acceptance, adoption of the report.
Is there a second? It's moved and seconded to adopt the resolution. As you all know, there was an intent to have Economic Development Division staff make a presentation to us this evening. I want to publicly thank Mrs. Kennelly and Mikolajewski for patiently being with us since 6:30 last night, technically. Unless there is a strong desire on the part of any colleagues to have the presentation, we thought perhaps in retrospect, given the late hour, that we would just open the discussion up to any questions of staff, realizing that this has been before 3 city committees now. Alderperson Clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to have the presentation, but not now. And so if we can find a time to do that for the entire council, I think that would definitely be worth the time and effort.
Okay. So just so I understand, Alderperson Clear, are you suggesting referral or that we actually adopt the
I'm fine
resolution
with
and have a
adopting it as
presentation
long
at a
as we
later
do
time?
have the presentation, because this is really important.
Okay, very good. So we'll proceed. Before us again is a motion to adopt the resolution, agenda item 63. Is there any discussion, including any questions of staff? Seeing none? Absolutely no discussion. Then we'll proceed to an immediate vote. Those in favor of the motion to adopt will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The item is adopted. I know that there are several items to be introduced from the floor tonight, and would ask Alderperson Rummel perhaps to introduce the item that's associated with my name on the exclusion list. But we can start with Alderperson Clear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move introduction, if I can get the words out, of Legistar 46447, a resolution authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a development agreement to fund a $1.89 million tax increment finance loan to assist the development of a corporate headquarters for Epicenter, Inc. in the project plan and boundary amendment area of TID 46 for referral to Board of Estimates, and sponsored by myself.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded to introduce and refer the item. If there's no objection, why don't we just take all of them and then have one universal vote at the end to save a little time. So Alderperson Ahrens.
Yeah, I'd like to refer it's item 73, Legistar 46377, repealing section 314 of the general ordinances to restructure the Department of Transportation. I'd like to have this referred to the Sustainable Madison Committee.
Is there any objection to adding the Sustainable Madison Committee to item 73? I will point, I see no objection. I will point out that there's another item as well on the agenda that's related, a sister ordinance amendment, item 79, and then Chairperson DeMarb of Torque, as it's affectionately known, and her colleagues that are here tonight. And there was also a matter that was introduced at the last meeting, correct?
A second.
That we
Is that
might.
the same? Yeah. One says charter ordinance and the other, I mean, they look exactly the same. Is there some,
Well,
am I missing something? Is this
I'll
some
say
error?
that they're related. I don't know how much we want to get into the weeds on what the difference is between the two.
Well, then
So
I'll-
I'm just pointing out that perhaps you want to add.
Right, yeah, I'll
referral
add
to-
that as well. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr.
Is there
President.
any objection to adding Sustainable Madison Committee? Oh, Alderperson Clear raising an objection.
I don't really have an objection, but I think technically we have to move reconsideration because we did pass the introduction as part of the consent agenda unless the city attorney says we don't, in which case everything's good.
If no one objects to him adding it, I don't think you need to go through the reconsideration.
Okay, good.
I asked. So just, excuse me, before we move forward, then Alderperson DeMarb?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. So again, I apologize if there's any confusion. I realize the hour is late. So Alderperson Ahrens is moving. I want to confirm that there's unanimous consent to do this, to add Sustainable Madison to committee to the introduction of items 73
And 79.
and 79.
Thank you.
And we might want to have that other item come back to add referral at the next meeting that was introduced last week, perhaps. I'll just add that as an editorial comment. We'll do that out after adjournment. So, Alderperson Romo.
Introduce legislative file number 46425, amending the 2017 capital budget to increase by $6 million the funding authorization for the Judge Doyle Square Public Parking Garage project on Block 88. Refer to Board of Estimates and TPC.
Thank you. This has been moved and seconded to introduce and refer that item. Alderperson DeMarb, do you have an item for introduction from the floor as well? Alderperson DeMarb?
I'd like to introduce item 46437, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute loan agreements to fund a total of $650,000 of Madison's capital revolving loan fund to Tribe 9 Foods LLC to assist with the purchase of food manufacturing equipment at a facility to be located at 2901 Progress Road, and amending the 2017 Madison Capital Revolving Fund budget to add an additional $650,000 to loan expenditure authority. And the referrals recommended are Board of Estimates, CDA, and the Common Council on March 21st.
Moved and seconded to introduce and refer that item. Before we get to Alderperson Skidmore, because that does require technically a 2/3 vote for introduction by title only, why don't we just quickly vote on the motions of Alderpersons Clear, DeMarb, and Rummel. Those in favor of those motions will please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Alderperson Skidmore, your introduction.
I'm introducing a resolution by title only stating that the disposition of future lawsuits against the City of Madison and/or City of Madison employees will be subject to the direction of the Common Council with the assent of the mayor.
And referral,
I'm sorry, to
Alderperson.
CCOC and Board of Estimates.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to introduce and refer that item. As previously mentioned, because it's by title only, the ordinance requires a supermajority vote. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Introduced and referred. Is there any other items to come before us? Any other introductions from the floor? Seeing none, I want to wish a belated happy birthday to Alderperson McKinney last Sunday. Belated happy birthday to our own Debbie Fields, whose birthday ended 2 hours ago on Tuesday. And happy International Women's Day to one and all today, a day without women. Alderperson King.
Move adjournment.
It's moved and seconded to adjourn. Those in favor of adjournment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you all. We stand adjourned.